I clearly have the strongest ranged output as a mage class. Yet because the skills I cast cannot deal damage to anything 3 meters away, I am mocked as the 3-meter true mage. And even my girlfriend turned away from me. It's all because of my other talent, melee expert, which, while it doubles melee damage, reduces ranged damage by 99%. I am a ranged mage. How am I supposed to play with such a talent? After reading the skill description, I was completely stunned. Transforming spell power into attack power. Does this mean I have to go up and hit people with a staff? At this moment, I looked at my attribute panel and fell into deep thought. With 31 points of attack power, this seems to be higher than the initial attack power of the highest assassin by 10 points or so. And with the doubled melee damage, if I add some critical hits, it seems that hitting people with a staff might not be impossible. I stroked my chin, and scenes of myself swinging my staff and chasing after the boss began to appear in my mind. Just as I was immersed in my fantasies, the principal's words suddenly jolted me awake. The trial is about to begin, and all students should get ready. Support classes can choose one teammate to enter together, with a deadline of 5 minutes. The content of the trial is very simple. Every monster killed inside will be converted into points, and the one with the highest points wins. The results of the Awakening trial are also part of the professional entrance examination for practitioners. Just as I was planning to review the content of the Awakening trial again, I suddenly heard a gentle voice behind me. Classmate, can you team up with me? Our team is just short of a mage, and I think you would be a good fit. Her words were overheard by Su Yuntian, who was nearby. I saw a mocking smile appear on Su Yuntian's face as he stepped forward and said, Lin Wanwan, what use is it for you to team up with him? Don't you know this guy is useless? A mage who is worse than a tank. What do you expect him to do to help you pass the trial? Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Lin Wanwan's expression changed, and she coldly said to Su Yuntian, what does it have to do with you who I team up with? Alright, I want to see how you, a priest with only healing abilities, and a useless mage, are going to pass the trial. After saying that, he laughed heartily and walked away. Lin Wanwan had actually had a crush on me for a long time, but she had kept this feeling hidden in her heart because of Yao Ningning's presence by my side. But after the awakening ceremony just now, Yao Ningning directly cut ties with me at lightning speed, and only then did Lin Wanwan realize that I had never agreed to Yao Ningning from the beginning. At this moment, worried that I might not be able to pass, Lin Wanwan actively set aside her girlhood modesty and came to invite me to team up. I pondered for a moment and suddenly understood her thoughts. She was worried that I wouldn't pass the assessment and wanted to use the excuse of finding a team to help me. A wave of doubt rose in my heart. Logically, since I had awakened as a waste, she should have distanced herself from me. Why would she take the initiative to approach me? As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, the first family in Jiangcheng, she certainly wouldn't seek me out just because she couldn't find teammates. After hesitating for a moment, I still shook my head to refuse. Just as I was about to speak, I heard the principal on stage say, Alright, time's up. Students, get ready. After saying that, he directly activated the arcane teleportation array beside him. In an instant, I felt a wave of dizziness, and when I woke up again, I was surrounded by lush green woods. As a top student, I had already memorized the maps for the trials thoroughly and immediately recognized this trial map. The Sinister Bone Forest? It's actually the one with the highest difficulty. I muttered to myself as I rummaged through my backpack for my profession-specific novice equipment, a novice staff. It was of low quality, with a +2 spell power bonus, and the description read, a staff with no highlights, suitable for apprentice mages to cast spells. Cast spells? What spells? I'm a grand mage, throwing a fireball can't even compare to a tank's shield bash in damage. I was furious, but at least the +2 spell power was equivalent to 4 points of physical attack, and its shape could barely serve as a stick. My current attributes have already far exceeded those of a level 1 professional, so defeating monsters shouldn't be a problem, I thought to myself. Equipping the staff, I no longer hesitated and walked deeper into the forest. I had already memorized the strategy for this map, so I naturally knew where the monsters were most abundant. I quickly confirmed my direction. Holding the staff, I swaggered into the eerie woods. Before long, I encountered a few level 1 small monsters, ordinary skeletons. Level 1, with 60 health and 12 attack. I'll use you to test my skills, I said with a fierce look in my eyes, and I charged forward, raising my staff high. My examiner, who was watching me, suddenly spat out his tea. Which class is this? Is this how a mage fights? It seems the first one to be eliminated will appear soon. But what happened next made him so surprised that he knocked over his teacup. I leaped high with my staff raised and struck the skeleton monster with a mountain splitter, and with a crack, the skeleton was smashed into bone fragments by the staff. The examiner was left dumbfounded. A mage took down a monster with just one staff hit. Is this really a mage? It's simply like a high damage assassin. It would take 3 strikes for a level 1 to kill a skeleton. right? The disoriented examiner finally couldn't help but call the principal. After I dealt with these skeleton soldiers, I only felt like I had warmed up a bit. Congratulations, host, you have successfully used melee attacks to defeat 4 enemies, earning 4 martial god points. I smiled slightly and looked at the staff in my hand. Seems pretty good, even better than I imagined. What's going on? Before I could continue to ponder, a sudden clattering sound came from behind me again. I instantly sensed the danger and instinctively dodged to the side, as a piece of hand bone flew past my face. Dodging the attack, I quickly turned around and found a much larger, pitch-black skeleton had appeared behind me without my noticing. Skeleton Elite, Level 3, Health 150, Attack Power 22. It was an elite monster. I was slightly taken aback, then immediately grinned. Elite monsters are great. I'm all about taking down elites. This one's experience alone should be enough for me to level up to 2, right? I thought, and immediately held my staff upside down, stepping forward as I rushed towards this dark skeleton elite. Outside, the principal who had just been called looked at the scene where a mage with a staff was charging at the skeleton elite, and immediately frowned. This is really ridiculous. The principal intended to scold a bit, but was suddenly stunned into silence by a scene in the footage. I saw the deep brown wooden staff whip through the air and strike the elite skeleton monster hard. The skeleton monster was also directly stunned. This isn't right. Aren't you a mage? Where's your positioning? Where's your kiting? You just come up and hit me with a staff. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? But when it felt the terrifying force coming from my staff, it was completely dumbfounded. Wait a minute. You hit me with a staff and took away half my health. Are you the elite monster, or am I the elite monster? The small skull's head was filled with great confusion, and I didn't give it time to think further. In a mind full of black guy ? This elite skeleton monster let out a reluctant roar, which I smashed into bone fragments with my subsequent second strike. Having successfully taken down an elite monster in 2 hits, I leveled up to level 2 and gained a free attribute point, increasing my spell power by another point. The attributes that a mage can grow with level are only mana, spell power, and spirit. The others need to be improved through free attribute points. Congratulations, host, you have successfully used a melee attack to kill a strong enemy, earning 5 martial god points and a chance to draw a lottery. At this moment, the principal was already dumbfounded. After successfully killing the elite skeleton monster, I couldn't help but stretch my body. It seems that not losing skills isn't a big deal. Relying on my basic attacks is enough to dominate this trial. Since that's the case, I'll take the first place in the assessment. The scene that followed nearly dislocated the jaws of the principal and the examiners. I was seen wandering around like a demon king, wielding his staff. I took down level 1 monsters one by one and level 3 elite monsters in 2 hits. In just about 10 minutes, I was already at level 4.5, close to level 5. My score was even more exaggerated, directly leaving the second place behind by more than 20 points. After being busy for half a day, I was a bit tired. After taking down another 7 or 8 small monsters, I found a place to rest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yuntian was dealing with a dozen level 1 monsters with Yaoningning. As a swordsman with relatively balanced attributes, and with a healer assisting him, Su Yuntian was like a fish in water, quickly slicing the dozen monsters into pieces. I wonder where Lu Daishienkai is at this moment. Maybe he has already been scared to the point of wetting his pants and directly quitting the trial. Su Yuntian laughed heartily, feeling pleased at the thought of me becoming a waste. Little did I know, at this moment I was already close to level 5 and started to plan for the trial boss. As far as I know, the boss of the eerie bone forest is a creature with dual attributes, making it quite a troublesome monster. My damage output is sufficient, but my other attributes are still lacking, so it might be a bit challenging to deal with. By the way, it seems I still have 1 lottery chance left. As Lu Ling thought about it, he suddenly remembered that when he had killed the skeleton elite monster for the first time earlier, the system had prompted him to obtain a chance to draw a prize, as well as several martial god points. Martial god points. Lu Ling knew that this could be used to exchange items in the system's martial god mall. The current martial arts mall is still first level, so you can only exchange free attribute points, as well as white equipment and D-ranked random skills. Might as well use this sweepstakes opportunity first, Lu Ling thought, immediately opening the system panel and selecting the universal sweepstakes. Being drawn for you. Congratulations to the host. Acquired a purple level collectible. A rank skill book dimensional tier. Skill book dimensional tearing. Available professions, magician. Category, arcane. Rating, A. Effect, when equipped. This skill passively allows a single spell to ignore 10% of the target's defense for 20 seconds on cooldown. Increases this effect by 300% when released actively, but requires 10 points of blue to be deducted per second. No cooldown for active release. After reading the skill description, Lu Ling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Mage Divine Skill. This ignores defense, which is equivalent to real damage, which is a very powerful meat-beating divine skill. But it seems like it doesn't do for you. One's base value is so low. Even if it's 100% true damage, what can it do? Chapter 4, To the Rescue. One man with 3 sisters. With a helpless smile, Lu Ling studied the skill book and then equipped it on the skill bar. Suddenly there is the pain of not being able to perform on the day of your wedding. Lu Ling was spitting out this damn divine blessing when he suddenly heard a fierce fight from not far away. Lu Ling immediately shouldered his staff and headed in that direction, only to see a 3-member squad consisting of girls being surrounded by a large group of skeleton elite monsters. The priest who stood in the center constantly throwing healing light balls was none other than Lin Wanwan, the schoolgirl who had invited Lu Ling to form a team before the trial began. It's her? Looks like she's in big trouble. Looking at a large group of level 4 or 5 skeleton elite monsters, Lu Ling pondered for a moment and decided to help out. At this time, Lin Wanwan's heart was incomparably remorseful. Just now, I shouldn't have agreed to venture into a high-risk area to brush monsters. I never imagined that it would actually attract so many high-level elite monsters. I'm afraid the grade for this trial will only be a bare pass. Just when she was lost, she suddenly saw a man in a white robe scurrying out of the woods. Like a god descending from the heavens, he instantly tore through the skeletal monster's encirclement. Lin Wanwan froze slightly and immediately recognized Lu Ling. But soon, the next scene made her directly stay in place with her small mouth slightly open. Her 2 teammates subconsciously shouted when they saw someone appear. Hey, watch out! These are high-level elite monsters. Don't fight them head-on. However, Lu Ling turned a deaf ear and grinned. The staff in his hand carried a strong wind and waved like a phantom. Boom boom boom. Several crunching sounds of blunt weapons striking bones came from the several skeleton monsters that were closer to Lu Ling were instantly smashed into bone fragments. Now, Lin Wanwan's 2 teammates also froze. What's this guy's profession? A skeleton elite monster with such a high blood count was actually killed by him in 2 seconds? Lin Wanwan also reacted at this moment, and busily threw a healing light orb on Lu Ling's body while turning to her 2 frothing teammates. Stop gawking. Go help. Only then did the 2 men wake up as if from a dream, rushing up to help Lu Ling. But there didn't seem to be much need for it, and in just a moment's time, Lu Ling had already punched 7 or 8 skeleton elite monsters to death. The remaining skeletons were about to piss themselves in fear, and they were busy switching targets and attacking towards Lu Ling. But after solving those elite monsters just now, Lu Ling had already managed to rise to level 5. So at this moment, where would he still be afraid of these skeletons whose level was the same as his own? Accompanied by a whirling swipe, the last skeleton monster was also reduced to bone fragments by Lu Ling. And this group of elite monsters was finished off by Lu Ling with the power of 1 person. This performance also caused all 3 sisters to show a dumbfounded expression, especially after they saw Lu Ling's weapon, and the magician's robe on his body. They began to be skeptical. You're a mage? The heavy rider girl on the left who was responsible for resisting the monsters said to Lu Ling with an incredulous face. Lu Ling laughed and nodded as an answer to her words. Seeing this, the 2 sisters were directly petrified on the spot. Mage in the early stage is an extremely dependent on teammates of the output class occupation, characterized by a long hand as well as a wide range of AoE damage. Laid up after the control of the field is very strong. However, the short board of the mage is also very obvious. That is, the early stage is more vulnerable. The body plate is very brittle, usually standing in the last position of the team. But this dude in front of me, a mage, froze and fought more fiercely than a warrior. And the damage is also explosive. I'm afraid that even the top assassins don't have as much bare damage as he does. Right? What kind of monster is this? Aren't the 2 of them purely weak in comparison? Just as the 2 of them were messing up, Lin Wanwan gratefully extended her delicate little hand towards Lu Ling. Mr. Lu Ling, I'm really thankful to you just now. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we'd be in danger. Lin Wanwan softly said. Her tone was extraordinarily gentle, and her eyes even carried some delight. Her 2 companions also reacted and thanked Lu Ling. Lu Ling, however, just gently waved his hand and was just about to leave on that note, but suddenly thought of something. Why didn't he just take them to brush the trial boss? It just so happened that when you added yourself, a full pro squad took shape, and saved yourself the time of having to go around leveling again. One should know that the first person to brush off the trial boss would be able to directly receive a 30-point reward. Moreover, the boss will also drop materials and equipment, which can be good treasures. If you were on your own, it would probably take a while of brushing before you could securely pass the boss. But bring a squad with milk and tanks, then you can just go for it now, he thought, turning his head to the 3 girls with their little starry eyes and stroking his chin. You guys, how many levels now? On the other hand, Su Yuntian also managed to brush up to level 5. Powerful strength was constantly traveling through his body, causing him to feel an overwhelming sense of euphoria. Ha ha ha, I must be the first one to reach level 5 in this trial. Su Yuntian laughed maniacally, and then immediately gave an order. Call everyone, let's go straight to brush the trial boss. Yao Ningning, who was on the side, looked at Su Yuntian's domineering appearance and immediately revealed a flirtatious smile as she stepped forward and licked it. And Su Yuntian's little brother did hesitate for a moment, then said, "Boss, at the brother's current level, it might be very dangerous if he goes to brush the trial boss." Before the words left his mouth, Su Yuntian glared at him. "Shut up, go when you are told to go. Are you trying to disobey me?" The little brother was too scared to say anything more at that, and immediately ran down to inform. How could Su Yuntian not know about this? But he didn't care. As long as he was able to kill the trial boss and set a new record for the fastest record for this map, that would be enough. He didn't care about the deaths of those minions. "Just wait, Lu Ling. I want you to know that I'm the one who shines the brightest." Su Yuntian laughed wildly, his heart incomparably happy. On the other hand, Lu Ling, however, had already led the three of them, Lin Wanwan, to the vicinity of the trial boss's lair, the most dangerous place on the entire map. "Lu Ling, are we really going to brush the monsters here?" Su Xiao, the tank girl in charge of attracting monsters, said timidly. Just now, they had only wandered around the more peripheral areas, and they had almost been chased and hacked to death by the elite monsters. The intensity and density of the monsters here could be several times higher than where they were just now. Lu Ling smiled slightly and said, "Just go, Lin Wanwan, you just need to give them the treatment and leave the rest to me," Lu Ling said, twirling his staff around in his hand in a club twist. The three women nodded their heads, and their hearts recalled Lu Ling's just heroic performance, and their originally bottomless hearts suddenly settled down quite a bit. "Then I'll start." Su Xiao gritted her teeth and directly turned on the initial skill taunt of the tank-type professions, instantly attracting quite a few monsters. The roar made the three women slightly nervous, but Lu Ling was breezy, accompanied by a true-stick education. The three girls rubbing against Lu Ling's experience all managed to rise to level 4. As for Lu Ling himself, he had directly risen to level 7. At the same time, he once again harvested a large wave of martial god points, as well as a chance to draw a prize. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden collectible. S-Class Skill Book Arcane Siphon. Skill Book Arcane Siphon. Grade, S. Effect, 15% of the spell damage you deal to an enemy will be converted into life and draw a certain amount of mana. The overflow will be converted into a temporary shield. Up to 20% of your life. Lu Ling, who had originally just casually pumped his hand, was instantly stunned. Holy, it's a magic trick. It's a spell version of a blood-sucking knife, and it can steal blue? It's a godsend for longevity. Chapter 5, Taunt. Robbing the monster. But he quickly thought again that his long-range damage was attenuated and couldn't help but laugh bitterly again. Nerfed to 0.1%, which doesn't seem to do as much damage as I do with face A. Wait, sticky face? Lu Plume came to his senses. Just get in your face and rule the spell as melee damage, which not only doesn't decay, but doubles. Isn't that enough? Lu Ling made a snap decision and immediately equipped the initial skill of the mage profession, Fireball, on his skill bar. Magicians were born with one more skill bar than other professions, and with Lu Ling's S-rank natural skill, it made him have a full 5 skill bars. After equipping all the skills, Lu Ling couldn't wait to find a fallen elite monster and test it out. He was seen rushing to the monster's face with an arrow step, and the staff in his hand was shoved directly into the elite monster's mouth, releasing a fireball spell. With a loud boom, this poor elite monster was directly blown to pieces by the fireball. -208. The high amount of mana damage and the accompanying true damage directly kills it in seconds at full blood. At the same time, Lu Ling himself had recovered 30 life points and also 10 blue points. Lu Ling's heart was delighted. It worked! That fireball just now was ruled as melee damage, and it still enjoys the true damage bonus from Dimensional Tier. Lu Ling couldn't help but grin widely, then turned his gaze towards the trial boss's lair. After briefly distributing the tasks, Lu Ling led the three women into the lair. The boss of the eerie bone forest is a dual-form demonic creature called the Twisted Tree Spirit. When its blood level drops to half, it will absorb all the life force around it, combining with the terrain and transforming into an even more powerful presence. Even more disgusting, the first form of the Twisted Tree Spirit possessed an extremely high magic immunity, while the second form of the Tree Spirit itself had a high physical defense. This means that to beat it, you have to have 2 damage output bits, and Lu Ling alone can fulfill this condition. Looking at the behemoth that was creeping into the nest, Lu Ling revealed a smile. Soon, Lu Ling led the three girls into battle with the trial boss Twisted Tree Spirit. With an earth-shattering roar, the Twisted Tree Spirit awoke. Countless magical vines were wrapped around the huge body, and its dark brown appearance looked quite oppressive. However, it was extremely slow, making the attack not exactly hard to dodge. Lu Ling was already swinging with his staff on his shoulder. He was seen like a lumberjack at the feet of the Twisted Tree Spirit, frantically waving his staff in his hand, pounding the roots of the Twisted Tree Spirit one after another. Although a number of vines lashed at Lu Ling from time to time, he didn't care at all. only a dozen drops of blood are lost in a single draw, and a skill smashed on the side of the small monster sucked back. The role of the three of them, Lin Wanwan, was to take a beating, dragging down the Twisted Tree Goblin's attention as much as possible, so that Lu Ling could output more easily. Under Lu Ling's meticulous calculations, the Twisted Tree Goblin's blood was dropping fast and was about to enter its second type, but right at this moment, a sneering voice came from behind Lin Wanwan and the others. Ouch! Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. Lin Wanwan turned around and instantly frowned. The visitor was none other than Su Yuntian. He was followed by a dozen or so minions. Yao Ningning was holding Su Yuntian's arm meekly and casting a disdainful look towards Lin Wanwan. At that, the minions burst out laughing. That's just it. Look at that kid actually smashing monsters with his staff. What a laugh. Come on. Our big genius Lu was already considered a man if he didn't hide behind schoolgirl Lin and cry. The taunts of the juniors also fell into Lu Ling's ears. Only the corner of Lu Ling's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and then immediately swung his staff with force, knocking the Twisted Tree Spirit in front of him into the second stage. There was a 5-minute gap when the Twisted Tree Spirit transformed into stage 2. Just enough time for Lu Ling to chase away these noisy flies. Seeing Lu Ling walking towards them, the group of juniors were even more teasingly looking at Lu Ling. What? The assholes aren't allowed to talk anymore? Look at him. He's still in a hurry? Ha 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 ha. Are you going to knock Grandpa me with your little staff? Su Yuntian also had a mocking look on his face as he walked up to Lu Ling. Lu Ling, if you're sensible, you should immediately let me have this boss, or don't blame me for sending you out right now. Su Yuntian didn't check Lu Ling's level. Arrogantly he thought that Lu Ling was nothing more than a mage that dealt about as much damage as a tank, and at most, he would just follow the others' asses and mix up some experience. It would be nice to get to 2 levels now, and he himself was a level 5 swordsman, so it wouldn't be easy and pleasant to abuse a mage who was a few levels below him. Therefore, he directly and unreasonably intended to rob this boss in the open. In the trial, only those who kill the boss with their own hands will receive full experience value, as well as loot rewards. The rest of the aides have access to only a small percentage. Su Yuntian's idea, on the other hand, was to just find a reason to do away with Lu Ling, so that he wouldn't get a single bit of experience. Looking at these unreasonable bullies, Lin Wanwan's delicate eyebrows rose up in anger and she took large steps to Lu Ling's body. Then the tone was decisive. Su Yuntian, don't think you can be lawless just because you're a member of the Su family. This boss is the one that Lu Ling has worked so hard to fight so much blood. Why should I let you have it? Lin Wanwan stepping forward surprised Lu Ling a little. However, Su Yuntian laughed as if he had heard something funny. Lin Wanwan, are you out of your mind? How much output can he put out as a punk mage who can't even put out a skill? I don't care if you want to take him to upgrade, but this boss, Su Yuntian, am determined to get it, Su Yuntian said, and the smile on his face became a few degrees colder. If you know what's good for you, stay on the sidelines and maybe I'll be merciful and let you have some of the experience. Or else, don't blame me for not giving you face. Su Yuntian's words caused both of Lin Wanwan's teammates to become enraged, and they stood beside Lin Wanwan. Yuck! Su Yuntian, do you still want to be shameless? Bullying Wanwan for being a priest, right? We fought this boss first, why should we let you have it? If you dare to make a move against us, then you'll be waiting for the trial to be marked with 0 points. These two sisters were quite righteous, and they angrily rebuked Su Yuntian. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntian sneered and said, Naive, do you really think I won't dare to make a move against you? With that, he directly pulled out his weapon. Then, a mighty force suddenly erupted from his body. The aura of an S-class swordsman was no longer hidden, and his sharp aura caused the three of them, Lin Wanwan, to feel a sense of oppression. Even if I make a move to slaughter you all, there will naturally be no repercussions. So what if I have 0 points in the trial record? With my qualifications and background, am I still afraid of not going to college? Su Yuntian sneered and turned his gaze towards Lu Ling. And that punk, not so much. The 3 women who heard this were all shocked. Chapter 6, Seconds. Mage face-to-face anti-killing warrior. What Su Yuntian said was really right. If he had taken the initiative to strike at Lu Ling, then at most he would have been awarded a 0. It really wasn't too big of a deal for him as a young master. And if Lu Ling is affected because of this, it's over. After all, the Lu Ling family was only an ordinary family, and if they wanted enough resources, they could only rely on themselves. But Lu Ling smiled faintly, not putting Su Yuntian's threat in his eyes in the slightest. Yeah, try making a move on me if you dare. I promise you'll regret it. Lu Ling smiled at him. His idea was simple, and that was to provoke Su Yuntian into making the first move, so that Lu Ling himself could carry off all of these scumbags on the grounds of self-defense. As Lu Ling expected, Su Yuntian's face really changed, his expression grim. He was most displeased with Lu Ling's appearance. Fine, since you're looking for death, don't blame me.
Su Yuntian laughed angrily and his body flashed like a ghost as he rushed towards Lu Ling.
A rank skill Residual Shadow Instant Flash. This was a high-level displacement skill for swordsmen. It can instantly accelerate speed by 10 times and comes with a short distance displacement. Learning this skill at just level 5. The Su family was indeed rich and powerful. The price of this skill book can be sold for millions of huaxia coins. In just a blink of an eye, Su Yuntian appeared beside Lu Ling's body, and then he used the basic skill of the swordsman class, Rapid Slash. According to Su Yuntian's anticipation, his attack power of up to 20 plus points would only need 2 or 3 slashes to directly kill Lu Ling. The skill, Rapid Chopping, can deal 2 slashes of damage at once, each of which deals 150% of physical attack power, making it an extremely efficient means of outputting damage. However, the scene where Lu Ling was expected to be directly killed in seconds did not occur. Instead, facing the attack that was about to slash at his body, Lu Ling revealed a smile. "You started this." He spoke faintly, then raised his staff directly to block the blow. Blocking is available to every profession, but the amount of damage that can be blocked is based on defenses as well as attributes. The staff that Lu Ling used was naturally ineffective, plus his own constitution and strength were not high, so he still received more than 50 points of damage, but he still had the shield provided by Arcane Siphon on him, and that only hit him for about a fifth of his blood. After all, Lu Ling was already level 7. Even if a mage wouldn't automatically grow his constitution plus life, he wouldn't be killed by this amount of damage in the area. Seeing that Lu Ling actually didn't die, Su Yuntian was also stunned. Then, they saw Lu Ling's smile gradually become icy cold. Boo! Su Yuntian only felt a huge force slammed on his body, and then his body rose up in the air, and he was so dizzy in the middle of his brain that he couldn't think at all. In a trance, he saw Lu Ling sneer and poke his staff at himself, followed by a hot, sharp pain that directly made him lose consciousness, and the images the minions saw were even more chilling, only to see Lu Ling smashing Su Yuntian directly up with a mace after blocking his attack. That wasn't all. Before Su Yuntian landed on the ground, Lu Ling made another airborne catch, directly topping his staff on Su Yuntian's body, followed by a fireball spell. -61, -189. Lu Ling gave the level 5 swordsman Su Yuntian 2 direct seconds. Su Yuntian, who had been head-on blasted by a face-first fireball spell, directly became tattered, and was instantly ruled dead out of the trial. Such a brutal and ferocious scene caused Su Yuntian's minions to be stunned, looking incredulously at Lu Ling, who was like a demon king, a mage that not only didn't get sliced off in the face of a swordsman's melee, but also took out the swordsman in seconds? That hit, that damage, what the kind of mage is that? It's a lie, isn't it? The thought flashed through the minds of the minions in unison. It was Yao Ningning who was the first to react and immediately shouted shrilly, "Lu Ling, you actually dare to take a shot at Brother Su? You're dead. Su won't let you go." Lu Ling turned a deaf ear and flashed an evil smile towards his minions. "A word of advice. If you don't want to die, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me if you leave it all behind later." The little brothers were furious when they heard this. You killed their master in front of them, and you dare to speak harshly? Do you really think they're made of clay? Su Yuntian must have been careless just now. Otherwise how could he have been plastered by a mage in seconds? The minions thought this in their minds. Who are we to leave? On the basis of you? Humph. Let me tell you, even if you're lucky and succeed in sneaking up on Su, this boss still isn't yours. The little brother quickly yelled out, and Yao Ningning had something else in mind. Since Su Yuntian quit the trial, doesn't that mean, this boss, will it be cheaper for me? With so many people beside him, he only needed to drive away Lu Ling, and the experience and points of this boss, wouldn't they all be mine? Yao Ningning revealed a greedy expression as she calculated in her mind. Seeing that they wouldn't listen to advice, Lu Ling could only spread his hands helplessly. Fine, since you guys want it so bad, it's yours, go fight. After saying that, he smiled in a different way and retreated 100 meters back with the 3 women. When the little brothers saw this, they were first stunned, and then immediately thought that Lu Ling was a wimp and afraid of them. They couldn't help but all have smug smiles on their faces. Yao Ningning was even more delighted, her face smiling like a flower. Fellow students, since Su isn't here, how about letting me have the experience of this boss? When we get out, I'll be sure to tell Su about the heroic performance you guys just did. Thinking about it, Yao Ningning immediately changed her face and smiled flirtatiously towards the surrounding minions. Unexpectedly, Lu Ling, who was watching from the sidelines, had already had a cold smile on his face. A bunch of idiots, still standing in front of it? Lu Ling said mockingly, then sat down leisurely on the ground, quietly waiting for a good show. It was important to know that the Twisted Tree Spirit's turn phase was a large ranged attack that would erupt towards the surroundings in a single almost second. At the end of 5 minutes, all creatures in the surrounding 100 meters are forced to absorb life force, dealing several thousand points of real damage.
And Yao Ningning and the others were actually heckling in the Twisted Tree Spirit's face.
They really didn't know what they were doing. Sure enough, the 5 minutes passed quickly. The Twisted Tree Spirit, which had originally transformed into a large tree, also resumed its movements once again, only to see countless more branches and vines on the ground at some point, twisting and dancing like snakes. And underneath the ground, countless thick roots had long been buried and were stirring. Yao Ningning had just convinced all of his minions and was about to lead them to attack the Twisted Tree Spirit when he felt a stabbing pain under his feet. Looking down, a section of dark green vine had wrapped itself around his calf at some point, immediately followed by a powerful suction force. Ah! Only having time to let out a mournful scream, Yao Ningning was instantly sucked into a dry corpse. Chapter 7, The End of the Trial. Totally crushed. The rest of the minions also caught on, and with a cry of shock, these people instantly dried up and collapsed on the ground into a dry corpse. Seeing this, Lu Ling couldn't help but sneer once again. What a bunch of idiots. Going in hard without even reading the rundown. After saying that, he brought the 3 women back to the Twisted Tree Spirit and took over the fight directly and seamlessly. The Twisted Tree Spirit in its second form was even more difficult to deal with, and although it wouldn't move at all, it was able to send out many vines and branches to harass Lu Ling, and being able to launch a surprise attack from underground can be tricky. However, Lu Ling kept close to the Twisted Tree Goblin's main body with his windy positioning, while the staff in his hand was shoved hard into its roots, releasing fireball spell after fireball spell close to his face. -201, -203. Lu Ling's fireball spell dealt extremely high damage against the face, combined with the accompanying burns that were very restraining to the Twisted Tree Spirit. It dried the Twisted Tree Spirit to silt blood in almost less than 5 minutes. Arcane Siphon is really well suited for Lu Ling. Not only does it provide a high amount of life shield, but it also sucks up blue. It directly transformed him into a perpetual motion machine, with a 2-second fireball to his face. As the last fireball exploded, the Twisted Tree Spirit let out a mournful wail and fell to the ground, completely motionless. Cadet Lu Ling has successfully killed the boss Twisted Tree Spirit. Points rewarded. Lu Ling heard a beep. At the same time, the system also gave a direct reward of 50 martial god points plus 2 chances to draw. That's not all. Lu Ling saw at a glance something that was glowing in the body of the Twisted Tree Spirit, and smilingly went up to pick it up. Grade D material Eerie Demon Wood. Introduction, Twisted Tree Goblin Drops, can be used to create jewelry. That wasn't all. Underneath this material, a first-ranked magic core had also burst out. The explosion rate of magic cores is very low. It was less than 1%. The fact that Lu Ling was able to explode it at once meant that his luck was still quite good. There are many functions of the magic core, which can be used for alchemy, pharmacy, building equipment, weapons, inlay. This one first-order magic core was enough to sell for a high price close to 300,000 Huaxia coins. This wave of harvest made Lu Ling very satisfied, and he was about to ask Lin Wanwan and the others how to distribute it when he heard Lin Wanwan say, "Lu Ling, killing the boss this time was all your work alone. None of us played much of a role, so take all this loot." Lin Wanwan smiled gently. Her 2 teammates nodded as well. Lu Ling raised his eyebrows and was about to say something, but Lin Wanwan added, we haven't even thanked you for taking us leveling, so keep these for yourself." Upon hearing this, Lu Ling didn't say anything else, so he pocketed the magic cores and materials. Along with the trial boss being killed, Lu Ling also managed to rise to more than level 9. Looking at the time, there were still about 20 minutes until the end of the trial. After taking the 3 sisters to brush the monsters until the end of the trial, Lu Ling managed to end the trial with an unbelievable score of 239 points. This score pulled a full 60 points from the second place, and it broke Wuji Middle School's trial record for many years. The principal watched Lu Ling's perspective the entire time, and was already convinced of one thing in his mind. Lu Ling is still a genius. Even if he was restricted by words, he was still an incomparably powerful existence. No, this good seedling we, the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, can't miss out on. Looking at Lu Ling's smiling side face, the principal murmured. With the end of the trial, all the students who managed to survive to the end were sent out. The awakening square was filled with a cacophony of people. It's too hard. The trial map this time is actually the gloomy bone forest, and if I hadn't switched to an elite monster at the end, I would have flunked. Yeah. The elite monsters here are so intense and densely distributed that there's no way to completely bypass them. I just went in and messed with a bunch of elite monsters. I was directly surrounded and died. What bad luck. The crowd of students were spitting on the trial. They then began to discuss the winner of the trial. Who do you think will win first place in this trial? It's 80% Su Yuntian. He's a swordsman profession with an awakened S-rank talent. The pre-combat ability is terrifyingly strong. It's not necessarily so, is it? Maybe it's Xiao Ran? Xiao Ran has also awakened his S-rank talent, and an assassin's pre-assassin damage can be even higher than a swordsman's. The crowd talked, completely forgetting about Lu Ling,
who had also awakened an S-rank talent. Everyone knew that Lu Ling had been shaped like an invalid because he had obtained the divine gift word,
even though he was also an S-ranked professional. But when the trial leaderboards were lit up, everyone looked at the name on the leaderboards in shock. Lu Ling, professional mage, 239 points, fully 50 points higher than the second-place assassin, Xiao Ran. Su Yuntian, who was the favorite to win the title, couldn't even see his name. How is that possible? Doesn't Lu Ling have a negative God's gift phrase? How is it possible to get such a high score? Could he have cheated? For a while, all the students discussed incredulously. Just as everyone was shocked by the results of the trial, Su Yuntian's appearance drew the students' attention, only to see Su Yuntian walk straight towards Lu Ling, and then spoke angrily. Lu Ling, how dare you? How dare you strike at me in the middle of the trial? Believe it or not, one word from me will make you unable to take the college entrance exam? Su Yuntian said in a spiteful tone, itching to strike out at Lu Ling on the spot. At that, the students were shocked. Lu Ling, a mage, was able to take out Su Yuntian, a warrior? Could it be a sneak attack while Su Yuntian was brushing monsters? That would barely make sense, but it's despicable, and Lu Ling just smiled faintly, not taking him seriously at all. Get this straight, you were the one who struck out at me first. I was only acting in self-defense. What? Are you allowed to come and rob my monsters and beat up my people and not let me fight back? Lu Ling's words shocked the students once again. Su Yuntian robbed Lu Ling's monsters and got killed back by Lu Ling while fighting monsters? Can these words really form a sentence? How could a mage, while brushing monsters on the side, kill a swordsman back? And Lu Ling is still a crap mage. The conversation between the two has left a crowd of students in disbelief, with a wide variety of accounts. But at that moment, a majestic voice suddenly came. Su Yuntian, you are too disappointing. How dare you openly violate the rules of the trial and do such a spiteful thing? Only to see Headmaster Chu Shanha slowly fall from the air with a gloomy face, staring at Su Yuntian and scolding him sternly. According to the decision of the school administration, your trial grade is annulled. That was like a heavy bomb when it came out. The principal's words indicated that what Lu Ling had just said was true. Lu Ling backstabbed Su Yuntian while brushing the monsters. This was what caused Su Yuntian's result to only be in 9th place. Lu Ling horror as it were? Chapter 8, Principal's Invitation. Top Guild. And the principal, after pronouncing this decision, said with a cold grunt, Su Yuntian, I know that your Su family has some power, but Jiangcheng City is not your Su family's call. As an outstanding student of our school, Lu Ling has broken the record of Wuji Middle School's trials for decades. Such a talented young man, even if your father came, he wouldn't think of harming him, but would think of recruiting him. If you dare to make a move against him, then you're an enemy of the entire Wuji Middle School, the principal said forcefully, in a very determined tone. Lu Ling was slightly surprised, then immediately figured out the principal's intention. 80% of the time, the principal had already seen his operation in the trial and had aroused a love for talent, wanting to recruit himself, which was why he stood up for himself. At the same time put the word out to bail yourself out. But Lu Ling was happy with that. After all, the development of professionals cannot bypass a large amount of resources. Lu Ling was not born in a famous family, so if you want resources to develop, then choosing a guild to join is necessary, especially since Lu Ling had awakened a profession that required a lot of resources in the early stages like a mage. On the other side, when Su Yuntian heard the words, his heart was also startled, and then it was flooded with endless hatred, itching to kill Lu Ling on the spot. But impulsive as he was, he didn't lose his head. The principal himself was a third-turn powerhouse of more than 180 levels, and was the vice president of one of the two major local professional guilds. The person he wants to protect, the Su family wants to move, also need to weigh. Seeing that there was no way to continue to find trouble with Lu Ling, Su Yuntian no longer stayed, and with an angry snort, he whisked his sleeve away. On his way out, Su Yuntian glared fiercely at Lu Ling, secretly vowing in his heart that he would make Lu Ling pay for this. Once Su Yuntian left, the principal looked at Lu Ling, his expression becoming much milder. Lu Ling, you really didn't let me down. This trial, your performance is perfect. Such an excellent result has not been seen for a long time even in the entire Jiangcheng city. The principal smiled and complimented. Lu Ling nodded his head lightly and said a few words very modestly, making the principal have a better impression of Lu Ling in his heart. Strong strength and still not arrogant. Indeed a good seed. Within the trial also helped Wan that girl a hand. Can be seen that its character will not be bad. It is worth cultivating a hand. The principal thought to himself and threw an olive branch directly towards Lu Ling. Student Lu Ling, I wonder if you're interested in making a trip to the Heavenly Phoenix Guild with me? I've watched you today. With your talent, I'm sure that will be a good place for you to develop in the future. The principal was very direct and did not beat around the bush at all. After hearing this,
Lu Ling agreed after just a moment of slight contemplation.
Sure. Seeing Lu Ling agree, the principal was very satisfied and looked at Lu Ling with a smile.
But suddenly his words changed.
By the way, this time in the trial, did you team up with that little girl Wan Wan? Lu Ling froze, then nodded. Good, nice. It's the first time in all these years that I've seen that girl act so attached to a boy. The smile on the principal's face grew stronger. Only the last sentence, Lu Ling did not hear clearly. After agreeing to go to the Heavenly Phoenix Guild headquarters together after the meeting later, the principal returned to the stage and began to award the rewards. As the first place winner, Lu Ling was also directly rewarded with 100,000 Huaxia coins, plus a gold-grade equipment redemption coupon, and a silver-grade jewelry redemption coupon. After the rewards were handed out, the principal encouraged the students a few more times to prepare for the college entrance exams in this month's time, and then announced the dismissal. After the dismissal, the principal directly led Lu Ling to the headquarters of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, the downtown area of Zhongqing City. It was the first time Lu Ling had experienced the feeling of flying, and she couldn't help but feel a little novel. It was a great feeling to soar, even though you were being taken for a ride. Soon, the destination was reached. The headquarters of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild was extremely dignified and atmospheric, with an extremely grand phoenix pattern placed in the center of the spacious hall, which was the guild symbol of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Bypassing the reception area, the principal directly led Lu Ling to a place similar to a testing ground. With your results in the trial, it's not a problem to join even directly, but I'd like to take a look at your career panel before I set you up with a battle test. Is that okay, Lu Ling? Looking at Lu Ling's slightly puzzled eyes, the principal explained with a smile. At those words, Lu Ling's heart was clear. The principal is trying to do himself a favor with this move. Only by showing enough strength and then enjoying the resources will there be no worries. What would the members of the guild think if they were able to enjoy the resources just because they were recommended in by the principal? So, it is also necessary to conduct a battle test. With that in mind, Lu Ling nodded, then released his profession panel. Lu Ling, occupation, magician. Current level, 10. Natural skill, mastery of all laws, S. Equipped skills, mana transformation LV1 dimensional tear LV1 arcane siphon LV1. Life, 560, mana, 1000. Physical attack, 15, plus 80, spell strength, 40. Physical defense, 13, spell defense, 13. Strength, 10 constitution, 10, spirit, 28, agility, 18, current blitz rate, 0%. This unit has been blessed with the divine blessing melee specialist. Looking at Lu Ling's occupation panel, the principal was slightly surprised. Since it was not possible to view the effects of specific skills in the skills section, the principal was unaware of Lu Ling's attack power increase. This panel is a pretty standard mage panel, with little blood and lots of blue, and doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. However, the combat power that Lu Ling had displayed was very exaggerated, so it must be that the skills and talents had some kind of heaven-defying effect. This indicated that it was highly likely that Lu Ling had awakened some sort of hidden profession prerequisite. Of course, the principal wouldn't directly open his mouth to ask. After all, it was about the privacy of every professional. After a slight assessment, the principal brought Lu Ling to the entrance of a D-rank simulated secret realm. A simulated secret realm is a virtual space created from the core fragments of a real secret realm, which only requires energy to constantly refresh the monsters inside. Meanwhile, professions before level 20 could gain experience in it, but could not obtain drop items. This kind of secret realm required a large amount of materials and material resources, but allowed low-leveled professions to level up with zero casualties, and only high-leveled guilds could afford to use it. The Heavenly Phoenix Guild had a dozen such simulated secret realms, so it was evident that their strength was extraordinary. Lu Ling, although this secret realm is rated D, its difficulty is no less than a C-rank secret realm. Logically, your current level shouldn't have been able to brush the secret realm, but I think with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem, the principal said, pulling out an identity card from his pocket and personally opening the entrance to the secret realm for Lu Ling. Chapter 9, Battle Tests. Amazing skills. Lu Ling nodded his head, and naturally no fear was born in his heart. Soon after, as Lu Ling entered the secret realm, the guild members gathered around couldn't help but notice the place. That's Vice President Chu Shanha? He actually personally brought someone here for the battle strength test? Could it be that Zhang Chang has produced another demonic genius? Soon, Lu Ling's trip to the secret realm attracted the attention of many people. Hey, that kid is still wearing a novice suit? Still a mage. Why did he enter the D-rank secret realm alone? He's still entering Purgatory Town, which is ranked second in difficulty, so a brittle profession won't have to be vaporized in minutes, right? For a while, the crowd was not optimistic about Lu Ling. On the other hand, Lu Ling, who had entered the secret realm, was not half flustered at the moment. Since he was a complete stranger to this secret realm, Lu Ling was still slightly cautious as he explored his surroundings. The main structure of this secret realm was a dilapidated town, and the air was filled with a scorching heat. It was not difficult to see that its monsters were of the fire attribute. After Lu Ling turned around, he soon saw the first monster. Demon Flame Ghost, normal, rank, 10, attack power, 48, elemental attribute mixed damage, blood, 800. Lu Ling instantly recognized this kind of demonic creature, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin. So it's them. The Flame Ghost is a fire-attributed demonic creature, and is a rare object legal mixed damage, with attacks having a probability of being able to hook up with a scorching effect that deducts 1% of maximum life value per second and reduces healing. It was considered to be a rather difficult type of demonic creature, but Lu Ling was not afraid at all. He was immune to magic damage of the same level. Hanging a scorch doesn't even bring blood loss, and it cuts Flame Ghost's damage in half, so it's just not too easy to deal with. Thinking that, Lu Ling immediately pulled out his new mace, then ran towards these 3 flame ghosts that were spread out at the entrance of the town with great strides. This maneuver immediately froze the guild members watching the battle. What's going on here? Isn't he a mage? Why didn't he throw his skills first? Instead, he took the initiative to run forward? Did he still want to fight Flame Ghost face to face? Where is this little cutie from? Why did Chu Shanha bring a guy like this to the battle test? Could it be a relative of his? For a while, everyone looked at the principal, Chu Shanha, in confusion. On the other hand, Chu Shanha continued to stare at the screen without changing his expression, not thinking that Lu Ling's actions were inappropriate in the slightest. Seeing this, the crowd was already convinced in their hearts that this kid was 80% a relative of Chu Shanha, and was brought to go through the motions, and a wave of disdain could not help but rise in their hearts. However, without waiting for them to secretly spit, they unanimously stared at each other as if they had seen something unbelievable, only to see Lu Ling on the screen, after getting close to a flame ghost, snapped out and swung the new staff in his hand, directly swinging a flame ghost away. -181, -181, taking advantage of the flame ghost's gap and being floated, Lu Ling violently connected with 2 more staffs, directly drying the flame ghost without half a blood. And that's not all. By the time the hapless flaming ghost had just landed, Lu Ling took another arrow step forward and disliked the staff hard on the flame ghost's head, then blasted a fireball spell close to his face. Boom! -508. This blow directly shattered along with the flame ghost's body. The violent explosion caused Lu Ling to take a few steps back due to the reaction force. A smile also appeared on his face. Such a violent way of fighting almost made the jaws of these guild members drop. No, this is a mage? Those 2 hits just now. Even a berserker wouldn't dare to play like that, right? Smash spells against your face. This person is simply crazy, but his damage is too high, isn't it? A level 10 professional, hitting a flame ghost with 3 flat A's plus a fireball in seconds? Still using a novice weapon. The crowd murmured in surprise, but Lu Ling's next fight was even more of a speechless battle for them. 3 flame ghosts, all above level 10. This would really need to be stretched for a while if other professions were to fight in their novice suits, but Lu Ling is just so simple and brutal in seconds. A brittle-skinned profession, directly against the damage of 3 monsters of the same level, sticking their faces in full seconds. Such a scene made all the guild members unable to speak anymore. The original contempt for the relations was gone, and there was only dismay. At this moment, Lu Ling was also ruthlessly refreshed. This is the way a mage should fight. It wasn't much more enjoyable than obscenely sneaking around in the back and throwing fireballs. Lu Ling thought to himself as he smiled and looked at the flame ghost corpses in front of him, which had been reduced to 3 piles of ashes. Solving these 3 monsters directly allowed Lu Ling to break through level 11, while also gaining quite a few martial god points. By the way, it seems that I still have several unused chances for the lottery, so I'll take a shot at it. Looking at the system's prompt panel, Lu Ling suddenly thought. With that in mind, he casually tapped extract. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the purple collectible, A-class talent Rune Energy Guardian. Runic Guardian, when attacked, consume blue energy to offset part of the damage, and at the same time restore 1% of the consumed blue energy every 10 seconds. This talent is not bad. It's a bit lower in rank, but it's effective. Lu Ling was very satisfied and immediately equipped him on his body. Before the first turn, each profession can equip 3 talent skills, and if you want to increase them, you have to get new talent slots by turning again. Other than the talents that came with the first transfer, the only way for a professional to acquire talents again was to go through the professional temple and consume source energy stones to extract and learn them. After equipping his new talent, Lu Ling's defensive shortcomings were enhanced, and he became more reckless in battle, sweeping all the way to the front of the boss room. The battle that was filled with violent aesthetics almost made those guild members outside look numb. They also couldn't help but start thinking about a question. Mage, would that be the way it's supposed to be fought? At the same time, they realized a problem. That is, Lu Ling is really strong, only level 10, still wearing a novice suit, and even a mage by profession. But he swung hard all the way to the boss room. It had been a great exaggeration. At this point, no one was already belittling the black-haired teenager in the secret realm, and the crowd was focused intently on him and exactly how he would deal with the boss in the purgatory town. And Lu Ling killed all the way outside the boss room and leveled up to level 13. Looking at the church in front of him that was constantly emitting heat, Lu Ling understood that this should be the boss room of this secret realm. Pushing the door open and going inside, it was empty, except for a guy covered in crimson, who was solemnly chanting something in a low voice. He also held a tattered Bible in his hand. Only it had long since been burned beyond recognition by the flames. Boss, Father Flame of Sin. Level, 15, Black Iron Class Boss. Attack, 103, Mixed Physical and Legal Wounds. Blood, 1500. Trait, Searing Morning. This boss's attacks will be soul-scorched, inflicting real damage of 1% of maximum life value per second, and having the healing effect of those scalded. Surprisingly, it was a level 15 boss. Chapter 10, The President's Personal Invitation to Become a Senior Member. Lu Ling's face got serious too, and he spun his staff around, carrying it upside down in his hand. However, although this boss looked difficult to deal with, in reality, it wasn't difficult for Lu Ling to defeat. One just needs to pay a little attention and not get killed in seconds. With that in mind, Lu Ling took the lead and attacked. After an assisted run, Lu Ling leaped high into the air and directly made a jumping slash, his staff heavily smashing into the head of the Sin Flame priest, directly knocking out more than 100 drops of his blood. This was followed by a silky little combo that left the priest with no way to fling his skills, and his blood level went down by a third. When Lu Ling added his free attribute points, he also specially ordered a few points of agility, making him a lot faster, and along with that, the forward swing of casting spells was also reduced by a lot. And at this moment, in the observation area outside, a middle-aged man with somewhat white hair appeared beside Principal Chu Shanha at some point, staring at the screen thoughtfully. At the sight of Lu Ling on the screen using a fireball spell to blow Father Sin Flame back a few practiced steps, this middle-aged man also showed a stunned look when he saw him. This kid is a mage? How come he's in melee with the boss? Just as he finished speaking, he saw another flip of Lu Ling's staff and a sweeping move that jerked the priest into jumping up, and the surprise on his face became even more intense. What kind of path is this? This mage can still fight like this? Chu Shanha, who was on the side, smiled faintly at his words. Old Lin, this is the talented young man I just told you about, and the first place winner of our Wuji Middle School's current awakening trial, with more than 200 points. The middle-aged man known as Old Lin heard this, and after being shocked again, he looked hotly at Lu Ling in the screen. This kid, so strong? Just as the two of them were speaking a few words, Lu Ling had already managed to get Father Sin Flame down to silk blood, and was just one last move away from collecting the kill. Father Sin Flame, who had guarded the pass for his entire life, couldn't figure out to his death why this mage in front of him could be perverted like this, coming up and smashing 2 rounds of fireballs directly into his face, and pounding himself with his staff. He hit himself with a dizziness and saw too much milk straight away. Moreover, even if this guy's output was high, his resistance was also ridiculously high. Legal injuries hit the body without dropping blood, and physical attacks also dropped a blood skin. Aside from the true wounds from Scorching Morning, the rest of the damage hit him like a tickle. This is a mage? Or a level 13 mage? With strong emotions of grief and anger, the Sin Flame priest had his life ended by Lu Ling's staff, waiting for his next rebirth. After successfully killing the priest, Lu Ling also directly rose to level 14, and the system's boosting tone once again sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host. Kill a special enemy using a melee attack. Gained 80 Wuxian points. Accompanied by the appearance of the teleportation beam, Lu Ling nodded his head contentedly and then left the secret realm. User 09527 successfully cleared the trial copy Purgatory Town. Time, 14 minutes and 34 seconds. A broadcast appeared on the electronic screen after accompanying Lu Ling out. When the crowd saw it, they collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. This time is infinitely close to the record for the fastest clearance of this copy. This was still the first time Lu Ling had entered the copy and fought it out with no strategy at all, so it was evident that it was powerful. After seeing the results of this trial, Chu Shanha also revealed a smile. This time, it was really a treasure for him to pick up. Lu Ling will definitely become an extremely powerful professional in the future. The middle-aged man known as Old Lin was also shocked, and when he looked at Lu Ling again, his eyes had become fiery. By the time Lu Ling walked in front of Chu Shanha, Lao Lin had already become a bit impatient, without any semblance of the steady majesty of a guild president. Hello, young friend Lu Ling, right? My name is Lin Tianxiong. I'm the president of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Without waiting for Lu Ling to ask,
Lin Tianxiong took the lead and opened his mouth to introduce himself. Afterward, he immediately extended his hand towards Lu Ling and said with a solemn expression, "I formally invite you to become a part of our Heavenly Phoenix Guild. As long as you agree to join, then I'll directly give you the treatment of a senior member, and the guild will cover all of the materials for your transfer afterward. And how about I personally gift you an extra set of proper equipment?" Lin Tianxiong's words caused the crowd present to freeze. This treatment is too good. Senior member status, receiving a large amount of energy stones as a subsidy every month, and enjoying many privileges, plus a package of transfer materials, and a set of equipment from the president himself. As one of the two strongest guilds in Jiangcheng, how could Lin Tianxiong give away cheap goods? As for Lu Ling, after hearing this, he pondered slightly for a moment before immediately agreeing to Lin Tianxiong's invitation. For one thing, he really needed the support of a power to ensure that he had enough resources for future development. Secondly, he needed a place where he could brush up to level 20 quickly. The Heavenly Phoenix Guild, on the other hand, was perfectly suited to Lu Ling's needs. Plus the person who introduced him into the room was his own principal, and there was absolutely no reason why Lu Ling could refuse. Seeing Lu Ling agree, Lin Tianxiong also revealed a smile. What's most important these days? Talent. Their Heavenly Phoenix Guild's hard power was definitely something that could rank in the provincial city. It was just that the newborns over the years had always been relatively subpar. Very well, wait here for a while, I'll have someone go make you an identity card. During this period of time, all of the secret realms in the guild have open access to you, and you can go in and brush up on your leveling at any time until you're level 20. Also, tomorrow you will come to our guild's trade department. After Lin Tianxiong finished speaking, he immediately sent a membership invitation to Lu Ling. Sky Phoenix Guild, President, Lin Tianxiong invites you to join the guild. Do you agree? Lu Ling immediately chose to agree. Membership successful. Activate guild buff. Physical attack plus 20%, mana strength plus 20%, life recovery rate plus 50%, mana recovery rate plus 50%. A large series of prompts kept popping up, and Lu Ling roughly counted 10 or so, and when Chu Shanhe saw Lu Ling agree to join, he also revealed a smile. Did Lin Tianxiong offer too much? Not much at all. In Chu Shanhe's opinion, for a genius like Lu Ling to be able to join their Heavenly Phoenix Guild was considered to have given him face. To be able to have this kind of strength at level 13, I don't know how many guilds out there would grab it. It's a good thing I found this gem first. Ha! Chu Shanhe lamented in his heart. He thought, then patted Lu Ling's shoulder and laughed. Well, now I've made a big contribution to the guild, so I should be entitled to 2 days of vacation, right? He said, smilingly looking at Lin Tianxiong. Lin Tianxiong felt a burst of amusement and said, Brother Chu, you can get away with a lot more than me. I don't see you sneaking around the guild a lot on weekdays. As the two of them joked and laughed, Lin Tianxiong's henchman who had just been called to get a card for Lu Ling had returned. Receiving this well-made identity card, Lu Ling was immediately unable to hold back in his heart, wanting to quickly head to the simulation mystery realm to brush up his level. Once you reach level 20, you can apply to go to the real secret realm to brush up on monsters. Chapter 11, Reward Redemption. Explosive Staff. At that time, one's strength would be able to grow by leaps and bounds. The college entrance exams were bound to get good grades. Lin Tianxiong saw his mind at a glance and smiled. Well, since I've finished with the ID card, I won't keep you for a while. Little friend Lu Ling can take a look around the guild, he said, and then suddenly remembered something like that. By the way, the equipment department downstairs happens to have gotten a new batch of staff-type weapons. It just so happens that you don't have a weapon yet, right? Go there and pick out a handy one. I'll talk to the person in charge. After that, he pulled out his cell phone and made contact. Once Lu Ling heard this, there was also a slight smile on his face. Knowing that Lin Tianxiong was showing his goodwill, he didn't push back, and after saying thanks, he went directly to the equipment department downstairs. After arriving at the equipment department, which was responsible for organizing equipment for sale, Lu Ling couldn't help but sigh. The strength of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild was truly extraordinary. A wall was filled with a wide array of weapons, all of them high-grade products, which could be described as a wealth of money. Of course these weapons Lu Ling couldn't use them right now, so after just a brief glance, he picked at the lower-ranked weapons. Silver-level weapons were locked at level 1020, which became one of Lu Ling's current picks. Find a suitable weapon to transition to first, and then when you brush up to the eve of the high school exams, redeem a wave of gold-level weapons with that gold-level weapon rewarded by the awakening trial. Lu Ling had already thought about planning. Not long after, a somewhat oddly shaped staff caught Lu Ling's eye. Bursting Staff, Grade, Silver, White, Level Lock, 12, Bonus, plus 10 Spell Strength, plus 5% Strike Rate. Characteristics, Explosive, Fire Attribute Skills plus 30% damage. Each release of skills can cause an additional chain explosion.
CD 10 seconds. Explosion damage is 50% spell strength plus 50% physical attack power. The staff was a good fit for him, and it was also effective, increasing the damage of fireball spells and providing a small amount of bludgeon probability. Lu Ling looked at it for a while and was very satisfied, and immediately selected the staff. The staff member in charge of this place immediately introduced Lu Ling briefly with a smile, and then after registering, he let Lu Ling take it away directly. Lu Ling, who had gotten a new weapon, didn't directly enter the secret realm, but took the time to go to the occupation sanctuary and learned a new fire attribute skill, Flame Beam. Anyway, his current skill bar wasn't full, so he just learned more new skills. Only after he had finished learning did Lu Ling come to the simulated secret realm area and began to pick it out. After looking around, Lu Ling directly chose a C-rank medium secret realm and was about to enter. Seeing this, the staff rushed to stop him. Hey, little brother, wait, this secret realm, where the minimum level requirement has to be level 16, is specifically for members around level 18 to practice. Your level is too low, going in will likely be dangerous, the staff kindly reminded. Lu Ling smiled slightly and said, I know, and that's exactly why I chose this place. Don't worry, it'll be fine. After saying that, he directly drilled into the transference light pillar. The staff member secretly sighed and shook his head, thinking that it was another rash person who didn't know what he was doing. Be honest when you get killed in there later and drop a level and come out. Having said that, he still pulled up the image of this secret realm that Lu Ling had entered, intending to interrupt the energy supply at any time so that he could save Lu Ling, but he soon yelped in surprise. No, a level 13 mage? How did he dare to single brush the secret realm? Does this little brother not want to die? His voice soon attracted a few bored staff members. The crowd was sitting around, intent on watching the fun. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, a sweet-looking girl also quietly noticed the place and couldn't help but cast a curious gaze. When she saw that the person on the screen was Lu Ling, she was even more surprised with her small mouth slightly open. Great God, Lu Ling? Why is he here? Could it be that he has joined the guild? This girl was none other than the tank girl, Su Xiao, who Lu Ling had a chance to meet in the awakening trial. She hurriedly telephoned her best friend, Lin Wanwan, and then stood at the edge to watch as well. And Lu Ling, who had entered the secret realm, felt his combat power skyrocket after changing his weapon. Now even in a hit can hit 150 drops of blood. If you hit with a bludgeon, you can hit 200 or 300, and a single fireball spell could directly blow away 700 blood. That's not even counting the passive effect of the explosive staff. Lu Ling was walking and soon met the first demonic creature, Devourer of Demons, normal, rank, 15, attack, 103, physical damage, blood, 1500. It was a humanoid demonic creature, the difference being that its entire head was split open like a flower, and in the center of the head was a bloody mouth that looked rather creepy. Seeing an intruder, it immediately hissed and came forward, wanting to swallow Lu Ling, but Lu Ling was quicker, sneering, and shoved the staff right along with it. This maneuver directly stunned the staff who were watching the battle. Is this kid stupid? Is this suicide? Not waiting for them to finish wondering, the next scene left them instantly stunned, their mouths unable to close for a long time. Directly after Lu Ling shoved his staff into the Devourer's mouth, he directly released a fiery beam. It's a sustained skill that consumes blue every second to fire a fire attribute ray, which is supposed to be used to pull monsters with just a walk and shoot. In Lu Ling's hands, however, it directly turned into a lightsaber. With a fiery flame appearing, the special effect of the explosive staff triggered. It exploded directly in the Devourer's mouth. It blew up the Devourer in a peach blossom. -159, -159. In just 3 seconds, 6 wounds had been dealt. Together with the burst effect, it instantly reduced the Devourer to a crippled blood. That's not all. Lu Ling's skills weren't turned off, and he directly took the flame beam and used it as a laser sword to make a horizontal slice, which instantly burned the Devourer's entire upper body to shreds. Such a violent scene directly made those few staff members skeptical. What's this? No, who's a good guy using a flaming beam as a lightsaber? Taking out a monster 2 levels higher in 3 seconds? Is this a human being? The crowd was directly numb, dumbfounded as they watched Lu Ling dashingly fling his staff in his hand like a knife in its sheath, flashing out a burst of red light. With his bemused eyes and long windless hair, he pulled it off. Subsequently, Lu Ling is even more completely play high. All kinds of tart operation let a kind of staff cannot help but suspect that the secret world out of the problem. What kind of level 13 mage goes up to stick a boss in the face, uses his staff as a club, and sticks it in someone's body to use a fireball spell? This hurts. Is it on, bro? Accompanied by Lu Ling's 3 consecutive fireball blasts, the entire secret area was silent. The crowd stared blankly at the large words on the screen. Senior member Lu Ling has successfully cleared the C-rank secret realm, the Man-Eater's Lair. Time, 12 minutes and 8 seconds. Senior member Lu Ling has successfully set a new record. Chapter 12, SS Grade Talent. Blade of Spell Energy. In 10 minutes, Lu Ling had brushed from level 13 to nearly level 15. There was simply no how adjective to describe such a person other than a monster. Su Xiao was also staring blankly at the screen, a pair of lovely big eyes blinking with disbelief. How long has it been? Great God, Lu Ling is already level 15? He also directly soloed a C-rank secret realm and even broke the record. That's just too unbelievable, isn't it? And the Lu Ling who came out didn't feel that it was such a counterintuitive thing, and even felt that his operation just now wasn't perfect enough and still had room for improvement. That's a good rate of leveling up. Though, reward yourself with a shot. Ahem. It's to take a shot at the raffle. Accompanied by the familiar sound of the system dial, Lu Ling once again heard the familiar sound of congratulations. Congratulations to the host. You've drawn the hidden stash. SS ranked hidden profession talent skill Blade of Spell Energy. Blade of Spell Energy. Each of your attacks will deal additional magical damage at 100% of your spell strength, which can be bludgeoned. Extra attribute Manifestation Hardened Magic. You can inscribe an enemy with a special attack attached to it on this talent by defeating the enemy with the attached special attack. Current wearable slot, 0. It was actually a hidden professions talent. Lu Ling was slightly stunned, and his heart instantly rejoiced. This talent effect is really powerful, and it's still replaceable. This means that the changes in the sources of one's damage will be more diverse, especially this extra attribute, which actually converts the attributes of defeated enemies into your own. This mechanism is just too disgusting, like the scorching morning that came with that Sin Flame priest from before. You only need to defeat it one more time to have that effect inscribed on your talent to turn it into your own. And, in addition to that effect, just that extra magic damage that could blast was enough to boost Lu Ling's output by at least a third. Lu Ling thought and immediately equipped the skill on his talent bar. This is a hidden profession related to mages, so mages can equip it. After equipping this skill, Lu Ling couldn't wait to experiment with it. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw two familiar faces. Ha, isn't that Lin Wanwan and Su Xiao? Why are they here? Lu Ling immediately recognized the two sisters who had fought together side by side before. With that in mind, he went up to say hello. Unexpectedly, before they approached the front, those few staff members saw Lin Wanwan first and hurriedly bowed respectfully towards her. Hello Missy, several people said in unison. This sound confused Lu Ling. Missy? Wait, Tianfeng Guild. Mr. Chairman's name is Lin Tianxiong, also known as Lin. Lin Wanwan, could it be the president's daughter? Lu Ling was confused on the spot for a few seconds. He originally thought that Lin Wanwan was just a child of a simple rich family, but he didn't realize that her father was actually one of the top 4 turned powerhouses in the entire city of Jiangchang, president of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Lin Wanwan, on the other hand, didn't care too much about these staff members, and only responded politely before walking with small broken steps to Lu Ling's body, smiling sweetly. Lu Ling, I didn't expect you to join the Heavenly Phoenix Guild as well. That's really great. How's my dad treating you? Lu Ling scratched his head and subconsciously answered her. Unexpectedly, however, when Lin Wanwan heard this, she immediately pouted her little mouth. What? Dad is actually so stingy. You wait, I'll find him right now. At this time, Lin Wanwan really had the appearance of a young lady, but Lu Ling inexplicably felt a little cute. However, he wasn't that ungrateful and immediately stopped Lin Wanwan. I didn't realize this was actually your family's guild. What a coincidence. By the way, I don't think you've reached level 10 yet, right? Do you want to go brush the secret realm together? Lu Ling said smilingly, directly digressing from the topic. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan immediately agreed happily. Yes, 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 you can take me. Such a cheerful look directly stunned a group of staff. Is she still the same gentle and quiet young lady? Why does she look like a little girl? Could it be that this perverted mage boy in front of me is the future aunt? Looking at the backs of the 3 people who were fading away, the staff member who had blocked Lu Ling before silently swallowed and took out his cell phone to dial the president's secretary's number. On the other hand, Lu Ling brought Lin Wanwan into the copy of Purgatory Town once again. Bringing Lin Wanwan to practice leveling was secondary. The main thing was that Lu Ling wanted to obtain that special attribute Sizzling Morning of the Sin Flame Priest, which was why he chose this secret realm. The already level 14 Lu Ling is back here again simply like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. There is no need for a tank to pull the monsters. Lu Ling is a person who pushed directly across the past. The Flame Ghost, which originally needed 2 skills and a few flat A's, was now a direct 2 May second. Having the spell Energy Blade as a talent makes Lu Ling's flat A damage almost double. Plus this collateral damage also eats into the passive effects of Dimensional Tear and Arcane Siphon, making Lu Ling more and more efficient at getting out wounds now. This time it only took 7 or 8 minutes for Lu Ling to do away with the priest again. I have to say, it's really quite refreshing to bring a nanny along to brush up on monsters. Not only do you save time on positioning, but you also get an increase in attributes and just have a good time fighting. Taking Lin Wanwan and brushing Purgatory Town 2 more times also brought her directly to level 10, and Lu Ling also managed to rise to level 15. After coming out, Lu Ling took a look at how late it was already, so he excused himself from Lin Wanwan's dinner invitation and went straight back home. After handing over the reward of 100,000 Chinese coins directly to his mom, Lu Ling fell back to sleep and soon entered dreamland. It's been a long day of fighting from morning until evening. Even an Iron Man would be tired. Looking at the bank card handed over by her son, Ling Wanru, Lu Ling's mother, emerged with a hint of heartache. Lu Ling was brought up by his mother. His father died when Lu Ling was 3 years old, so Ling Wanru loved Lu Ling extraordinarily. Seeing her son grow up gradually, Ling Wanru's heart was also very happy and at the same time full of worries. She was afraid that there was no way to give Lu Ling a good environment, no way to provide Lu Ling with enough resources. The fact that her own son was a genius was a fact that Ling Wanru had discovered long ago. Recalling Lu Ling's father's bright laughter, Ling Wanru sat down on the balcony with some sadness, looked at the moon and the sky, and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Ling got up refreshed. Today, his goal was to directly work his way up to level 20. Then he would use the trinket exchange coupon, and then directly brush the real secret realm. After simply washing up, he went straight to the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Yesterday, Lu Ling's heaven-defying performance had already caused all the staff in the secret area to deeply memorize this teenager with a dusty temperament. When they saw him coming again, the staff was busy coming forward. Lu-chan, you're here so early? Lu Ling smiled faintly and nodded in response, then headed straight for the highest-ranked and most difficult secret realm here, the Broken Sanctuary. Chapter 13, Crisis, Recovery of the Secret World. This was originally a simulated secret realm that could only be entered at level 40, but because the core of the secret realm was broken, the simulated secret realm was not complete. This was changed to a C-rank secret realm that could be entered at level 20. As a result, it had also become the most difficult analog secret realm in the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Just as Lu Ling was planning to enter alone, he suddenly heard Lin Wanwan's cheerful voice. Lu Ling, good morning. Only to see Lin Wanwan standing behind him with a smile on her face. Good morning. Lu Ling smiled and responded to Lin Wanwan. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Lin Wanwan suddenly said, can you continue to take me through the secret world today? Lin Wanwan's small face slightly reddened, and her gaze somewhat averted as she asked. It wasn't because she wanted to upgrade that she made this request. She simply wanted a reason to spend more time with Lu Ling. As the Missy of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, was she still worried that there was no one to lead her in practicing? Lu Ling thought for a moment and then agreed with her. It was indeed more economical to bring a cleric. And anyway, the cleric-type professions had the trait of experience aura, so they didn't share much experience at all. Together with Lin Wanwan's assistance, it was possible that one's efficiency in upgrading was even a bit higher than solo brushing. Thinking that, Lu Ling immediately opened the portal of the Broken Sanctuary and stood in with Lin Wanwan. Just after they had entered the portal, the staff member in charge of maintaining the Broken Sanctuary suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Holy, what's going on? The reserves of source energy stones were suddenly absorbed by the secret core in its entirety. Is something wrong in the secret realm? He said, and immediately began to check it out. This look was so great that it directly stunned him. The secret realm revival? He stared blankly at the screen, which had gotten out of control. In a panic, secret realm revival is when the core of a simulated secret realm, which has been successfully refined, is suddenly affected by special factors and turns back into a realistic secret realm. Professionals who enter inside will be forced to lock, unable to exit on their own initiative, and death will be real death, rather than being able to respawn out again as in the case of the simulated secret realm. This was something extremely dangerous. One must know that the strength of a simulated secret realm was definitely not as strong as a real secret realm. Moreover, the Broken Sanctuary in front of him was still a locked level 40 secret realm. If this was restored to its original form, the people inside would almost certainly die. The staff subconsciously went through the entry and exit lists, and they saw the president's daughter and son, who had actually entered them. It's over. This staff member was busy climbing up and stumbling towards Lin Tianxiong's office, and Lu Ling, who had already entered the inner part of the secret, also sensed that something was wrong. A sense of danger flashed violently through his heart, and could perceive that he seemed unable to exit the secret realm of his own accord. Did something go wrong? Lu Ling was puzzled in his heart, but without waiting for him to think more, several monsters suddenly appeared in front of him. Broken Warrior, Ordinary, Rank, 25, Attack Power, 189, Physical Damage, Blood, 2000. Several skeleton men clad in tattered armor scurried out of the ground, their eyes empty as they looked towards Lu Ling. After a brief moment of hesitation, these broken warriors suddenly hissed and raised their weapons high in the air, slashing towards Lu Ling. Lu Ling, watch out. Lin Wanwan was startled and dizzily threw out a sacred healing shelter.
This skill briefly strengthens the defense attributes of your teammates and gains percentage immunity. Since there was a buff on his body, Lu Ling no longer dodged, and with a stern look in his eyes, he pulled out his explosive staff and directly smoked it. -312, -603. Lu Ling directly connected with a fireball spell and a flat A, instantly melting half of the blood of the broken warrior in front of him. Just as he was planning to go up and directly slaughter the skeleton, he suddenly heard a cry of alarm. Look out! The next thing he saw was a burly youth holding his shield high and fiercely creating the broken warrior in front of Lu Ling to fly out. Is everything okay, bro? Don't be afraid, the man immediately said to Lu Ling with concern, and after saying that, he gestured for Lu Ling to hide behind him. Lu Ling froze slightly. That look was however mistaken by this youth as a sign of being stunned. I'm not saying, brother, you're also too tigerish. How can a mage with a priest come to brush the secret realm? At least bring a tank or a warrior. The man's mouth, however, was broken and he couldn't stop chanting. Lu Ling also reacted and couldn't help but feel a burst of amusement in his heart. This dude thought I was cut? That's funny. Nice heart though. At this moment, the remaining monsters also began to encircle up, launching attacks towards the youth. Instead, he just held his shield up to block, while urging on Lu Ling. Dude, don't dawdle. Throw your skills to output. Lu Ling nodded, and immediately to carrying his staff he rushed up. The maneuver instantly startled the youth, and he exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing, brother? Don't punch your face. Instead of explaining, Lu Ling simply leapt high into the air and smashed a broken warrior down with a heavy staff, followed by 2 more hard additions of the staff, and a final fireball spell to finish off the night. A blast came right out of those 3 flat A's, and it directly spiked the broken warrior. Such a bizarre scene would dazzle the youth directly. The words he was going to say were instantly swallowed back into his stomach, only feeling his brain buzzing. Lu Ling's maneuvering made him forget for a moment that he was still getting beat up, and he stammered out, No buddy, aren't you a mage? Lu Ling did not answer, just flashed a smile at him, followed by a horseback shot. Oh no! A horseback staff directly swung the demonic creature behind him that was trying to sneak attack Lu Ling out, and Lin Wanwan wasn't idle either, constantly stacking various gains on the two of them, throwing out a few healing light orbs from time to time to restore their blood. With the cooperation of the 3 of them, the group of monsters was soon cleaned up. Not, buddy, you're also too fierce. Are you really a mage? How come you're even more violent than a warrior? Have you guys noticed? The monsters here seem to have gotten a lot stronger, and just now I saw that after 2 people hung up, their bodies didn't actually teleport out. It's really strange. By the way, my name is Lin Bachin. What's your name, brother? Just after clearing the group of monsters, the youth chattered. Lu Ling only felt that this person was still strangely interesting and smiled. Hello, my name is Lu Ling. Lin Bachin was in awe again, as if he had heard of Lu Ling's name. On the other hand, Lin Wanwan on the side strangely revealed an extremely shameful expression. With a face full of I don't know this person, Lu Ling noticed the strange scene and immediately thought of something when he associated it with Lin Bachin's surname. Your siblings? Lu Ling asked tentatively. No, the 2 replied in unison, and after they finished glancing at each other, Lin Wanwan quickly revealed a super helpless expression. Lin Bachin, on the other hand, giggled a few times and said, I'm her brother. Didn't go to the same school as her in high school, though. Lu Ling nodded amusedly, stopping Lin Bachin's chatter in passing, and then looked towards the center area of the broken sanctuary. Let's chat when we get out. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid something has gone wrong with this secret realm. Chapter 14, A Fight to the Death. The Fallen King. Lu Ling's expression also became serious after observing the situation. According to the guide, the monsters in the secret realm should all be spread out at level 20 and above, whereas just now they had met a large group of level 25 monsters, which was obviously not quite right. Moreover, the overall area of the secret realm had become a lot bigger, with many areas that were not in the guide appearing, and at that moment, the secret observation room outside was already in chaos. If anything happens to my daughter, you'll be waiting to be buried with her. Old Lin. At this moment, beside Lin Tianxiong stood a middle-aged woman who looked quite valiant, cursing and wiping her tears, her long fiery red hair very conspicuous. And as the president of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, Lin Tianxiong didn't dare to raise his voice in front of her, but could only laugh bitterly. How could his heart not be anxious? His son and daughter were all inside, plus the new genius kid went in with them. These people, they can't be lost. Therefore, the first thing he did was to find a professor from the Zhangchang Research Institute, which had the most thorough research on the secret realm in Jiangqing City. The red-haired woman was Lin Tianxiong's wife, Shan Miaoyu, who was known as the #1 female martial arts god of Jiangchang, the mother of Lin Wanwan and Lin Bachin. At this moment, the monitoring room was filled with bigwigs, and almost all of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild were here. However, when something happened to the core of the secret realm, there was a limit to what they could do. After all, there was no way for anyone to break through the limits of the Heavenly Tao and force their way inside to bring someone out. For everything, one could only rely on those few professors from the Zhongbei Research Institute and these young professionals still inside. At this time, the interior of the secret. After probing around for a while, Lu Ling confirmed that there had definitely been an accident. Not only had the number of demons within the secret territory increased, their average level had even reached 23. This was absolutely abnormal, and none of them could voluntarily exit anymore. It was the equivalent of being reset to an unpassed reality secret. When you die, you can be really dead. Therefore, Lu Ling immediately became cautious. But after staying in the fringe area for a while, Lu Ling sensed something was wrong. The entire secret space seemed to be slowly collapsing. This meant that if they couldn't get out before the secret realm completely collapsed, they would have to stay here forever. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Lu Ling immediately frowned and thought, at the rate the secret realm was collapsing, they could still be inside for half an hour at most. If the people outside didn't realize the abnormality and offer help in this half hour, then they would die here. Therefore, the only way out at the moment would be to follow the normal flow of the secret realm, defeat the boss, and then go out. But with the secret realm mutation, I'm afraid that the boss inside is already no less than level 30, which is still very dangerous to fight. Should we continue to hide and wait for help, or should we let go? Lu Ling hesitated for a moment and finally decided to take a shot. It was better to die at the hands of a demon than to slowly watch the world fall apart here and fall into a rift in space. Having made up his mind, Lu Ling immediately explained their current situation to the two. At this time of crisis, the Lin family's siblings were exceptionally calm, and in unison, they gave the choice to Lu Ling. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling didn't say anything else, but only nodded heavily towards the two. I'll get you out of here. After saying that, he organized what he could use on his body and finally headed towards the boss refreshing area. Among the three, Lu Ling was a level 15 mage, Lin Wanwan was a level 11 priest, and Lin Beichen was a level 13 pure tank profession, a shield armor samurai. The three of them combined were not even above level 40, yet they were going to fight a level 30 plus boss. But none of the three had the slightest fear. The bigwigs outside were a bit anxious when they saw that they were actually heading towards the boss room. Ouch! These kids, why don't they just keep hiding? Wait for those professors to find a way to rescue them. The boss of the broken sanctuary is a level 40. Even if it's weakened at the moment, it won't be lower than level 30. Aren't the three of them sending them to their deaths? What nonsense! It must be that Lu Kid playing the hero. Only Chu Shanha didn't think so. He understood Lu Ling and knew that he was by no means a man of impatience, and it must have been a new turn of events inside that caused him to decide to take the risk. Soon, the three of them, Lu Ling, arrived outside the boss refresh area. The final boss of the broken sanctuary is called the Fallen King, a humanoid boss that uses a two-handed giant sword and comes with an extremely nasty effect, Touch of Deliverance. Touch of Deliverance directly reduces the mana and lifesteal caps and deducts 1% of current lifesteal every second, as well as prohibiting the professional from using magic potions. Even a priest's purifying holy light had to be used twice to dispel this effect, which could be considered disgusting to the extreme. As the three of them walked into the great hall of the broken sanctuary, high above the throne, a huge figure whose face was invisible and covered in pitch black slowly stood up and reached out to pull out a huge dark green greatsword from the ground. He slowly stepped down from the throne, then slung his greatsword over his shoulder, and a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open, staring deathly at the three of Lu Ling. Devil's Creature, Fallen King, rank, Gold level boss, attack, 308, mixed physical and legal wounds, blood, 8,000, skills, Field of Corruption, Hand of Eternal Damnation. The Forgotten King finally spills his grudge on the earth. Facing such a strong enemy, Lu Ling didn't dare to be careless, immediately letting Lin Wanwan put a buff on herself, and then rush towards the Fallen King with great strides. But his maneuver made the bigwigs outside look dumbfounded. Isn't this kid a mage? What's he doing here? Crazy? Such a person can actually become the first place winner of the Jian Chang Awakening trial? What a nonsense! He'll get Wanwan and North Star killed. Most of the people in the crowd spoke out angrily. Only a few people chose to remain silent. Looking thoughtfully at the screen, Lu Ling's eyes that were as bright as stars. On the screen, Lu Ling met the Fallen King head-on, both of them raising their own weapons each, and struggling to swing them towards the opposite side. Just when all the Heavenly Phoenix Guild executives thought that Lu Ling's head would be split open like a watermelon, a shocking scene occurred. Surprisingly, it was Lu Ling, who was a mage, who grabbed the opponent and hit him first, only to see that the staff in Lu Ling's hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and it ruthlessly smashed into the top of the Fallen King's head, causing him to let out a muffled grunt. This scene could have stunned the executives outside. They could all be at least level 80 or above. but they had never seen any mage who could do something like Lu Ling's maneuver. That wasn't all. After Lu Ling managed to get a face A, he directly added his skills. Using Flame Beam, he viciously chopped at the fallen king's body. The high second damage paired with the scorching effect of Scorching Morning instantly knocked out nearly 2,000 blood from the fallen king. But this also sent the fallen king into a berserk state, thrusting his greatsword directly into the ground. Chapter 15, One-Hit Wonder. The mage's extreme intent. At this moment, outside, some people immediately saw that this was the boss's pre-shake for the upcoming launch of its domain skill. With the attributes of the three of them, I'm afraid there's no way they can all carry it off. This field was one that could deal nearly 100 points of magic damage every second. I'm afraid that Lu Ling's teenage level mage wouldn't be able to carry it for 6 seconds. Now that's a bad boy. The executives thought to themselves. At the moment of crisis, Lu Ling immediately drank. Put a buff on me, and all of you hide in the corner. After he finished speaking, he immediately went up and threw a few more powerful and wild swings, instantly causing the fallen king's blood level to go down by a large margin again. And Lin Wanwan and Lin Beichen immediately followed his orders. A holy light fell first, followed by Lin Beichen's inspiring battle cry. Both of these skills provide defense and immunity for Lu Ling. At this moment, only Lu Ling was left in the range of the fallen king's skills. This kid, he's jamming on purpose? This way the boss's skills won't be able to cover the entire hall. Is he planning to sacrifice himself to protect his teammates? The bigwigs held their breath and immediately saw Lu Ling's motives. But with him dead, the output won't be enough. It's a shame. Still too impulsive. I don't know whose side, but the crowd didn't look too good. Accompanied by a terrifying shockwave, the entire hall was enveloped in a dark purple light, and Lu Ling's figure was instantly engulfed. Is it over? The crowd was shocked and couldn't help but feel sorry for Lu Ling. But just then, a violent explosion suddenly came from the fallen domain. Boom! Only to see Lu Ling flying high like a sky god, actually blown up by the fireball, quickly adjusting his stance in the air, and then gripping the explosive staff with both hands, makes a move with a staff that falls from the sky. Boo! A muffled sound came out, and the high amount of damage directly interrupted the fallen king's spell casting. He actually didn't die. Seeing Lu Ling's figure again, all the bigwigs were shocked. How could a mage, a notoriously brittle profession, resist a level 30 plus boss skill without dying? Is this still a mage? In fact, without the high magic resistance of the melee specialist, that Lu Ling would have really had to hiccup. However, having 80% magic mitigation, along with 2 types of top-tier immunity, caused Lu Ling to eat the field hard for a few seconds and almost drop a blood skin. After a mace gave the fallen king a stalemate, Lu Ling grinned back. Next, it's my turn, I guess. Lu Ling threw his staff in his hand in a club twist, then immediately rushed forward to maneuver it. Next, the corners of the bigwigs' mouths couldn't help but twitch. The mouth shape even changed from A to an O. It's too violent. This is a mage? Who's a good guy mage sticking his face in the air and swinging his staff out of a stump? As Lu Ling finished a set of small combo moves, the fallen king's blood level was directly bottomed out, with just over 1,000 blood left, and Lu Ling's blue was running out. He just kept dimensional tear on and couldn't suck it up despite having ad very quickly. And when the fallen king saw Lu Ling stop moving, he immediately understood that Lu Ling was out of blue, and the resentment of being pressed and beaten for a long time immediately came up. Damn humans! Next, meet my wrath. The fallen king was about to pounce when he saw a burst of light blue holy light surge from Lu Ling's body once again. Immediately afterward, Lu Ling's staff poked him in the face again, followed by a slow orange glow. Boom! A fireball spell exploded close to his face, blowing the fallen king right into a puddle of broken flesh. Joking aside, Lu Ling had an all-around nurse standing behind her, so how could she be worried about a lack of blue? And Lin Beichen was dumbfounded as he looked at the fallen king whose head and feet were 20 meters apart and pinched himself in some disbelief. Brother Lu Ling, I finally realize why you dared to just bring a priest down to the copy. At this moment, the guild executives watching from outside were also collectively silent. Lu Ling's performance had numbed them all. What makes a mage so fierce? Who said mages hold back in the early stages? Who said that? Stand out. That's the real lawman. Only after a long time did Lin Tianxiong slowly speak. This son, in the future, will surely soar to the heavens. Everyone nodded secretly in their hearts, and when they looked at Lu Ling again, their eyes were already incomparably attentive. And Xin Miaoyu was even more excited beyond words. Great! Wan is fine. What's this kid's name? I want to thank him properly. After saying that, he couldn't wait to walk to the exit of the secret realm teleportation formation and wait on it. Along with a blue light illuminating, the three of them, Lu Ling, also managed to return to the guild. Just after landing, Xin Miaoyu excitedly went up to hug Lin Wanwan. Wanwan, it's great that you're okay. You scared mom to death. Lin Tianxiong also walked over at this time, his tone slightly excited as he went up and patted Lu Ling's shoulder.
Little friend Lu, it's really thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you,
Mr. Lin's pair of sons and daughters would have perished here.
Lu Ling, on the other hand, just smiled faintly and said, these are the things I should be doing. If it wasn't for me, Lin Wanwan wouldn't have entered this secret realm.
The humility made the many executives behind him stop nodding their heads.
Excellent heart, plus superior strength. This Lu Ling is definitely great talent. And naturally,
Lin Tianxiong couldn't change his mind just because of a few excuses from Lu Ling.
Little friend Lu, a great favor is not appreciated. From now on, you are the benefactor of my Heavenly Phoenix Guild. If you need anything, just ask.
Lin Tianxiong had already resolved to completely pull in Lu Ling,
and was also directly throwing out his sincerity. This promise, though seemingly polite, is extremely valuable. Lin Tianxiong, as the guild's president, his words were tantamount to showing, from now on, your Lu Ling's business is my business, and whoever wants to touch you is at war with me. In Jiangcheng City, who doesn't know that a promise from Tianxiong is worth 1,000 gold? As for Lu Ling, he was slightly surprised in his heart when he heard this, but he didn't have much to say about it. He was currently not familiar with Lin Tianxiong. He just felt that Lin Tianxiong was a strong person who was still upright and had a good head on his shoulders, an object that he could temporarily attach himself to, without waiting for him to answer. Shan Miaoyu, who was full of excitement, also came over and came up and took Lu Ling's hand, saying, good boy, you saw everything you did in the secret realm. Thanks to you this time, Wanwan was able to come out safely. Don't say anything. In the future, if anyone comes after you in Jiangcheng City, just call me by my name. After saying that, he pulled Lu Ling for a while to thank him. Then, Shen Miaoyu directly pulled on Lu Ling and ran to the Heavenly Phoenix Guild's treasure room. Shen Miaoyu's thanks then came much more intuitively, pointing to a room of good equipment that started at least 1,000,000, and then arrogantly patted her chest. Take your pick. Pick two you like and take them away. Lu Ling had intended to refuse, but since Shen Miaoyu was just too enthusiastic, he could only reluctantly pick it out. Chapter 16 Reward. Epic Trinket. Traveling to the new mysteries. After looking all the way around, Lu Ling couldn't help but smack his lips. Why else would you say that the ceilings of professionals with and without backgrounds are just worlds apart? Pick a piece of equipment out here. Put it outside that can be the existence of the head can be grabbed. The Heavenly Phoenix Guild, on the other hand, had a full room. All kinds of purple and gold equipment were everywhere. Lu Ling watched for a while, but was somewhat helpless. The stuff here is good, but there's almost nothing I can use myself. Either the level limit is too high to take and fit, or the profession is not the right one or doesn't fit your fighting style. Just as Lu Ling was about to leave, a piece of equipment in the corner suddenly caught Lu Ling's attention. Jewelry beaded necklace. Grade, epic, purple. Level limit, 30. Wearable occupation, mage. Bonus, plus 50 points of spell strength plus 15% strike rate. Trinket effect, beaded lotus. Your spell skills can deal bludgeoning damage, but the initial bludgeoning damage is 150%. The moment she saw the effect of this trinket, Lu Ling instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. This one's good. This is so good for you. It's a godsend. Spells can storm, adding the double damage of his own face. This one skill must not directly destroy the sky and the earth. Moreover, he still had a true damage skill like dimensional tear, so even an enemy with high magic resistance wouldn't be able to carry such an explosive output. Lu Ling thought and immediately picked up the trinket. Shen Miaoyu also saw Lu Ling's fondness at a glance and laughed bashfully. Like this one. Ha, take it. Want to see more? Lu Ling was not an insatiable person, and immediately said that there was no need to look. And when Shen Miaoyu heard this, her heart became more and more fond of Lu Ling, and with a laugh she pulled him out. When Lin Tianxiong outside saw that Lu Ling had actually brought out only one piece of equipment, his heart's evaluation of Lu Ling went up a notch. Not bad. In the face of so many treasures actually only take one, showing that he is not an insatiable person, is indeed a remarkable guy. After Lu Ling thanked Mr. and Mrs. Lin Tianxiong, he immediately ran off to practice, and his heart was even more relieved. With the enchantment of this trinket, I'm afraid that his output is unmatched in the same class. Even assassins who were famous for their high damage could never match him. This, coupled with the high damage immunity provided by Melee Specialist and Rune Energy Guardian, makes his frame comparable to that of a tank. Wouldn't such a perverted mage just sweep the world? Therefore, it is imperative that you hurry up and brush up to level 30 and fit this trinket before the entrance exam. For the next 2 days, Lu Ling directly soaked in the secret realm and quickly brushed up to level 20. And in just 2 days, the entire Heavenly Phoenix Guild's advanced secret realm speed ranking was dominated by Lu Ling alone. This caused his name to spread quickly, and everyone knew that a super fierce mage had appeared in the guild, solo speeding through the C-rank secret realm in 3 minutes. Looking at his level 20 panel, Lu Ling let out a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. Finally,
He was level 20 and was able to head to the real copies to brush up on the monsters so that the martial spirit points could be stacked even faster. Lu Ling thought to herself. During this period of time, he had already completely figured out the martial god system. As long as you successfully melee kill your enemies, you will be able to earn a steady stream of martial arts points. Martial arts points can be exchanged for rewards and also for raffle times. Moreover, after accumulating a certain level of Wushan points, you can also upgrade the system's shopping mall, as well as increase the probability of the prize pool. In the past 2 days, he had drawn all the raffle times he had accumulated before, but nothing useful came out, only obtaining some more common materials and potions. Just when he was planning to seek help from the guild to apply for an entry qualification for a C-rank secret realm, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. The caller was Lin Tianxiong. Lu Ling picked up the phone. Little friend Lu, a new secret realm has appeared on the outskirts of Zhangcheng today, and the predicted opening time should be at 12 noon. Are you interested? Lin Tianxiong's words instantly ignited Lu Ling's interest. A newly appeared secret realm. There's going to be a lot of good treasures in here. This was a much more generous reward than the copies that had already been cleared. Not only are there all kinds of hidden treasure chests, but the explosion rate is also several times higher. Most importantly, the person who passes the copy first will inevitably receive a mysterious reward. Such rewards were all-encompassing, and it was unknown how many heaven-defying items had been opened. As Lu Ling thought, he immediately inquired about the details of this secret realm. Through Lin Tianxiong's words, he learned that the level of this copy wasn't high, the entry limit was locked at level 40, and the specific information about the demons was unknown. However, through analysis, it is highly likely that the boss of this secret realm is French. In other words, Lu Ling could definitely harvest a wave of treasures he could use if he succeeded in his first pass. Lin Tianxiong then asked Lu Ling if he was interested in going on behalf of their Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Lu Ling naturally agreed. Things like secret realms appearing were very random and counted as a great chance, and the level is stuck right at the limit of what Lu Ling can handle, so it's a stroke of luck. After promising Lin Tianxiong, Lu Ling stopped messing around with applications and went directly to the equipment selling area of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Using the silver level trinket exchange coupon in his hand, he exchanged it for a blue recovery ring commonly used by mages. This ring accelerates blue recovery while providing 20 points of mana, making it a jack-of-all-trades trinket. After equipping this ring, Lu Ling's bonus attack power is already close to 200. A shot of Flata without violent attack can hit a high damage of 500 points, and the skill is even more has broken 1,000. If you equip the pearl necklace, the output, I'm afraid that it can catch up with the damage of some warriors of the first turn. After buying some more basic potions, Lu Ling set off directly to the address provided by Lin Tianxiong. The location where the secret realm appeared this time was in a forest on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. There were already quite a few people gathered here when we arrived. More importantly, the figure of the official professional organization of Huaxia appeared at the scene, which indicated that the copy in front of him definitely had a secret core appearing. Copies with secret cores present are able to repeat the challenge after being cleared. Moreover, the rewards of a copy with a secret core will be about a third or so higher than one without. The upper level of this secret realm is 40, and the source energy strength is C, which means that you must be a minimum of level 20 to enter. Anyone who is not level 20 or over level 40, please leave. Don't try to enter the copy. It's also for your safety. A middle-aged man who looked rather imposing said. Lu Ling was stuck right at the edge of the level where he could enter, and with his status as a senior member of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, he naturally managed to enter the copy. Chapter 17, New Copy. The Creepy Forest. In addition to him, the Heavenly Phoenix Guild had also sent 4 people who were exactly level 40 to accompany them. Lin Wanwan was only at level 17 at this point and hadn't yet reached the entry standard, and Lin Beichen was also stuck at level 19. Therefore, Lu Ling became the lucky one that the Heavenly Phoenix Guild brought to eat experience this time. All 4 of them had experience pickup turned off, so this time, when they entered the copy, the experience of the demons they killed, Lu Ling was able to eat them with pleasure. Soon, 12 o'clock arrived. Just as Lu Ling was planning to enter the copy, he suddenly saw 2 familiar faces. It was none other than the pair of dogs, Su Yuntian and Yao Ningning. They were similarly followed by a few attendants, looking like they were sent by the Su family to bring Su Yuntian to brush up his levels. Seeing them appear, a cold smile surfaced at the corner of Lu Ling's mouth, and something else suddenly came to his mind. Previously, Su Yuntian had openly put down harsh words to let himself die. Although he, Lu Ling, was not a person of great treachery or evil, he would not tolerate others being so arrogant as to want his own life, and he himself was still talking about compassionate means. Perhaps, in this copy, can make Su Yuntian never be able to regenerate this mind? Lu Ling thought, but no expression still appeared on his face as he slowly followed behind and entered the copy. Entering the reality copy for the first time,
Lu Ling only felt that it was very different from the simulated secret world. The most intuitive feeling is that all the scenery here is much more realistic in the distance and close up. It was midday, so the woods didn't look eerie, but you could vaguely see a few wisps of white fog surrounding the lush, sky-high trees. The sunlight refracted on the fog through the gaps in the trees, like a white-orange wheel of light that was as languid as a sunset, giving the whole scene an indescribable beauty. However, Lu Ling always had an uncomfortable feeling, probably due to the psychological effect of knowing that there were many demons hidden around him. Just as he was thinking about it, odd noises rang out around him. Be careful, a lot of demonic chi has suddenly appeared around us. It's most likely a demonic horde. One of them suddenly spoke out. He was a priest with a detection-type skill, plus a higher spiritual power, so he took the place of the assassin in the scout position. At those words, the four of them pulled out their weapons, and Lu Ling also carried his staff in his hand. Sure enough, behind the shadows of the trees, a group of extremely bizarre goats had suddenly appeared. They all had a human face. Their bodies were full of twisted and ghastly meatballs, and they also had a lot of octopus-like tentacles, which looked incredibly disgusting. Demon object, demon black sheep, normal, rank, 28, attack, 198, blood, 3,500. There were 30 or so such sheep. With a shrill cry, the demonic black sheep took the lead. Lu Ling reacted extremely quickly and immediately waved his staff to meet a demonic black sheep that tried to sneak up from behind. Boo! Lu Ling's staff went straight out with a bludgeon. In an instant, it smashed out 1,000 points of mixed damage. These four had all seen Lu Ling's previous outrageous maneuvers, so they weren't particularly surprised. But it was still extremely impactful to watch a mage slamming his staff at monsters up close. Although this large group of demonic black sheep looked very fierce, it was not a difficult task for Lu Ling and his group, and they were eliminated in less than 10 minutes. Along with the last black goat being eliminated, Lu Ling's level directly soared to level 24. The group of goats also dropped several materials, and Lu Ling gave them all directly to the few people beside him. Since you've got the experience, you naturally can't take all the stuff yourself, or else what are people here for? As Lu Ling was thinking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The fog around them, it seems to be getting thicker and thicker. The few people beside him also sensed that something was wrong, and their faces became grave. There's something wrong with the scene here. My spiritual perception can't penetrate these mists. Everyone be careful. The priest who had just been there said solemnly, but as soon as the words fell, a sudden change occurred, only to see many irregular cracks suddenly appear on the entire ground. The twisted and dark luster instantly dividing Lu Ling's few people. Phew! The figure of the priest who had just spoken suddenly disappeared. Immediately after that, the remaining few people all disappeared one after another. Only Lu Ling was left alone. Alarmed, Lu Ling was busy retreating a few steps, then bent down and examined the black crack on the ground. After feeling it carefully, Lu Ling was shocked to realize that this black crack actually contained a strong spatial fluctuation. This indicated that these black cracks were in existence similar to a portal. Could it be a hidden secret? Or is this copy divided into two parts? Lu Ling's heart was incomparably surprised, but before he could practically come to a conclusion, a rush of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Lu Ling looked back, only to see three panicked figures suddenly running out of the fog. The three of them all had scars on their bodies and looked terrified. They were startled the moment they saw Lu Ling and immediately pulled out their weapons to slash towards Lu Ling. Lu Ling frowned and got up to dodge away, then bellowed, "What do you want?" Lu Ling's words calmed the trio down a bit, and after glancing back, they said nervously, "Sorry little brother, here, the demons here, they're too scary, they will become human." Before the words fell, an extremely bizarre hissing sound came from the mists behind him. "Incoming! Run!" The three of them were immediately scared by the voice and immediately ran away, completely unable to care about saying much to Lu Ling. Lu Ling frowned and pulled his weapon out. An odd sound of footsteps approached. Then, only a human with an extremely twisted running posture was seen running out of the mists. His mouth opened to a terrifying angle and hissed as he lunged towards Lu Ling. Lu Ling immediately stepped out of the way and dodged, then directly swung his staff and heavily slammed into the body of this strange man. Boo! -1009. The high amount of damage caused the strange man to let out a hiss of pain. The skin on his body cracked, and several sections of disgusting tentacles burrowed out of the flesh and blood, drawing towards Lu Ling. But Lu Ling was faster, backhanding another mace over the weirdo's head, followed by a fireball straight to the face. Boom! Boom! Two explosions in a row made the surrounding mist dissipate partially, and the head of this strange man was directly blown apart by the fireball, and the headless body spun around in place twice before collapsing straight to the ground. After killing the strange man, Lu Ling then crouched down in front of his corpse and studied it, and instantly discovered a horrible thing. Where is this a human being? It's a monster in human skin. Looking at the disgusting pile of blood and flesh in front of him, Lu Ling couldn't help but feel a wave of revulsion.
The demonic creature didn't explode any materials and only provided Lu Ling with a wave of experience value. After exploring the surroundings some more, Lu Ling gradually felt that he had gone a little off course. The fog grew thicker and thicker, covering almost the entire forest, and even the sun, which was originally clear in the sky, began to disappear at some point. Chapter 18, Hidden Treasure Chest. The Eerie Mist Suit. This kind of fog is very unusual. Not only can it shield the spiritual perception, but the effect of blocking the line of sight is extremely strong, and Lu Ling is somewhat unable to distinguish the direction. Along the way, he met quite a few of those monsters in human skin, and Lu Ling solved them all one by one. By mistake, he found a small, bare hill where he planned to rest for a while. Just as he stepped on it, he stopped a roar coming from down the hill, like the sound of some kind of beast. Lu Ling frowned, pulled out his staff and jumped, but soon his eyes lit up. A hidden treasure chest. Then the one making the noise must be the treasure chest's guardian monster. This will be good luck. But without waiting for him to do so, the other side of the fog suddenly panicked and ran out 3 silhouettes, 2 men and 1 woman, right into the attack range of the treasure chest monster. Ow! The demonic creature shaped like a werewolf roared furiously and charged straight up to bite one of them. The man who was bitten was supposed to be a warrior, and caught off guard, he could only wield his long sword in his hand and swing it randomly, but he couldn't do any damage to the werewolf. The werewolf even found the right opportunity to directly open his mouth again, and in one bite, he tore open the man's throat. Blood splashed like a fountain, and soon there was no sound. Such an atrocious scene caused the remaining man and woman to be so stunned that they actually sat on their asses. Lu Ling frowned as he watched, pulling out his staff and stepping forward quietly. It's not that he is more kind, it's just that he originally wanted to open this treasure chest as well, and that man and woman have no grudges, so he doesn't have to wait for the monsters to finish killing them at all. And the man and woman immediately stood up excitedly when they saw a figure suddenly come out of the fog. But after they saw the staff in Lu Ling's hand, their eyes dimmed once again. What's with the mage? What's the point of having a mage here? The only warrior in their squad had been killed in seconds, so what use would a mage be? Both of them were a little disappointed in their hearts, and the woman couldn't bear to see Lu Ling sent to his death, so she opened her mouth and shouted, "Hey, don't come any closer, just run away. This monster is level 38. You're not good at soloing it as a mage." However, Lu Ling did not listen, but directly directly towards the werewolf ran. The man and woman were instantly dumbfounded. It was the man who reacted first, tapping the woman's shoulder to urge her on. Go, 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 take advantage of this little cutie, help us hold off the demons while we run. Old Ding, a level 30 warrior, was seconded by this monster in 2 bites, and he, a mage, is probably dead in 1 bite. The woman sniffed and bit her lip, a very hesitant expression on her face, but finally shook her head. No way, he came over here to save us, and it would be too much if we gave up on him. After saying that, he directly set a few buffs towards Lu Ling. The man also let out a dark sigh, and with an extra longbow in his hand, he aimed a few arrows at the demon. The werewolf also noticed Lu Ling and threw the mangled body in his hands away, opening his bloody mouth then hissed towards Lu Ling. No, why is he still approaching? Don't want to die? The archerman who was shooting arrows and pulling monsters frowned when he saw Lu Ling still approaching the werewolf, but in the next second, he simply stared in disbelief, only to see the staff in Lu Ling's hand suddenly emit a burst of orange-yellow light, followed by a heavy fling onto the werewolf's head. It was followed by a ball of fire that exploded, directly blowing that werewolf away. Holy, what kind of operation is this? Mages can still play like this? The man was taken aback and watched dumbfounded as Lu Ling, reckless as he was, not only didn't pull away from his position to pull the demon, but instead took advantage of the situation and stepped forward to swing his staff and start beating up the werewolf. The staff in Lu Ling's hand came with 3 light effects of blue, white, and orange, dazzling like a shooting star in the fog. The weapon, which was meant to be used for casting spells, had returned to its origin in his hands and turned into an irregular blunt weapon with great killing power. Lu Ling had added quite a few more points of agility after upgrading, and now she was afraid that her speed was faster than most professions, except for some of the assassins who extremely eat agility. No one in other professions is afraid to point much agility before level 100. I have to say that the effect is still good. Lu Ling can now 3 times in 2 seconds. Flat A interspersed with the pushes combo is still very good, with the fireball magic combo, making his second damage is horrible. After Lu Ling gave it a go, that werewolf's blood level dropped instantly, and only about 1/5 of it was left. The archerman also reacted and instantly looked at the hidden treasure chest at the bottom of the hill, but the greed in his eyes only appeared for a second before disappearing. He watched as Lu Ling plunged his staff into the werewolf's body, and then lifted it up with both hands. Then, the werewolf's body exploded like a firework, and a hot, fiery beam of light shot up into the sky, directly dispersing the mist in the air.
Too violent. This mage, where is this a mage? This is a mage god. The man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his eyes towards Lu Ling had taken on a hint of reverence. As for Lu Ling, after resolving the werewolf, he searched the ground and found a green great drop, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Not bad luck. The treasure chest monster dropped something. With that in mind, he walked towards the hidden treasure chest at the bottom of the hill. Bronze hidden treasure chest. Is it open? Lu Ling chose yes. With a golden light, the treasure chest slowly opened.
Congratulations on obtaining the Misty Mist set top thin mist robe crafting book *1.
Congratulations.
You've obtained the Misty Mist set bottom cloud scroll trousers crafting book *1.
Congratulations on obtaining the fine grade item cloak of 1,000 faces *1.
Lu Ling looked at the 3 items in front of him and smiled with satisfaction before putting them into his backpack.
2 gold ranked equipment crafting books, plus a blue functional item. This treasure chest was opened well,
and it happened to be all things that Lu Ling could use.
After collecting his things,
the archer who had just come forward with a smile on his face and said to Lu Ling,
"This little brother, it was really thanks a lot just now, haha." Lu Ling didn't pay much attention, just nodded politely. These two, although they had the intention of running away at first, ended up coming back to help themselves. It wasn't much help, but it wasn't a cold face either. And the man, seeing Lu Ling's appearance,
seemed to be a little embarrassed as he rubbed his hands together and said,
Dude, are you a lone wolf? Why don't you team up with us? It's good to have more people to take care of each other, isn't it? By the way, my name is Chen Lu. What's your name, little brother?" Chen Lu said smilingly.
He actually has his own selfishness.
Originally, when they came in, they were still a squad of 5,
but they were killed by monsters until there were only 2 left, and they were both brittle-back row professions.
If they were to rely on the 2 of them to survive all the way to the end of the copy, I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult.
That was why Chen Lu was thinking of pulling Lu Ling along with him to form a team,
so he might even be able to mix up some favors. Chapter 19, Talent Upgrade, Elemental Awakening. Unexpectedly,
Lu Ling only smiled faintly after hearing his words and rejected Chen Lu's request to form a team. With Lu Ling's strength, he didn't need the help of these 2 people at all, so why did he have to share his experience and loot equally for no reason? And as soon as Chen Lu heard this, his heart became a little anxious.
If it were any other copy, it would be team or no team. But right now,
the danger level of this copy was still very high. He didn't have confidence that he could survive until he cleared the level.
If you don't find a big leg to hug, it's not a big deal to make a trip for nothing, but it's a big deal to lose your life. Therefore, he also went out on a limb, clenched his teeth, and spoke again. "Little brother, why don't we do this?
I still have a few good high-grade materials and potions here.
Consider it as paying to hire you, and on the way we'll turn off the experience pickups, and any loot that pops out from fighting monsters will be yours. How about that?"
These words made Lu Ling a bit interested, stroking his chin and pondering for a moment.
"Like this? That's something to think about." Chen Lu was also very knowledgeable and directly took out the materials from his backpack.
These are materials that he has saved up to sell when the price goes up.
Sort of his old money, but at the moment, for the sake of a small life, one can only endure the pain. And after Lu Ling saw the pieces of materials he took out, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. 3rd Order Cloud Veil. This would be just right for building that vestment that was opened in the treasure chest. Just by bringing along 2 people, they could obtain over 100,000 Chinese coins of materials for nothing. This deal was still a good deal. However, since the other party was so sincere, one couldn't squeeze the other party too much. With that in mind, Lu Ling took away only the 2 materials that could be used to create the thinning robe and pushed the rest back. "Alright, I'll agree to team up for the sake of your sincerity. Experience pickups can be left off as well, but I have first pick of the loot. No problem?"
Lu Ling smirked. Chen Lu was overjoyed at his words, and busily nodded his head in agreement.
"No problem, little brother." When he finished, he pulled in the priest woman who had just been there. "By the way, this is also my teammate.
Her name is Autumn and she's a level 29 priest."
"What's your name, little brother?"
Lu Ling briefly introduced herself.
However,
when Chen Lu heard that Lu Ling was only a level 26 mage, his eyes instantly widened.
"What's wrong?" Lu Ling asked suspiciously. Chen Lu was busy waving his hands and said, It's fine.
How could he not expect that Lu Ling, who had just been as fierce as a god of war,
was actually just a level 20 plus mage? However, after associating it with Lu Ling's terrifying performance just now, his heart at least felt a little more secure. I really didn't expect that it was actually just over 20 levels. I don't know which power's demonic genius this is again, Chen Lu thought in his heart. Autumn was a more social person, so she didn't interact with Lu Ling too much. The 3 of them thus formed a makeshift squad and continued to explore towards the depths of the secret realm. On the way, after several battles, the 3 of them became slightly more familiar with each other.
Chen Lu and Autumn were also the first to see someone who could play the mage profession so brutally, and their hearts were extremely impressed with Lu Ling. And, after learning that Lu Ling was still just a kid who had just graduated from his senior year of high school and hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet, they went straight to silence. Is this right? The two of them were in their 20s, and they wanted Lu Ling, an 18-year-old kid, to take them flying. And the kid was a mage. Mages as a profession can be inferior until the first turn and yet, Lu Ling was able to lead them to slam the monsters in the secret realm. Is that right? It's a real people pleaser. And at this moment, in a corner among the copies, Su Yuntian revealed an evil smile as he felt the power brought about by the level up. Finally level 20. Now, I don't believe that damn Lu Ling can still compare to me. Su Yuntian laughed freely and directly changed into the weapon that his father had prepared for him and excitedly experimented with it. When I get out, it'll be your time to die. Lu Ling. Su Yuntian laughed wickedly as a bold idea came to life in his mind. And at this moment, Lu Ling was concentrating on the traces on the ground. He had been separated from the ones from the Heavenly Phoenix Guild for a long time, but strangely enough he couldn't find the spatial rift that had appeared on the ground earlier no matter what. Along the way, Lu Ling killed quite a few more terrifying demonic creatures and gained a general understanding of this secret realm. The demons in this secret realm were all rather disgusting. The numerical values were good, and the various layers of mechanics really cost Lu Ling a lot of money. This, combined with the limitations of the scenario, makes the actual difficulty of this secret world should be able to reach the B level. Moreover, Lu Ling had wandered around for most of the day and froze without finding the slightest thing related to the boss, so he guessed that the location of the boss room should be in one of the hidden locations, such as the spatial rift that had just appeared. After searching for a while, Lu Ling also felt a bit tired, so he brought Shen Lu and the two of them to find a safer place, intending to rest for a while. Just after sitting down, Lu Ling was idly bored and opened the system panel to draw a few rounds. Maybe it's the newbie protection period that's over. I didn't even get a single lint in the first few draws. This caused Lu Ling to almost turn his back, and immediately used up all of his remaining draws. With the carousel rolling over and over again, the shipment was finally made in the last 2 rounds. Congratulations to the host. Acquired purple collectible talent upgrade card, beginner, *1. Congratulations to the host. Acquired the purple collectible A-rank skill void relocation leap. After 2 rounds of purple in a row, Lu Ling's heart was finally relieved. I didn't dishonor my title as Jiangnan's little Luang. What is this talent skill upgrade card though? Lu Ling opened the item description. Talent upgrade card, primary, can directly raise the level of a talent class skill, but only up to level 3. One-time consumable props. Oh, that's not bad. Raising the talent level directly once would save a lot of source stones and ignore the level limit. Lu Ling immediately became interested and directly used this talent upgrade card. Out of his current 3 talents, the most useful one would be the spell energy blade talent. Not only did it add damage, but it also had a special mechanism, so the first choice would naturally be it. As Lu Ling thought, he directly upgraded this talent. Your natural skill Blade of Spell Energy has been successfully upgraded to level 2. Blade of Spell Energy LV2, each of your attacks will deal additional magical damage worth 120% of your spell strength, which can be bludgeoned. Extra attribute, Manifestation Hardened Magic. You can inscribe an enemy with a special attack attached to it on this talent by defeating the enemy with the attached special attack. Current wearable slots, 2. New effect, Elemental Awakening. Consume 20% of your current mana to actively turn on. Lasts for 3 minutes after turning on. The magic damage attached to the Blade of Spell Energy comes with random elemental attributes. This effect gives power. It's worthy of being an SS rank talent. Chapter 20, Acquiring Divine Skills. Leading to the second area of the replica. Lu Ling was greatly satisfied after seeing the results. Although the blue consumption was a bit higher, every attack would come with elemental attributes, which was a pretty sick effect. Think about it, not only is the A high damage, but it also gives you a lightning paralyze frost slow down or something. How disgusting is that? Not bad. It's worth it. Lu Ling smirked and looked at the other prize. Skill book, Void Leap. Studyable occupations, any occupation, grade, A, type, arcane. Effect, performs a space jump in the specified direction that is invincible for a short period of time, disappears instantly and then reappears at the specified target point, and strengthens the next attack, dealing 150% damage. This skill CD and jumping distance are determined by spell strength and physical attack power. Current CD, 10 seconds. Current jumping limit distance, 3 meters. After reading the skill description, Lu Ling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Isn't that a flash? It's an active displacement skill, and it has a small invincibility frame? This skill is a god skill for any profession. It just so happened that he had an extra skill bar after level 20. He thought and directly equipped this skill. That's a huge increase in one's mobility in combat, and one's operational ceiling has expanded quite a bit. Not bad.
those dozen draws weren't counted as a waste. Both rewards boosted myself quite a bit. Lu Ling smiled and laughed. Chen Lu and Autumn on the side were both surprised to see him suddenly smile as he sat there. What's wrong with elder brother Lu? Chen Lu whispered suspiciously. I don't know, maybe geniuses are weirder? Fall creeps back in. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Ling suddenly jerked up and looked in the direction behind him. Boom! A loud sound came from the center of the replica and a huge deep pit suddenly appeared. Countless black lines suddenly appeared on the ground, all converging towards that direction. That's probably the boss room there. Lu Ling's heart was shaken, and he immediately called on the two of them and rushed in that direction. He hadn't forgotten what he was here for. He's here to steal the first pass of the copy. Soon, the huge commotion attracted almost everyone in the copy, and only a few weak professionals who only wanted to make some money were still searching at the edge of the copy. By the time Lu Ling arrived at the place where the sound was made, the scene in front of him couldn't help but make him smack his lips. A huge deep pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters appeared on the ground. In the center of the pit there was a huge black tree that was hugged by 10 people. The tree's appearance was extremely bizarre, with its branches writhing like tentacles and many twisted human faces vaguely visible on its trunk. And at the top of the tree, there were a number of humans who had become dry corpses. Lu Ling also quickly found the 4 people who came in together with the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Luckily, they still had a breath left in them, but they were so thin that they looked like they had been sucked dry. Not being able to think about it, Lu Ling was busy going forward and managed to free a few people. The few people who were saved all looked like they were going to die at any moment. And when the priest on the side, Autumn, saw this, she busily stepped forward and threw a few life-healing type skills, which made them a little better. This time, I'm really thankful to little friend Lu. Cough cough cough. I can't imagine that this damn demonic creature is so vicious, surprisingly disguised as a treasure chest to squat on us. Not only that, they will also skin humans to disguise themselves, so little friend Lu should beware. The priest from before said to Lu Ling with a pale face, and then briefly talked about their experience. It turned out that this secret realm was indeed as Lu Ling had guessed, and the boss was in the hidden area. And this hidden area is in the cave underneath the forest. In the underground caverns, the demons were much more numerous and qualitative, and the abilities were all bloody and brutal and bizarre. These 4 people also planted their heads when they were almost to the boss room, and were dragged over by the boss to absorb a vicious wave of life force. If it wasn't for Lu Ling's timely rescue, then I'm afraid they would have ended up the same way as the dry corpses hanging on the trees. Guan Shirin, who heard this, was also slightly startled and couldn't help but look at the huge tree in the deep pit, only to see that the tree was indeed surrounded by a number of oddly shaped magical creatures. From the looks of it, the boss of this copy should be this strange giant tree in front of him. However, the tree's roots were underneath the pit, while the trunk extended all the way to the ground. So if you wanted to defeat the boss, I'm afraid you'd have to go down there. Seemingly seeing Lu Ling's thoughts, that priest struggled to stand up, then pointed to the pitch-black traces on the ground not far away and said, to get into the cave part below, you have to enter through this strange crack in the rock. After entering the rift, one can randomly appear in a cave. However, the demons down there are all very strong. Are you sure you want to go down, little friend Lu? Lu Ling sniffed and looked at the ground in the direction of his finger, then replied, don't worry, I've got it covered. After saying that, he began to study the several densely packed black traces on the ground. These things seemed to be the same kind of spatial cracks that had sucked these 4 away when Lu Ling had just entered the secret realm. But for some reason, at this moment, these black traces didn't half react. Could it be because it's too close? Lu Ling guessed, while he was planning to walk a little farther to try. Autumn, who was standing behind Lu Ling, suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Lu Ling, who heard the commotion, was busy turning around to look, only to see Autumn's face reddened as she pointed at the black traces that kept twisting on the ground. A very embarrassed expression on her face. Oh, it's activated? What are the conditions for activation? Lu Ling was just about to ask when he noticed with a sharp eye that there was an inconspicuous red mark at Autumn's pants. Could it be blood? The corner of Lu Ling's mouth twitched as he took a dagger and slashed his hand, dripping blood onto the black marks on the ground. And sure enough, he sensed a spatial fluctuation. That's true, but is this any blood at all? Lu Ling searched for it and looked at Autumn with an odd expression on his face, then silently took off his jacket and handed it over. Seeing that Lu Ling had noticed her predicament, Autumn's face turned even redder, and with a periodical thank you, she put her jacket around her pants. She also didn't expect it to come at this time. Now that we're here, there's no reason not to go down, Lu Ling thought and looked up at the 2 Chen Lu. Are you guys going down with me? If you don't go down, stay up there and look after them for me. Chen Lu, who heard this, revealed some hesitation. To be honest, he didn't really want to go down there. These 4 level 40 experts around him had nearly lost their lives. Chen Lu was not confident that he could have better luck than them. He was originally thinking of just taking it easy and seeing if he could get some rewards. But before he could answer, Autumn spoke first. Why don't I walk you down? Autumn seemed to be a bit shy, and after she finished speaking, she immediately looked at Lu Ling nervously, fearing that he wouldn't agree. Chapter 21, Encountering Su Yuntian, Shameless Young Master, and she said this out of a woman's intuition. By Lu Ling's side, Autumn felt very secure, plus she did want to follow Lu Ling down to brush the monsters and upgrade. Lu Ling looked over at her and nodded after 2 seconds of thought. That's fine, Chen Lu, you'll lead them to find a place to rest and recuperate. With their strength, there shouldn't be any small monsters that can threaten their lives without meeting a boss. After saying that, he waved his hand towards Autumn, signaling her to follow him. The two had only just gotten close to the traces on the ground when they felt a strong attraction coming from them, and their bodies were instantly sucked into the black crack on the ground. When he opened his eyes again, it was pitch black around him. Lu Ling lit a torch, which was barely visible. They were indeed transported into an underground cave. The cave was spacious, very airtight, and somewhat out of the ordinary. Normal naturally occurring caves must have many small air vents, but right now there was nothing here, only a path ahead that led to other holes, as if someone had dug it from the inside. Lu Ling observed for a little while, and then led Autumn forward. It didn't take long for Lu Ling to spot a group of humanoid magical creatures that were coiled up and seemed to be perching. The head of these demons only has a mouth. Other than that there are no other 5 senses. The limbs are very thick, looks very scary. Demon Dark Hunter, Elite, Rank, 36, Attack, 256, Blood, 7,500. It was a group of elite monsters. Lu Ling held his breath and was just about to observe for a while when he suddenly heard a rush of footsteps. On the other side of the cave entrance, a group of woefully out-of-shape professionals ran head-on. They seemed to be running for their lives, not noticing that they were about to face something even more terrifying. The group's footsteps immediately startled the resting Dark Hunters, who rose from the ground in unison and let out an odd hissing sound. The sound echoed continuously in the gaping cavern, instantly startling the group of fleeing professionals. It's over. There are monsters here too. Panic spread quickly through the crowd. The Dark Hunters, on the other hand, rushed into the group like ghosts, killing several humans in an instant. Just as Lu Ling was planning to strike, he suddenly saw a familiar face in the crowd. Isn't that Su Yuntian? Lu Ling froze, then immediately sneered. Su Yuntian's face was equally flustered at this time, and Yao Ningning beside him was so scared that she screamed, itching to stick to Su Yuntian's body. At this moment, Su Yuntian was also cursing in his heart. If he hadn't been separated from those guards of the Su family, how could he have been reduced to such a sorry state? It was the fault of the stupid woman beside him that she had to make a fool of herself to look at that black mark on the floor, Su Yuntian thought, looking somewhat annoyed at Yao Ningning, who was so frightened that she almost cried out. At this time, a Dark Hunter roared and then pounced on Su Yuntian, scaring him so much that he was busy dodging to avoid it. However, this Dark Hunter was unforgiving, and after adjusting its stance, it once again lunged towards Su Yuntian. Now he couldn't retreat, and he was about to be pounced upon by the Dark Hunter. At the moment of crisis, Su Yuntian was busy grabbing a young girl beside him and pushed her towards the Dark Hunter. The young girl who was grabbed by Su Yuntian's pretty face was white, as if she couldn't believe that Su Yuntian, who was a grand young master, would actually act in such a way. Recalling Su Yuntian's pretentious appearance earlier, the young girl's heart was resentful beyond measure. But at this point, it was too late to say anything. The Dark Hunters were already close at hand. He was afraid that he would have to be accounted for here. The young girl closed her eyes in despair, but the expected pain did not appear. When he opened his eyes again, he only saw an incredibly handsome teenager in front of him, gazing indifferently at the Dark Hunter. He also had a staff in his hand, and it was this staff that held the Dark Hunter dead center, preventing him from moving. The visitor was none other than Lu Ling. Su Yuntian, you're really a scum, Lu Ling said with a cold smile, and then directly blasted the Dark Hunter in front of him with a fireball spell. The young girl's eyes were wide with disbelief as she watched Lu Ling carry his staff upside down and just meet a large group of Dark Hunters face to face. He's a mage? Why is he fighting demons? But the next scene directly caused the young girl's mouth to close in shock. The situation is reversed when Lu Ling joins the fight. The Dark Hunters who had originally slaughtered humans with abandon were suddenly ravaged like chickens in front of him. The staff was wielded in a tiger-like manner. Where was the aura of a mage? Instead, it was like a raging god of war. Flat A. Fireball. Fiery beam. Lu Ling's fight was filled with violent aesthetics, and he soon fought a barrier for the group of humans. The people who were able to catch their breath all looked back and were instantly stunned by Lu Ling. This is a mage? How can a mage be so fierce? This damage is too explosive, isn't it? Soon, the Dark Hunters who had originally beaten this group of people into submission were beaten by Lu Ling in less than 10 minutes with his own strength, and even gave birth to the idea of escaping. Seeing that the crisis was finally over, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief.
Su Yuntian straightened his messy hair and instantly regained that arrogant demeanor of the Su family's great young man and walked in front of Lu Ling.
Not bad, you did a good job, and when you go out, Su family, it's you. Su Yuntian had planned to say some pretty words first, then reveal his identity and lure the other party over to act as his bodyguard, but to his surprise, he nearly screamed out in surprise when he got a good look at the man's face. Lu Ling smiled wistfully and looked at the stunned Su Yuntian. LOL, what about your Su family? Are you planning to silence me when you get out? However, Su Yuntian's reaction was also extremely fast, and he immediately grunted in displeasure and said, so it was you. No wonder you didn't make the first move. You're just waiting for the critical time to come out so you can live up to your hero addiction. Right. In order to make a spectacle of yourself, you let these innocent people die in vain. You're such a selfish person. Saying that, Su Yuntian's face blazed up and said righteously. This comment almost amused Lu Ling. Leisurely. Yeah, young Su, you can't have forgotten what you just did, can you? And that's how you talk to your savior? Lu Ling said, his eyes looking towards the girl who had just been pushed out by Su Yuntian to die. The girl's face was still white, but the look in her eyes towards Su Yuntian had already taken on a touch of indignation, obviously harboring a grudge over what had just happened. Seeing Lu Ling's eyes signaling, she hesitated for a moment somewhat hesitantly, but in the end, she resolutely stepped forward. Chapter 22 Lu Ling's Plan. People don't believe this man's words. Just now, he pushed me towards the demon himself. He's the one who's the most selfish, the girl said, immediately relating what had just happened. The crowd's eyes instantly changed as they listened. That's a big no-no in a team. To die at the hands of a demon. That could be said to be a lack of skill. But death at the hands of a fellow soldier is a serious matter. It would drastically destroy the sense of trust between the entire team, causing the overall atmosphere to be all weird. Su Yuntian also did not expect that the girl just now actually did not die, and all of this was also discovered by Lu Ling. His heart could not help but flash a trace of panic. But soon, he calmed down. He is a member of the Su family. So what if I did? Could this group of people still kill themselves? Anyway, it's safe now. So he's still afraid of a fair? When the Su family's bodyguards find this place, it won't be a matter of minutes to take down these weaklings? Thinking about it, Su Yuntian's tone hardened. So what if it is? Do you guys dare to take a shot at me? Do you dare to make enemies of the Su family? That was a good reminder to the crowd. Indeed, Su Yuntian, no matter what, is still a member of the Su family. They alone couldn't afford to offend the Su family. And Lu Ling sneered. This was something he had anticipated long ago, and hadn't intended to use this matter to make Su Yuntian how he was. Lu Ling's plan was for Su Yuntian to be spurned and stop piling up with people. That way, he had a chance. In the dark, Su Yuntian could have said before that he wanted to ruin Lu Ling's career as a professional. Let him have no way to take the college entrance exam. If it wasn't for the appearance of the principal, I'm afraid that at the end of the trial that day, he, Lu Ling, would have been poisoned by Su Yuntian. For this kind of person, Lu Ling naturally wouldn't have any compassion. As she was thinking, the girl suddenly pointed at Su Yuntian and said coldly, in that case, there's nothing we can say. We are all a group of commoners. We wouldn't dare to travel with young Master Su, so please make yourself at home. These words caused the young master temperament Su Yuntian to immediately become offended. Is this to kick him out? Then he's really leaving. It's just a bunch of pariahs. Do you really take yourself seriously? He's an S-ranked swordsman. Does he need the help of a bunch of pariahs? Su Yuntian thought indignantly, completely forgetting how he had just been chased all the way here. After his eyes scanned the circle, Su Yuntian looked deeply at Lu Ling and that young girl, and then left angrily, walking towards the outside of the cave. At this moment, the hatred for Lu Ling in his heart reached its peak, and at the same time, he also felt a hint of fear for the strength that Lu Ling had displayed. After thinking for a few moments, Su Yuntian decided that after going out, he would find someone to kill Lu Ling, so as not to have a long night's sleep, even if he would offend the principal as a result. Seeing Su Yuntian leave, Yao Ningning struggled for a moment and still decided to stay here. The monsters he had just met, Su Yuntian barely had any power to fight back, while Lu Ling was able to kill them all with his own strength. The difference in strength between the two was clear at a glance. For the sake of her own little life, Yao Ningning could only pull down her face and pile on the smiles as she walked up to Lu Ling's face and greeted him. Unexpectedly, Lu Ling didn't even bother to pay attention to her, directly treating her as heir. Although Yao Ningning, who had been left out in the cold, was incomparably angry in her heart, there was nothing she could do. At this moment, Lu Ling was contemplating how to slaughter the brat Su Yuntian while not being discovered. As he was thinking about it, Lu Ling suddenly thought that when he had just opened the treasure chest, it seemed that he had opened a fine-grade prop, which could come in handy at this moment. Lu Ling thought and immediately opened his backpack and took out that prop. Prop's Cloak of 1,000 Faces. Grade, fine. Effects, when worn,
it can completely change one's appearance and scent, and can simulate the scent of a specified creature.
but the effect will be destroyed when attacked. Oh, now that's something. Lu Ling sneered and took it back into his backpack.
He wouldn't make a move on Su Yuntian directly.
If he was caught on something, then the trouble would be even bigger.
So, it is necessary to use some other external forces.
For example, some of the powerful magical creatures here. Thinking of this, Lu Ling's mind already had a bold plan. He directly whispered a few words to Autumn, then quietly moved to leave the area.
After walking out of the cave where the group of people had just stayed, Lu Ling directly put on the Thousand Faces cloak and recustomized his appearance.
The weapon in his hand had also turned into a long knife, and there was absolutely no way to see any consistency with the previous one. Then, he began to pursue the direction that Su Yuntian had left. Besides, on Su Yuntian's side, he who left alone could not help but feel some apprehension in his heart. To say that the unusual level 40 copy, that with their own strength, not to say horizontal walk, but also should be self-protection. But the demonic creatures in this copy were truly perverted, with all sorts of bizarre abilities coming out of the woodwork, and terrifyingly strong tracking abilities. Even a level 40 professional would have some trouble dealing with it solo, not to mention him, a person who was only level 20 or so. Therefore, Su Yuntian instantly planned to find a safe place to live for a while, and wait for the Su family's group of bodyguards to find themselves before considering the matter of going to fight the boss. Su Yuntian, who had made up his mind, immediately followed the route in his memory and soon found an extremely hidden-looking cave entrance. It was surrounded by aisles, not even a shadow of a demon in sight, and seemed perfectly safe. This is it. Su Yuntian was satisfied with his discovery, and immediately drilled into this ultra-small cave. Humph, Lu Ling, and those damn ES. You wait for me. On the other hand, Lu Ling traced the traces left behind by Su Yuntian all the way and soon found the place where he was hiding. Looking around, Lu Ling immediately let out a cold smile. This Su Yuntian IQ is indeed touching. This place in front of me is very hidden, but there is a fatal problem. That means there's no place to run when you're in danger. The cave entrance was just that big, which if the demonic creature found it, it could only fight to the death inside, and there was no way to run. Originally, Lu Ling was worried that he had attracted monsters and what would happen if Su Yuntian ran away, but now it's free of that worry. Thinking about it, Lu Ling immediately memorized the location, and then directly used the simulation function of the Thousand Faces cloak to simulate Su Yuntian's aura. After doing this, Lu Ling began to walk towards the surroundings, intending to bring some new friends to have some fun with the Su family's young master. Wandering around, Lu Ling soon found a dark hunter's camp. This camp was a bit bigger than the one just now, and it was filled with nearly 20 dark hunters. Now, this was enough for Su Yuntian to have a good drink. Lu Ling sneered and instantly threw a fireball towards those dark hunters. Chapter 23, Boss Battle. Battle against the Twisted Alien Cypress. His long-range damage would be attenuated to only 1/10 of its effectiveness, so the fireball was almost indistinguishable from scratching an itch. But being attacked, all the dark hunters instantly woke up. They roared and lunged towards Lu Ling. Lu Ling wanted exactly this effect, and immediately led this group of dark hunters towards the direction of the cave where Su Yuntian was staying. Along the way, Lu Ling turned around and threw fireballs every now and then to make sure that the hatred of that group of monsters was always on her. The aura on his body was simulating Su Yuntian's. It was only necessary to wait for the dark hunters to arrive at the place before Lu Ling lifted his transformation. Then the group of demons would directly target Su Yuntian. After all, in their eyes, it was Su Yuntian who had attacked them. Lu Ling couldn't help but reveal a bad smile as he thought. Soon, the group of monsters reached the cave where Su Yuntian was. The uninformed Su Yuntian was still secretly sulking at this moment. I can't imagine that damn woman betrayed me too. Humph. Thanks to this young man who treats her so well on weekdays. Forget it. Anyway, after playing, this kind of goods are only worthy of being reduced to playthings. That said, that Lin family's girl from before had a pretty decent flavor. As Su Yuntian was thinking, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from outside the cave entrance. What's the B movement? Su Yuntian froze, and an ominous feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Before he could poke his head in to see what was wrong, a hideous face appeared in the doorway. This was followed by an angry hiss. Su Yuntian's complexion immediately became terrified. A cry for help had not finished. It was directly pounced on the ground by the dark hunter. Pity the poor young master of the Su family, but he ended up dead. Listening to Su Yuntian's miserable screams gradually diminish, Lu Ling smiled faintly, took the Thousand Faces cloak back into his backpack, and walked as if nothing had happened towards the hole in the hole where the group of people had just stayed. Seeing Lu Ling come back, Autumn looked at him with some blush and whispered, "What took you so long to go to the bathroom? I was just about to go out looking for you." Lu Ling just laughed and casually made a few perfunctory remarks.
then continued to explore towards the front as if nothing had happened.
After that, they didn't meet any more very large-scale magical creatures along the way. They were all ordinary monsters around level 35, and they didn't even meet any more elite monsters. However, it did allow Lu Ling to find another hidden treasure chest, only this time his luck wasn't that good, and only opened a boot crafting book, and some not-so-precious materials. It seems that the set given by this copy should be the one in his backpack. The top, bottom and boots were all in place, so all that was missing was the headdress. Gold level sets are only 4 items, but diamond level sets are said to be 6 items, and the effects of the sets are more diverse. Soon, Lu Ling brushed all the way to the bottom of the deep pit from before. The bottom of the pit doesn't seem very big when you look at it from above, but when you wait until you get to the bottom you realize that this boss battle area is still huge. It was the size of 2 soccer fields. Usually bosses with large areas for such boss fights are not small in size. At this time, there were already quite a number of professionals standing one after another down below, and the small monsters around them were all pretty much cleared. So everyone was preparing to start the boss battle. The rules will be different for the unclassified copy of the boss battle, and are based on the amount of damage and the final kill to determine the reward, which is kinda fair. After waiting for a while, the giant tree in the center of the sinkhole suddenly stirred. Only countless green spores were seen splitting out of the huge trunk, and the dried corpses hanging from the trunk fell to the ground, and those robes instantly attached themselves to the dry corpses, causing those dry corpses to twitch violently, as if some kind of mutation had occurred. The possessed dry corpse gradually rose up from the ground, and its body burst open in a heck of a lot of ways, becoming a monster similar to a giant cannibalistic flower. After these derived monsters shook off the slime from their bodies, they immediately ran towards the professionals. This should be the mini-monster session before the boss fight. All of the professionals were staring at each other, immediately gripping their weapons in their hands before meeting these monsters. There weren't many high-level professions present. Almost the vast majority of them were level 30 and above, so it seemed a bit overwhelming to deal with. The melee professions were very self-conscious about moving forward to the top, allowing the long-range professions in the back row to output, and the priests got to work, returning blood and buffs to those who were in bad shape. Seeing this, Lu Ling also carried his staff, intending to go forward and have a big fight, but he was stopped by an older man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. Hey, you're a mage, aren't you? Why are you going forward? Go to the back and throw skills to output. This uncle's profession is a knight, which belongs to as a tank-type profession. And the uncle's words quickly attracted the attention of many people, and immediately someone frowned in dissatisfaction. What's a brittle skin like you doing running ahead? You want to die? Just hide behind and throw your skills. What kind of mage is this? My 5-year-old son knows that mages have to hide behind the output. Look at you. You just graduated from high school, right? Someone around the room soon spat. Seeing this, Lu Ling didn't bother to retort, and was just about to rush forward for 2 seconds to shut these people up when a sudden change occurred, only to see a vine seedling suddenly appear under the feet of the uncle who had just stepped in to dissuade Lu Ling, followed by a cannibalistic flower monster instantly breaking out of the ground. The thick vines entangled the uncle to death, and it looked like they were about to swallow him in one gulp. At the moment of crisis, Lu Ling directly jumped into midair with a void-folding leap, and raised his staff in his hand to direct a heavy blow that ruthlessly smashed on the monster's mouthpiece. A high amount of damage instantly caused the monster to let out a high hiss, switching the target of its attack to Lu Ling, and a dozen vines instantly shot out with electricity. A look that would run Lu Ling through. It's over. The lad is dead. The crowd was shocked, and they all thought that Lu Ling was going to be stuck directly into a sieve. However, Lu Ling just smiled coldly, and with a silky little walk, he directly dodged most of the vines. While the rest of the vines stabbed at Lu Ling's body, they only dropped a blood skin. Lu Ling directly ignored the wounds on his body and bellowed, directly chanting a fireball spell ahead of time, before jabbing his staff into the monster's mouthpiece. Boom! Boom! Minus 2098. Minus 865. The fireball spell stacked with the passive effect of the explosive staff and instantly dealt nearly 3,000 points of explosive damage. This time, there was also the increased damage from the void leap, and it directly killed this dryad cannibal flower in seconds. This maneuver instantly stunned those few warriors around them. Why is this mage so violent? This is still fragile? How do you go up against the monster's damage and give people seconds? The knight uncle, who had just been saved, also reacted and immediately walked to Lu Ling's side to help him resist the surging monsters. Little brother, thank you so much for just now, but you're a mage. Is it really okay to fight like this? Chapter 24, Mage Rushes Face Output? Upon hearing this, Lu Ling just smiled slightly and said, who says that mages must hide in the back row and throw skills to output? I think I'm fine like this. I can resist and fight. Isn't that much less work? A comment that left the older man instantly speechless. When you think about it, it does seem to make a bit of sense.
the performance that Lu Ling had just given.
Not only did he maintain a high output while also having mobility, his body looked pretty tough as well, and he was indeed quite a bit stronger than a traditional mage. If an ordinary mage were to come, then I'm afraid that I would be in a bad way in the situation just now. And Lu Ling no longer kept a low profile, directly opened his natural skill spell Energy Blade Elemental Awakening, and went up with a set of lightning 5 consecutive staffs, only to see several elemental fluctuations instantly flashing up on the explosive staff, with each attack being able to have an elemental effect attached to it. Scorch, Frost, Lightning Chain. Lu Ling, who had turned on his Elemental Awakening, instantly transformed into a merciless output machine, directly taking on 7 or 8 cannibal flower dryads by himself. With a high frequency of flat A's, several elemental effects were quickly stacked on those dryads, and Lu Ling's blue gradually sucked up, and a 20% max life value shield was put on his body. Arcane Siphon is a really powerful skill, especially when it comes to clearing monsters, and it allows Lu Ling to do almost no damage. Paired with Voidfold Leap, it makes Lu Ling's survivability a terror. Soon, the 7 dryad cannibal flowers in front of Lu Ling's eyes wailed and died. Such an explosive scene that almost left the entire audience of professionals dumbfounded. Did I read that right? That's a mage? A mage soloed a bunch of monsters? Holy, this dude is kind of strong and scary. Can a back row profession like a mage be that fierce? He's afraid that even a top-tier warrior can't match his aura. Too brutal, too brutal. This dude's damage is scary high. No way. I'll have to add him as a friend later and let him take me to brush the monsters. Who says mages can't be big brothers? For a while, the crowd was in awe. Lu Ling, on the other hand, looked as if she had done something trivial, with a breezy face. Soon enough, those dried cannibal flowers in the periphery were almost all cleared by the professionals, and everyone set their eyes on the demonic giant tree in the center of the sinkhole. At this moment, the horrible plant that had sucked up countless amounts of blood and flesh finally revived. The boss words were gradually visualized. Twisted Alien Eating Cypress. Level, 40, Gold Boss. Attack, 503, Mixed Damage, Blood, 30, 000. Skill, Devouring Flesh and Blood. Generating Magic Vines. Mysteriously contaminated twisted creatures, beasts, or a plant, with a long, sharp cry. The entire giant tree suddenly began to swell, its roots growing in reverse like tentacles, and finally breaking out of the ground, waving wildly in the air. And in the center of the tree trunk, a mouth suddenly cracked out, then gradually tore apart, gradually turning into a huge mouth. Its color also gradually turned from black to dark red, a color and texture as gruesome as a twisted mass of flesh and blood. The twisted human face also began to wail incessantly, as if it were a pair of horrible eyes. Here we go. Everyone was shocked, and immediately they were ready to meet the battle. A level 40 boss with a full 30,000 drops of blood was very rare. Even an ordinary level 40 professional would be afraid that it would be difficult to defeat this kind of boss alone. Accompanied by a roar, the hearts of the crowd were shaken, and they raised their weapons and began to fight. The first to attack the monster were those long-range mages and archers, but the long-range damage fell on the body of this boss as if scratching an itch. It was surrounded by a number of rooted vines all around its body, blocking at least half of the spells. Seeing this, the warrior rushing ahead immediately shouted, "Cut those roots around the boss first, otherwise there's no way to output at all." Before the words left his mouth, he was instantly pierced through by several vines, hanging fiercely in the air. The crowd was shocked. What a strong attack. Even a profession like a warrior can be killed in seconds. This damage is too high. That wasn't all. After the impaled warrior convulsed a few times, he gradually turned into a dry corpse. At the same time, the alien eater cypress, which had lost a bit of blood, was slowly bleeding back. It can absorb life force. Pay attention to your stance. Those roots have an attack range of about 3 meters. Prioritize clearing out a vacuum zone. Lu Ling judged the situation at a glance and calmly commanded. There was no way around it. The boss off first sight usually had very powerful bonuses, which was why they were extraordinarily difficult to deal with. Lu Ling didn't dare to be careless and responded very seriously. The crowd sniffed and came to their senses, immediately following his words. Lu Ling, on the other hand, managed to approach the boss's body by virtue of his high movement speed and high mobility of void-folding leap, followed by a direct staff draw. Boo! After a muffled thud, the Xenophagus cypress hissed in instant agony as it was hooked up to sizzling warning. The fire damage seems to be more restrained against it, with the scorching effect being 1.5 times as effective as it was originally. Lu Ling noticed this immediately and grinned. The output skills he commonly used now were all fire attribute spells, and with Dimensional Tear, a divine skill for beating meat, that output would have to be terrifying, he thought, and immediately started his show around the boss. The trunk of the alien eclipse cypress had a number of twisted human faces that appeared to be its eyes, and this became the primary target of Lu Ling's attack.
only to see Lu Ling running 2 steps and jumping up to fling fireballs. Bobo all shoved his staff into these people's faces before detonating them, instantly knocking out nearly 7 to 8,000 blood from the boss. It puts the boss into a berserk state. This confused the warrior tanks in the back who were still slashing at the roots. This is still a mage? What kind of omnipotent king is this? We can't even touch the boss, but you're going to give the boss a second stage? And Lu Ling see boss berserk, not only not afraid, but more and more courageous, directly opened the elemental awakening. The staff instantly sparks with lightning, so that Lu Ling looks like a heavenly god-like majesty. By this time, those roots blocking the attack were pretty much chopped up, and the professionals were busy moving forward to attack along with Lu Ling. In an instant, the scene was bustling with all kinds of skills hitting the boss's body in unison, with swords, long shots and short cannons, interspersed with quite a number of skills with various effects attached to them. The professionals who could enter this copy were no more than level 40 at the highest, and didn't have any fancy skills, so they relied more on strength in numbers, so it causes the combat to look rather plain and unassuming. But Lu Ling's presence is out of place with the others. While other mages were still throwing 2 skills at the back and waiting for a while for their blue to return, Lu Ling was like a perpetual motion machine, never stopping attacking. Chapter 25, Oops, Lu Ling won the MVP. The staff swung faster than a warrior's long sword in his hand. Each attack came with 3 types of damage as well as an elemental special effect, and he also smashed 2 fireballs every now and then. When the fight is in the heat of the moment, they will directly turn on the flame beam, directly to the face of the scorching of the alien food cypress. Such an exaggerated fighting style caused the crowd of professionals to be more and more shocked the more they watched. Lu Ling's attacks not only can come with various limiting effects, but also has a surprisingly high damage. Boss's flat A he doesn't even bring to avoid. Dropping a bit of blood is skill to recover up. Don't even need milk. The boss's skills couldn't even touch the corner of Lu Ling's coat. All of them were dodged by his invincibility frame of less than a second with Void Leap. How confident does that have to be? He's practically a Superman. The hearts of the crowd of professionals went numb. Strong is a mage? No, the strong one is Lu Ling. He's the one who explained how a mage should be played. Being in a fighting state, Lu Ling was very hyper and had gotten into the swing of things. The values and mechanics of this boss are truly disgusting. But sadly, my values and mechanics are above yours. Who said melee mages are trash? Melee mages are supermodels. The more Lu Ling fought, the more energized he became. The staff in his hand was about to swing out of the stump, and soon the boss's blood level was below half. At this moment, Lu Ling's output alone had reached a terrifying 70%, and he was still only a 26th level professional. It had to be said that Lu Ling's presence greatly boosted the morale, and the professions couldn't help but raise their spirits when they saw such a fierce mage on their side. And those priests also knew their stuff. There were at least a dozen kinds of increased buffs on Lu Ling, and they didn't stop the whole time. Generally this kind of big brother treatment can be enjoyed by warriors or assassins, because only these professions can top the front while eating pressure and output, and Lu Ling directly used his strength to prove that mages were just as capable. Finally, under the efforts of the crowd, the twisted alien eclipse cypress let out a deafening roar, and the vine branches on its body twisted wildly before it finally collapsed unwillingly. Lu Ling directly collected the first kill with a fireball spell, and the reward for the cross-level kill instantly allowed him to rise 2 levels. At the same time, an ethereal and stirring bell sounded in his ears. Copy, Eerie Forest. First pass completed. Boss battle best contributor, level 28 mage, Lu Ling. The crowd of professionals were once again shocked as the broadcast sounded. What? A mage that fierce? And you're telling me he's only level 20 something? I'll believe you when you say he's level 50. Whose genius is this? For a while, Lu Ling's identity instantly became the talk of the town, and the rewards for clearing the copy have all become secondary. Lu Ling, on the other hand, was transported to a mysterious space the moment the broadcast popped up, surrounded by mist like a fairy court. A brilliant golden treasure chest was right in front of him. This would be that mysterious reward for the first pass copy. Lu Ling also couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart and went up to open this treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the following item. Tattered Scroll *1 Mystic Relic *1 Legendary Grade Jewelry Sage's Stone Crafting Book *1. Legendary jewelry. That's a great treasure, and it sounds like it should be a mage class. Lu Ling picked up that production book and observed it, but he couldn't help but stare. The current trinket is locked to the hidden profession. You can't view it. Locking down hidden professions? This is he lucky or unlucky? Lu Ling couldn't help but cry and laugh, so he could only put it in his backpack for now and study it later. Then, Lu Ling picked up the remaining 2 props. From the text description, these 2 things should be props used for opening hidden copies, but one's level wasn't enough to activate them. It wasn't a troublesome thing to do, just need to find a higher ranked seer professional to help break it. Generally, The lowest price for a hidden copy token can be sold for 1,000,000 Chinese coins, which is not bad for Lu Ling.
After putting the things away, Lu Ling also took the initiative to exit this reward space. When they reached the outside, the crowd of professionals already had a hint of reverence in their eyes when they looked at Lu Ling. People always respect the strong wherever they are, and Lu Ling has conquered them with strength. At this time, the copy had already been cleared, and the teleportation light pillar appeared in front of them, and Lu Ling, as the professional with the highest output in the boss battle, could independently choose a piece of the boss's drop item and received a title enchantment. This title increases Lu Ling's burst rate by 20% when he comes back in for that copy. Looking at the self-selected treasure chest in front of him, Lu Ling didn't hesitate to redeem the headgear from the Misty set, the Grey Mist Law hat. He already had the crafting books for the rest of the set, and now all that was missing was a headdress to activate the effects of this set. It was a gold-ranked mana set, and Lu Ling could use it just fine. After redeeming the rewards, Lu Ling collected some more materials that those professionals had specifically left for Lu Ling, and then he planned to leave this secret realm. Just as he went out, he suddenly realized that there was a middle-aged man with an iron face standing at the door, and he was followed by a number of high-level professionals with terrifying auras. And beside the man, a white cloth was covering him, and underneath the white cloth it was vaguely visible that it should be a human form. Lu Ling only took one look and recognized it, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Su Yuntian, this kid's life is really good. Yes, that pile of stuff on the ground covered by a white cloth was Su Yuntian's remains. Originally, Lu Ling was thinking that if he died in a place like that, the Su family shouldn't be able to find him, but I did not expect that the Su family's few bodyguards this all brought out to Su Yuntian. That's quite a dedication. Actually, this incident was purely coincidental. Those Su family bodyguards immediately panicked after Su Yuntian accidentally entered the underground cave. After some non-stop searching, they finally learned the way to enter the underground cave area. When they came down, Lu Ling and the others were just in time to start the boss battle, and before the group of bodyguards sniffed and rushed over, one of them suddenly wanted to use the restroom. Since there was nothing more suitable near the cavern, he took a few more steps and happened to find a small hole similar in size to a toilet. Having just gone in to release a portion of it, the man immediately noticed a surprisingly mutilated body on the ground. Upon further scrutiny, there was actually something on the corpse that belonged to his own young master. This can be the Su family bodyguard to panic. Also cannot care that he just poured a bubble on it. Directly will bring the body out. After identification, it was found that it was actually really Su Yuntian's body. My own young master is dead, and in such a tragic way. It's all over now. The group of bodyguards, each with a face like ashes, took Su Yuntian's remains all the way out of the cave. Just as the copy passed, they then went out and contacted Su Yuntian's father, the Su family's family head Su Yanyi, at the first opportunity. Chapter 26, Underground Deathmatch. Su Yanyi, who had just arrived, was enraged, and immediately ordered the blockade of the entire replica area, determined to find out the murderer who had brutalized his son. But after calming down a bit, Su Yanyi also realized that this kind of wound on his son's body was 80% the work of a demon. Therefore, this matter can't really be blamed on anyone else but those few bodyguards for their poor guarding. After letting out a deep breath, Su Yanyi seemed as if he had aged 10 years and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to carry Su Yuntian's body down. Contact Prof. Gu of the Capital University for me, and at the same time, prepare 3 more heavenly rank source energy stones, Su Yuno said breathlessly, and these words were also heard by Lin Tianxiong, who was at the side. The Lin family, which was the Su family's mortal enemy, naturally stole the news of Su Yuntian's murder. After laughing for a while, he forced himself to come to Lu Ling's body. Little friend Lu really hasn't let me down. It's quite a rewarding harvest this time, Lin Tianxiong said smilingly. Naturally, what he was referring to was not the rewards that Lu Ling had personally received, but the matter of taking the first pass of the copy as the representative of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. After the first pass of the duplicate, if there is any core left, it will go to the person who passed the duplicate first, that is, the professional who ended the boss at the end, or contributed the most in the boss battle. And the value of this core was very great. It meant that in the future, if a professional wanted to brush this copy, they would have to pay an entrance fee to the core holder, but want to build it into a sustainable refreshing copy. This is an individual cannot do, must be relying on the guild such organizations to run, in order to the copy of the core of the maximum value. Although it was said that a portion of the tickets had to be turned over to the Chinese professionals organization, the profit it could bring in was still quite substantial. Lu Ling naturally understood this, and just smiled faintly and said, I'm just lucky, too. Lin Tianxiong sniffed and appreciated this young man in front of him more and more. At the same time, his heart couldn't help but sigh. If he had a son as good as Lu Ling, how good would it be? Thinking about it,
he couldn't help but give Lin Beichen a look of disdain in his eyes. Poor Lin Beichen had a puzzled look on his face and could only weakly look at Lu Ling. After hearing the 4 people under him report on Lu Ling's performance in the copy, Lin Tianxiong was even more surprised. He had originally thought that Lu Ling was thinking that he had brought these 4 level 40 professionals with him in order to capture the first pass in a crowd. However, he didn't expect that Lu Ling would directly take down this level 40 mysterious realm with his strength alone. It wouldn't be too much to call such a person a demon. No way. Reward. It has to be a good reward, Lin Tianxiong thought, and was just about to open his mouth when he realized that Lu Ling had already chatted with his own daughter at some point. Moreover, her daughter Lin Wanwan's face still had a touch of redness, that kind of young girl's sense of shyness, and an old fox like Lin Tianxiong naturally understood what it meant. In an instant, Lin Tianxiong felt like the sky had collapsed, but the thought that it was a golden pig that was arching his own cabbage made him feel better again. Forget it, let the young people do their thing, Lin Tianxiong thought helplessly, rubbed his head, and didn't mention the reward again, but desperately needed time to compose himself. After waiting to chat for a while, Lu Ling then felt a bit hungry, so he logically accompanied Lin Wanwan to have a dinner together. After the meal, Lin Wanwan suddenly had something to do and went home. Lu Ling had planned to go home as well, but was pulled back by Lin Beichen. Brother Lu, you say, are we good buddies? Lin Beichen suddenly looked at Lu Ling with both eyes glowing. Objectively speaking, I guess not, Lu Ling said in a serious manner. No way brother Lu, at least we are comrades who have shared the same life and death. How can you say that? Lin Beichen immediately changed into a crying face. Lu Ling couldn't help but feel amused and said, alright, something's up. Lin Beichen immediately laughed when he heard it, changing his face extremely fast. It is a pity that he does not go to play Sichuan opera. Good buddy, I'll recognize you as my buddy from now on. Here's the thing. After listening to Lin Beichen pouring out his bitterness for a full 20 minutes or so, Lu Ling's expression became more and more wonderful, and at the back, he even had the urge to kick Lin Beichen off. It turned out that this kid had actually signed a contract for an underground deathmatch because he had helped out a girl in his class. However, he himself was a tank profession, and was completely unable to fight in 1v1, which was why he put his crooked mind on Lu Ling, wanting to have Lu Ling join him in a 2v2 match. That's the way things are. I don't dare tell Pops about this either. If he finds out, I'll be finished, Lin Beichen said sheepishly. It was true that he was a son of the Lin family, and he went to play this kind of game. If Lin Tianxiong knew about this, wouldn't his nose get all bent out of shape? If Lin Tianxiong knew about this, his nose would be bent out of shape, and it would be considered that Lin Tianxiong had a good temper if he didn't break his legs. After secretly spitting for a while, Lu Ling was also thinking seriously. First of all, it's not very good to just run away from this kind of tournament, because behind the underground deathmatch tournament, there are still quite a few powerful forces standing, and they will never allow someone to sign up for a tournament and not execute it. There were so many things involved behind the scenes that even if Lin Tianxiong came, he would still feel a headache. It would have been fine if the match contract had not been signed, but if it had been signed, it would have been unjustified. It's hard to rule this kind of competition illegal when you say he's illegal. After all, if reporting really worked, then they wouldn't have a long history of hundreds of years. So, I'm afraid this match is still a must. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ling finally decided to agree to Lin Beichen. For one thing, with his current strength, he could easily defeat even against level 40 plus opponents. Secondly, Lin Beichen is not a bad person, plus he is Lin Wanwan's brother, so there is no harm in helping. And Lin Beichen was overjoyed after seeing Lu Ling agree, and immediately excitedly went up and hugged Lu Ling. Good brother, I'll call you brother from now on. The race is tomorrow. I'll pick you up then. Don't worry, after the fight, my brother will definitely thank you properly. After saying that, he happily bid farewell to Lu Ling and left the place in a huff. Looking at his distant figure, Lu Ling smiled helplessly. Lin Beichen really didn't look like a young master at all. Who knows, he's the young master of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild if he doesn't say so himself. The next morning, Lin Beichen arrived as promised, riding a handsome little motorcycle. Since you can't fly yet, getting a vehicle is necessary. After loading up Lu Ling, the two soon arrived at the hottest underground deathmatch arena in the area. This kind of competition is similar to underground black boxing, only not as bloody and brutal as black boxing. Chapter 27, The Blood Slaughter Brothers. There are two types of deathmatch matches for professionals. Most of the first will stop when one side admits defeat, and only in a few cases will there be an accident. And more pertinent to underground black boxing matches would be the second type, which is known as a life and death match. There are no rules, no restrictions, and the winner is the one who comes out alive. This gray industry is always the most popular with civilians, and who doesn't like to see two towering professionals bloodying each other in the ring? After the two of them walked into the arena, Lu Ling was immediately invited backstage.
Inside a gilded office.
Inside sat an incredibly ruthless-looking middle-aged man with a lurid-looking extra-long scar on his face that stretched from the corner of his forehead to his jaw.
Oh, Mr. Lin is here? Have a seat.
Seeing that his identity had been recognized, Lin Beichen was a bit stunned, while Lu Ling quickly thought of something and his face became a bit more grave.
If he hadn't guessed wrong, the man in front of him was 80% here to knock on the bamboo pole.
He wanted to use Lin Beichen's contract as a handle to gain benefits from the Heavenly Phoenix Guild.
As expected, as Lu Ling expected,
the scar-faced man said immediately after a few polite words,
I'm afraid it's not appropriate for Mr.
Lin to come and participate in this kind of competition.
Right? Why don't you inform President Tianxiong and let him come and talk to me? If something happens to Mr.
Lin in my place,
there's no way I can explain it, don't you think so?
He laughed when he finished. Lu Ling just wanted to remind, but he heard Lin Beichen reject it outright.
No, you can just pretend I'm just a normal person. Finish the contract and we'll leave.
Lin Beichen said with a resolute attitude. The scar-faced man also didn't expect Lin Beichen to be that decisive,
and after a moment's pause, he lost his smile. Good, Duke Lin is really bold. Come on people, take Mr. Lin and his friend to prepare for the match. As soon as the words left his mouth, several people with masks immediately appeared and respectfully led Lu Ling and Lin Beichen away. Only after they left the office did the scar-faced man reveal a sinister smile. The little pussy is quite smart, but since you've landed in my hands, you still want to get better without spitting something out? Humph. Arrange the blood slaughter combination for them as opponents. I want to see how Lin Tianxiong is going to come and beg me after the two little brats lose.
Walking out of the office, Lu Ling also slightly surprised.
I cannot imagine Lin Beichen on the surface seems to be a little out of tune, but in fact in the big right and wrong is not ambiguous. I think that's what's called being wise beyond your wildest dreams. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Beichen's thoughts were actually quite simple. That is, it must not be discovered by father, or he'll get his ass kicked. After the two followed the staff over to register, they went straight to the parlor to wait. On the other side of the room, in a dimly lit room, there was a body lying on the floor, with two men like beasts. Brother, it's true that it's better to sleep in a pile of corpses. That said, we haven't been out exercising in a while, and we're getting a little itchy. One of them stretched his block and yawned. The other man laughed and picked up the conversation. How can there be someone who can rival our blood slaughter brothers in this tiny Jiang city? Even though we've suppressed our rank using suppressors, it's still not much of a thrill. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard a light knocking at the door. Gentlemen, the boss has scheduled a new match. On the other hand, the two who had been chattering in the parlor for almost half an hour were also finally notified of the match. The opponent for our match is a combination called blood slaughter? This combination doesn't seem to have much of a record, Lin Beichen said with some doubt. Isn't this better? If you arrange too strong an opponent and you lose, you'll be in big trouble. At that time, the person in charge here will definitely take advantage of this matter to go to President Lin and extort a fortune, Lu Ling said casually as she sat on the couch. Lin Beichen scratched his head, wanting to speak. Soon, the two were taken to the preparation area. Coming up next, a 2v2 match. It's the newcomer duo, Lu Chen vs Blood Slaughter. Along with the host's rousing voice, there was a chorus of responses from the audience on stage. This Lu Chen team is a freshman team that just registered. It consists of two energetic young men. They are Mr. Lu and North Star. Let's give a round of applause to these two brave young men. Accompanied by the chants of the audience, Lu Ling and Lin Beichen slowly stood on the competition stage. Lu Ling was not too fond of this kind of fight being surrounded by on-the-spot crickets, but Lin Beichen seemed to be quite used to this feeling, smilingly waving his hand in greeting. The two of them had quite a high face value. One was warm and sunny, and the other was cold and indifferent. Such a combination was quite eye-catching, and immediately caused many people in the audience to talk about it. And their opponents are the Blood Slaughter Group, consisting of a pair of blood brothers, the older brother, Shao Fury, and the younger brother, Shao Demon. And by the time their opponents came out, the originally enthusiastic crowd was suddenly quite quiet. This is the two who beat their opponents to death alive last time? Aren't they the life and death ring contestants? Why did they run here? Holy, these two are both pervert-level characters. Now those two little brothers are in danger. The appearance of the two caused the audience to murmur, as they all seemed to have heard of the Blood Slaughter brothers. Their words were naturally unclear to the two Lu Ling who were on the field. However, Lu Ling could sense that lingering, thick murderous aura on his opponent and frowned for a moment. These two have, on their backs, definitely carry a lot of lives. I'm afraid these two are not simple, Lu Ling thought and whispered a reminder to Lin Beichen. Without waiting for them to continue their discussion, the referee had already appeared in the center of the competition stage. The match is 10 minutes long and ends immediately when one side concedes. Prepare both sides. Both sides sniffed and pulled their weapons out. Lu Ling's side was the standard lineup of a tank with a mage, while the Blood Slaughter brothers had a double warrior lineup. Objectively speaking, Lu Ling's side's chances of winning were definitely greater. It would be extremely difficult for a warrior to go around a tank to slice a mage. As for the output of the mages, most of the warriors were not very good at carrying them, plus there was no long range on their side, making it easy for the mages to hide behind and output them at will. With a yell from the referee, the match begins. To the surprise of everyone in the room, the two sides had set up the same stance. Lu Ling, a mage, was actually standing with Lin Beichen. This unusual scene immediately made everyone frown. Could it be that this handsome young mage was a total rookie? This kind of standing position. He is simply washing his neck and waiting for the opposite side to cut off. Chapter 28, Berserker? 2 fireballs in a second. And when the Blood Slaughter brothers on the opposite side saw this, they also revealed a cruel smile. Whoa, brother, that mage boy across the street is a dumbass, isn't he? Ha ha ha. Instead of trying to run away, did he approach us of his own accord? I can't wait to see his head explode. Xiao Demon stared at Lu Ling with a face of morbid excitement. After saying that, he instantly turned on an acceleration skill, Blood Dash, and with a wild dash, he ran towards Lu Ling. At this moment, the crowd in the viewing gallery also murmured, and this mage is so stupid, how can he stand with a tank? That's right, that tank teammate won't be able to stop the opposite side when we cut him later. Those Blood Slaughter brothers can both be berserker professions. Looks like there's not much suspense in this match. The eyes of the crowd that looked at Lu Ling once again took on a touch of contempt. Lu Ling, on the other hand, just smiled coldly and carelessly looked at Xiao Demon who was running wildly towards him. A berserker? It's just a toy for me. I'll show you what a melee mage is. Lu Ling directly turned on Elemental Awakening, while a Voidfold Leap started the displacement. However, the direction he displaced was Xiao Demon's side. The crowd was shocked at the sight. This mage saw the opposite side of the warrior over to cut him. Not only did not run, but also took the initiative to cross the displacement up? This is crazy, right? Did he try to kill himself? But before the audience could curse out, Lu Ling directly blocked everyone's mouth with practical actions, only to see Lu Ling jumping face first with a flash, and then swinging his staff was a headbutt. The staff that had turned on the Elemental Awakening was full of special effects, and it greeted Xiao Demon's face with rushing electricity. Xiao Demon also didn't expect the mage kid on the opposite side to dare to be so wild. He actually jumped to face output, caught off guard. He was hit head-on by Lu Ling's staff. Boo! A gut-wrenching muffled sound rang out as Lu Ling directly knocked out 1,000 points of high damage. That's still the damage without bludgeoning. If it wasn't for the fact that the Berserker's basic panel's double resistance was just fine, plus the fact that Xiao Demon had a piece of damage immunity equipment on him, Lu Ling's shot of flat A would have directly given him seconds. But even so, Lu Ling's blow still knocked out most of his blood. Moreover, the staff came with an elemental special effect, lightning, which instantly caused him to experience a great stiffness. His body was simply unable to dodge. In panic, Xiao Demon immediately turned on the Berserker Divine skill, Fighting Frenzy Strike. This skill deducts 20% of his current max life while drastically strengthening his attacks and comes with a high lifesteal. Moreover, the moment it was turned on, it also dispelled all of its own negative statuses and gained a certain amount of toughness. Paired with Xiao Demon's natural skill Berserker's Rage, the lower the blood the higher the agility and strength, causing Xiao Demon to instantly move up a notch. This state was the Berserker's strongest state, and even a professional several levels higher than him would have to hold off at the moment. Xiao Demon, who had opened a series of enhancements, was incomparably enraged in his heart, actually being forced to do so by a mage sticking his face in the air. It was truly a strange shame, and Xiao Sha, who was still in the distance, was also startled. He knew his brother's strength very well. Even with a level limiter on his body, he was able to deal with enemies 10 levels above him without losing, and now it was being beaten by a brat. The opposite side was still a brittle mage. Just as Xiao Demon's axe was about to slash at Lu Ling, Lin Beichen precisely released a taunt and simultaneously turned on Motivating Battle Cry, applying damage immunity to Lu Ling and himself. Xiao Demon, who was about to cut down Lu Ling, was momentarily unable to dodge and was taunted by Lin Beichen. His body instantly stiffened and ran uncontrollably towards Lin Beichen's side. And how could Lu Ling let go of this good opportunity? Taking the opportunity, he ruthlessly added 2 heavy blows, and then directly pushed his staff against Xiao Demon's waist, and the fireball spell was instantly released. With a boom, Xiao Demon was directly blown away. The blood level fell to single digits. Seeing that he was about to be scalded to death by the burns attached to the fireball, the rescue priest by the referee's table immediately stepped in and lifted Xiao Demon's blood back up with a skill. It also means that Shaw Devil is out. The crowd in the audience was shocked. What the hell? This mage actually gave the Berserker a second by sticking his face in the air? That Berserker didn't even get an A out and was carried away by a mage? Is this really a mage? It's too much.
The one who was even more shocked was Xiao Xia, but he knew his brother's strength the best. At one time, they were also powerful existences that caused a bloody storm in other cities. And now they were beaten up by two brats who were no more than teenagers? That guy across the street. What the hell kind of monster is that? Shocked, Xiao Xia was also incomparably angry. It had always been only the two of their brothers who had crippled others, but today they had actually almost been crippled by someone else? And a mage boy at that. Can this be tolerated? Xiao Xia roared furiously and opened two enhanced skills at the same time, then threw a flying axe directly towards Lu Ling. This was one of the few skills of the berserker that could attack remotely, and although the damage was not high, it could inflict a crippling effect on the enemy, which was naturally appropriate for sticking people. But what everyone didn't expect was that Lu Ling didn't dodge or flash. Instead, he stored up his fireball spell in place. Why doesn't this kid dodge? Although the damage of this skill is not top-notch, but after a solid hit, it can also dry out a small half-tube of blood of the brittle skin. And once you're slowed down and stuck, wouldn't that berserker just hack a mage to death? Just as the axe was about to fall on Lu Ling, his figure directly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the wildly running Xiao Xia. Why is void migration called a god skill? It's this invincibility frame of less than a second. It creates infinite possibilities. The Xiao Xia, who was running wildly, did not expect this mage boy to actually dare to take the initiative to flash to his body. His heart became even more furious, and he raised his axe towards Lu Ling's head. If this axe were to be used by other brittle professions, there would be nothing to do but wait for death in place. However, Lu Ling remained fearless and directly smashed the stored fireball spell on Xiao Xia's body. The two sides exchanged moves, and surprisingly, it was the berserker Xiao Xia, who was a melee mad dog, who suffered a loss. The axe slashed Lu Ling first, but it only left a wound on his shoulder, cutting away about less than a fifth of Lu Ling's blood. Instead, Lu Ling's shot of face-storing fireballs had blown away half of Xiao Xia's blood. The terrifying damage caused Xiao Xia's heart to lose color in horror, and he immediately turned on his defense boost skill. At this time, Lin Beichen also slammed up with a fearless charge, but directly Xiao Fury dodged it with a twist, incidentally also solving Lin Beichen's taunt in seconds. This kind of micro-manipulation caused Lu Ling to be slightly surprised even as he watched. If a level 30 berserker could operate that skillfully, there was no way he could only be at this level, right? Chapter 29 Tool Blood Slaughter Brothers, creating the creepy mist suit. Moreover, the opposite side skills were a bit too much, almost as many as his own skills as a mage, which was really very strange. But doubtful or not, Lu Ling's hand movements remained unheeded, and a flat A carrying two characteristics ruthlessly smashed into Xiao Xia's waist, instantly causing him to feel a stiffness in his body. This time, the elemental attack that came with it was frost, and paired with scorching morning, Xiao Xia immediately felt his status drop quite a bit. That wasn't all, as Lu Ling slammed another flat A into his back, stacking another layer of water immersion effects on him. In the end, Lu Ling even directly opened Dimensional Tear, pressed his staff against Xiao Xia's body, and opened Flame Beam against his face. The powerful impact immediately caused Xiao Xia to feel a sharp pain, and he spat out blood in a single gulp. The priest on the referee's table was already prepared, and when he saw that Xiao Xia had fallen into a state of near death, he immediately went up with a set of healing. This was what prevented him from perishing under Lu Ling's fiery beam, and the referee froze for a good 10 seconds before coming back to his senses and declaring a winner. The winners of this match are the Lithan combination. The audience on the stage still hasn't come back to their senses for a long time as the host's voice rings out. After a long time, the crowd then gradually applauded. It's too wonderful. I can't imagine that mages can actually fight like this. It's really a small knife pulling an ass and opening eyes. Indeed, who says that mages can only output obscenely at the back? This little brother's mage play is beyond words. So fierce. That's right. I think those two berserkers are just bullying the weak, and once they meet the fierce ones, they fish. Lu Ling's exaggerated maneuvers instantly convinced many of the audience, and everyone began to ask for information about this handsome mage. However, Lu Ling, who had won the match, had long since left with Lin Beichen, which caused many spectators who were planning to recruit Lu Ling to sigh in their hearts. Now that I'm done fighting, that deed can be voided, right? In the office of the underground deathmatch supervisor, Lin Beichen didn't have the heart to say to the scar-faced man sitting across from him. The scar-faced man ignored him and instead stared at Lu Ling with an astonished look. This match was more like Lu Ling coming over to abuse the food than it was a duel match. He could be very clear about the strength of that Blood Slaughter brothers, even though the current paper level was 30. But these two brothers are both genuine first-turn powerhouses. Because of some special reasons they put on the level limiter and came here to fight in the underground deathmatch. Not to mention level 50. Even a level 40 professional wouldn't be able to take much advantage against these two brothers. And this kid in front of me can actually fight two with one. The strength is as terrifying as this. For such a demonic genius, The scar-faced man didn't dare to offend him, and immediately changed into a smiling face. Although it was said that Lu Ling was not considered a strong person in his eyes, he was afraid that Lu Ling was some kind of young master from a top mansion who came out to play, and he didn't dare to make too much of a fuss. I can't imagine that the two of you are so strong. It's my eyes that are clumsy. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Lin, since you've already fought a match for me, the contract is naturally nullified, the scar-faced man said with a grin. After giving the two men a sum of money each as a bonus, the scar-faced man told them to leave quickly. This would be a problem if things were to wait for the two blood slaughter brothers to slow down and come to the door, and Lu Ling also thought of this, so he took Lin Beichen and left directly. After coming out, Lin Beichen also pulled Lu Ling as a thank you, and then patted his chest. Brother Lu, from now on, your business is my business. I don't dare to say anything else, but if you get beaten up, you'll definitely call me. Such a statement that invited laughter also managed to make Lu Ling laugh out loud, shaking his head but not saying anything. But Lin Beichen had recorded this matter deeply in his heart. At the same time, Lu Ling's status in his mind skyrocketed and soon reached a status similar to that of a big brother. After that, there was nothing more to do, so Lu Ling directly excused himself and ran off alone to the Jiangcheng Professionals Union, intending to head to the replica to brush up on his leveling. Just before taking 2 steps, Lu Ling thought of a gold-rank suit that he had swiped out in the weird forest before that seemed to have not been built yet, so he temporarily changed his destination. Previously, Lin Tianxiong had promised to give him a complete set of equipment. It wasn't that Lin Tianxiong had forgotten about this moment, but rather, Lu Ling had taken the initiative to honor this promise when he turned 1. Because most of the equipment in the early stages is relatively easy to obtain, you can just brush yourself up. Lin Tianxiong naturally agreed with his mouth full. Soon, Lu Ling arrived at the Heavenly Phoenix Guild headquarters. At this time, Lu Ling was already a celebrity in the guild. After listening to Lu Ling's request, the receptionist in charge of the guild didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately asked the president for instructions. To build a whole set of equipment? It looks like this kid didn't gain much from that copy in the eerie forest. Lin Tianxiong laughed and said, "Fine, let him go to the Blacksmith Association and look for Master Zhao. I'll make a call with him." The head of reception immediately told Lu Ling about this news. Lu Ling also didn't expect to just build a transitional set of level 30 gold equipment. The president even directly used his relationship to let the president of the Blacksmith Association to build it. The president of that Blacksmith Association, Zhao Wuji, was a third-turned professional, a 6th-ranked master blacksmith. This life class profession is different from the combat profession in that each professional gets an affiliated life profession at the first turn. The choice of this life class career is based more on your attributes at turn 1. For example, a profession with high spirit and low strength would not be able to choose a profession like blacksmithing, which eats physical strength, and not enough spirit to make subsidiary professions like enchanter and seer optional. Although life class professions had no direct combat ability, they were still very desirable once you leveled up. I wonder what kind of life class professions I can open up with this panel when I turn 1. As Lu Ling thought about it, he moved directly to the Blacksmith Association, which was not far from the Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Upon arriving, he was greeted by a strong metallic odor mixed with the smell of molten iron. After explaining his intentions, the receptionist rushed to find Zhao Wuji, the president of the Blacksmith Association. "Kid, are you the genius Lin Tianxiong mentioned?" Zhao Wuji's face was flushed, his voice was like a bell, and his entire body looked like a dynamite barrel that would explode at the slightest point. However, his attitude towards Lu Ling was quite good, and there was no difficulty in his tone. Only a pair of eyes as sharp as eagles had been surveying his body with a hint of scrutiny. After a while, Zhao Wuji suddenly nodded his head darkly, and his eyes took on a touch of appreciation. Lu Ling laughed and humbly said a few words, incidentally complimenting Zhao Wuji without a trace. It caused Zhao Wuji to burst into laughter. Alright, we'll talk again when we have time. It seems Lin Tianxiong has found a good son-in-law. Nice, not bad. Chapter 30, The Eerie Mist Suit. Su Yuntian, back from the dead. Zhao Wuji's last sentence caused Lu Ling to freeze, not reacting for half a day. Nice son-in-law? Mr. Lin? As Lu Ling was thinking, he heard Zhao Wuji's loud voice urging him on. Alright, don't ink the gibberish. Kid, give me what you want to build. I'll personally open the furnace and beat it for you. After saying that, he stretched out his big hand towards Lu Ling. Lu Ling, who was interrupted in his thoughts, didn't bother to think about it anymore and took out his set of crafting books along with the materials and handed them to Zhao Wuji. After Zhao Wuji took it, he walked into the workshop specializing in ironwork without looking back, and then a burst of hammering sounds rang out. Half an hour later, Zhao Wuji then walked out with a cigarette in his mouth, carrying a set of equipment in one hand. Take it, boy. Don't forget to go back and tell old Lin that this labor will cost him a few bottles of good wine. After saying that, he waved his hand at Lu Ling, signaling him to leave.
Lu Ling thanked him again, put the equipment into his backpack, and left directly. This set of equipment was also of the gold rank, and the level restriction was above level 30, so he couldn't wear it right now for the time being. It won't take long though. After killing that copy boss earlier, Lu Ling's level had come to more than level 28, which was already very close to level 30. With that in mind, he went directly to the local stationing location of the Chinese Professionals Union and used his identity as a senior member of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild to directly apply for a level 40 secret realm entry permit. After 2 days of leveling, Lu Ling also managed to break through the level 30 mark. Lu Ling, occupation, magician. Current level, 30. Talent skills, mastery of all laws LV1, S, blade of mantra LV2, SS, guardian of mantra LV1, A. Equipped skills, mana transformation LV1, dimensional tear LV1, arcane siphon LV1, void leap LV1. Profession specific basic skills, fireball LV3, flame beam LV2, life, 1350, mana, 3000. Physical attack, 27, plus 585, spell strength, 195. Physical defense, 20, spell defense, 24. Strength, 15, Constitution, 15, Spirit, 40, Agility, 25, current strike rate, 10%. This unit has been blessed with the Divine Blessing Melee Specialist. Looking at his terrifying data panel, Lu Ling nodded and put on the equipment he had already prepared. First up is the Tricky Mist Suit. At 2 pieces, this set has 70 points of spell strength at bonus time, plus 10 points of defense each for physical spells. And after putting together a 4-piece set, you get a qualitative leap. The first is that the bonus has been raised to 100 points of spell strength, followed by an additional 50 points of double resistance bonus. Most importantly, a special effect was gained. Set feature Eerie Mist. When attacked, there is a 20% chance that the Eerie Mist will be triggered, reducing the damage of the attack by 70%, and the mist will remain for a period of time. When Eerie Mist is active, damage taken is reduced by 50%, and any attack will have a special effect that weakens the opponent's overall defense and ignores half of the damage reduction. This equipment is very comprehensive in its characteristics, providing both defense and boosting output, making it a good transitional set indeed. Lu Ling was very satisfied and equipped the beaded necklace that he had previously obtained on his body again. This piece of equipment allows for spell skills to generate blitzes as well, plus provides quite a bit of blitz rate, raising Lu Ling's output to an extremely terrifying level. At level 30, the mage profession also began to gradually power up, while the route that Lu Ling took directly boosted the mage's strong output ability to the extreme at the same time. It also effectively makes up for the vulnerability of the mage's brittle frame that is afraid of being plastered. It could be said that at this stage, Lu Ling was truly invincible at the same rank, even if it's a SSS ranked profession. I'm afraid that it can't do anything to a mage with high face-to-face second damage who still can't slice and dice. After updating a wave of equipment, Lu Ling also went straight to the Professionals League, intending to challenge the higher difficulty copies. His goal now was simple, to complete a turn before the college entrance exam. The staff member in charge of reception saw that Lu Ling had come again and greeted him with a smile. Little brother Lu, are you here to brush the level 40 Demon Abyss copy again? A few days ago you were able to refresh the solo racing list again. However, Lu Ling shook his head and browsed through the copy information section for a while, finally selecting a copy labeled with a rank difficulty. I'm going to challenge this copy. The staff member sniffed and was outright dumbfounded. Little brother Lu, this is a level 60 copy. You have to be at least level 45 or above to brush it alone. It's usually a place for level 50 first turn professionals to practice. You're only less than level 30. Soloing this copy could be life-threatening. Instead, Lu Ling smiled slightly and said, don't worry, I know my own strength. Get me a permit. Are you sure you want to do this? This copy is really dangerous. Even amongst level 60 copies, this is in existence at the top of the difficulty list. Why don't you consider switching to another copy, or find someone to team up with to brush it? The staff continues to try to admonish Lu Ling. However, Lu Ling just smiled faintly and was adamant about choosing this copy. Seeing this, the staff had no choice but to apply for an entry permit for Lu Ling. After signing the agreement, Lu Ling headed directly to the duplicate portal, and this scene was seen by quite a few professionals in the hall. That kid, a level 30 professional, dares to challenge Howling Canyon? What madness! Another dumbass from nowhere who went there in a fit of brainstorming. 80% of them brushed a few low-level copies and thought they were good again. Ha ha! The crowd cast a look of disdain at Lu Ling. Who would believe that a level 30 professional could single-handedly brush a level 60 copy? And not long after Lu Ling had just left, a familiar figure appeared in the middle of the hall. Surprisingly, it was Su Yuntian. He was followed by several level 60 professionals, along with a halo of double experience on their bodies, and walked towards the reception desk for permits with a bitter and hateful look on their faces. Get me a group permit. Copy choice Howling Canyon. The staff member, still thinking about Lu Ling,
froze at his words and subconsciously tried to say something. However, when he saw the level 60 professionals following behind Su Yuntian, he instantly understood that this was some big family bringing their young master to practice. After quickly going through the formalities, Su Yuntian led a group of people towards the Howling Canyon portal without looking back. So how did he come back from the dead? This goes back to the end of the copy that day. Su Yuntian, who had died in the copy, was brought back to his home by his father. And then the head of the Su family personally went to invite a 7th-turn priest, with all of the Su family's harvest for nearly 5 years, in exchange for a single strike from the other side. Chapter 31, Conflict. Su Yuntian's change. The profession of priest has a very unique branch called Soul Summoner. This branch has only one special skill, and that is resurrection. As long as the body is sufficiently intact, plus the time of death is no more than 3 days, it is possible to resurrect the dead at the cost of consuming some of their life force. And Su Yuntian's luck was good. The remaining part of the corpse was just enough for that 7th-turn priest to use this ability. Only then was Su Yuntian able to retrieve a small life. However, a professional could only be resurrected once in their lifetime, which meant that if Su Yuntian died again in the future, it would truly be a godsend. Even the Su family, because of this matter, the family industry are greatly shrunk. At least it will take 10 years to slow down, and the one who started it all, Lu Ling, just took less than 10 minutes. Su Yuntian, who had been reborn over, also vaguely sensed that something was wrong, and he categorically decided that the group of demons definitely did not find their way up here on their own. Someone must have set him up, but due to the lack of clues and evidence, Su Yuntian could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach, forced to swallow this bad breath. And this incident also made Su Yuntian completely wake up and understand one thing. Strength, that's the absolute word. Therefore, as soon as he recovered from his injuries, he immediately headed to the path of leveling. With the help of countless bottles of double experience potions, along with the help of a dozen or so high-level professionals from the Su family, Su Yuntian had unexpectedly rushed to level 30 in a short period of time. On the other hand, Lu Ling had just entered the copy when he heard a mournful and prolonged howl. This was followed by countless responses, the sounds echoing continuously in the empty canyon, making it seem particularly bizarre. This copy is a very special copy. It's hard in one way, and that's that there's only one scene in the entire copy. In other words, all the demons and boss off this copy were in this canyon below that was no more than a few kilometers. This means that once you start swiping, you have to fight all the way to the end until you kill the boss. The space inside the canyon was also very narrow, and the long-range class professions had little room to pull their weight. This, coupled with the special nature of the demons here, makes this map known as a soloist's nightmare. But that's not really hard for Lu Ling. His own fighting style didn't require any large space to pull it off, and with his own range, those conditions that limited long-range professions didn't exist for him at all. Let me just try and see how much of a boost I can get from this new kit. Lu Ling grinned, and immediately entered the interior of the canyon and began to slaughter through the entrance. The demons here are of the spectral type, inherently immune to physical damage by 50%, and only spell damage hits for full damage. Normal warrior-type professions or assassin-type professions are afraid to be helpless when they meet them. But Lu Ling was different. He was a mage. Was there a lack of magic damage? Looking at the piles of white spirits in front of him, Lu Ling immediately lit up his staff, and then ran wildly towards the countless monsters. I have to say that the bead necklace really doesn't improve the mage's output by half a star. Lu Ling's limit damage from a single fireball spell had now reached a terrifying 4,000 or so. This damage was almost half the life value of the vast majority of first-turn warrior-type professions. If he didn't have a high damage immunity skill or equipment on him, then Lu Ling could kill a full-blooded warrior in seconds with a flat A plus 2 shots of fireball now. As long as a bludgeon came out, the demons here were all generally at level 45 or above, and their blood quantities were only 10 or 20,000 points, so Lu Ling killed them quickly. Combined with the fact that Arcane Siphon had been providing a constant stream of blood and blue duel recovery, it made it possible for Lu Ling to brush for a full 10 minutes, with his status almost always still full. The main thing was that the demons here were all pure magic damage. It hardly even dropped much blood when it hit Lu Ling's body. The high level of magic immunity provided by this blessing of the melee specialist is truly terrifying. Just as Lu Ling was brushing his brush, a gloomy voice suddenly came from behind him. Lu Ling? After Lu Ling blew the monster in front of him into ashes with a fiery beam, he turned his head to look at the person who had spoken and couldn't help but show a slightly surprised expression. Su Yuntian? So quick to bring him back to life? Looks like the Su family does have some skills, and this guy's level has actually reached level 30, so it's me who underestimated him. Lu Ling thought this in his mind, but his face remained unveiled. It's you? What can I do for you? Lu Ling spoke faintly, and Su Yuntian sneered and said, Get lost if you know what's good for you. I'm brushing monsters today. I don't have the time to pay attention to you. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Ling smiled without anger at his words, hugging his arms. The corners of his mouth curved into a trace of mockery.
I should be the one to say that, right? I'm brushing up nicely here. Why should I give up the monster to you? I'd like to see how nonchalant you're going to be. The moment these words came out, it instantly made those few Su family bodyguards behind Su Yuntian unhappy. Do you know what our young master's status is? How dare you talk like that? But before the words could fall, they were stopped by Su Yuntian reaching out his hand. After a real death, Su Yuntian had more or less changed. Lu Ling, I'm too lazy to talk to you, so just tell me if you're going to let it or not. Su Yuntian's face became more and more grim, and his eyes even took on a bit of beast-like viciousness. Lu Ling laughed and shook his head contemptuously. If you were brushing a monster and suddenly a bunch of people came out and told you to get lost, would you let it? Su Yuntian, let me advise you, don't take yourself too seriously. As soon as the words fell, he saw Su Yuntian suddenly rise up, pulling out his longsword and slashing straight at Lu Ling's neck. This was an attempt to put Lu Ling to death, but how could Lu Ling be afraid of him? What he was waiting for was for Su Yuntian to take the initiative. In the middle of the secret realm, striking out at other professionals was a violation of the Chinese Professionals Convention. Such behavior will be directly recorded in the file, and from then on, it will be blacked out by the Huaxia Professionals Union. No longer able to enter the secret realm, just as Su Yuntian's weapon was about to chop down, he was stopped by the Su family members beside him. Young master, think twice. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man of some age, and he held Su Yuntian's knife-wielding hand. Young master, there's no need to offend the Professionals Union for this kid. The man exhorted Su Yuntian in a low voice. If it was placed before, then Su Yuntian chopped it. Anyway, the Su family has plenty of ways to make things right for Su Yuntian. But these days, the Su family had almost turned over all the family money they had saved over the past few years in order to resurrect Su Yuntian. At this critical juncture, if he offended the Professionals Union again, then the Su family head would definitely be burnt out. To Lu Ling's surprise, after Su Yuntian heard this, he did not clamor for Lu Ling to be killed on the spot as before. Instead, he thought very carefully for a moment, and finally slowly put his weapon back. Chapter 32, A Duel of Life and Death. The questioned Lu Ling. Lu Ling, don't think that this young man is afraid of you because he's not moving you right now. If you weren't in the middle of a secret realm right now, you'd already be a corpse at this point, Su Yuntian said with a cold smile. While Lu Ling heard this, he just snorted. Su Yuntian is growing a brain, but not much He also didn't think about the huge gap between the strength of the two and the tricky Mist Forest copy. Just now, if Su Yuntian really chopped over, then Lu Ling can have a reason for self-defense. When the time comes, there is naturally no need to say who will be a corpse. Seeing Lu Ling reveal a mocking expression, Su Yuntian's face became even more gloomy. The previously pent-up resentment and suffocation suddenly exploded at this moment. Lu Ling, don't be complacent. Your life will be mine sooner or later. Take it if you dare. As Su Yuntian said that, he even directly opened the professional panel and sent out an invitation for a life and death duel towards Lu Ling. You have received an invitation to a duel. The invitee is Su Yuntian. Would you like to accept? Seeing the prompt that popped up, but Lu Ling smiled even more happily. He was worried that there was no way to remove Su Yuntian. This kid actually came up here on his own to seek death. Since you're the one who doesn't want to live, it's not my fault. Lu Ling sneered and immediately accepted the invitation to this duel. Accepted successfully. The time of the duel will be in 3 days, and the type of duel will be life and death duel. Seeing Lu Ling agree, Su Yuntian sneered and looked at Lu Ling with a look of viewing a dead person. He didn't know about Lu Ling's previous first pass through the eerie mist copy and the first kill of the boss, and thought that Lu Ling was just a somewhat special mage. Though powerful, they were unable to jump out of their class and had no way of enjoying large amounts of resources as they did. 3 days was enough time for him, Su Yuntian, to reach level 40. A level 40 swordsman with a top match outfit would be afraid of a mage? So, 3 days from now, it will be Lu Ling's death. After figuring this out, Su Yuntian didn't bother to talk nonsense with Lu Ling anymore. After giving Lu Ling another vicious look, he left the place with a group of Su family members. Lu Ling, on the other hand, just smiled faintly, not putting the duel with Su Yuntian in his eyes at all. The current Lu Ling was afraid that his actual battle power had already exceeded the vast majority of first-turn professionals. How could he be afraid of a level 30 swordsman? In 3 days, even if Su Yuntian didn't even sleep, he would at most brush up to level 40 or below. It still wouldn't be a match for Lu Ling. So, this duel, the ending was already destined to be nothing more than a massacre. After Su Yuntian and the others left, Lu Ling continued to brush up on the demons. With his new equipment, Lu Ling fought more recklessly. The shortcomings of a mage could not be seen on Lu Ling, while the strengths of a mage were played to the fullest by Lu Ling. Other mages may also have to think about dodging skills versus their own skill hit points in combat.
But Lu Ling was not at all bothered by this. His own body plate was not brittle, plus a bunch of perverted talent enhancements, making Lu Ling definitely more flavorful than a warrior in melee combat. And this issue of skill hits, there's even less to say. Lu Ling was directly disliking the staff to throw skills at people's faces, so what's the point of having any room to dodge? Along the way, Lu Ling quickly arrived in front of the boss of this copy. It was a pitch-black evil ghost of gigantic size, with a dense grievous aura that had almost turned into substance, its hideous face constantly emitting a burst of mournful howling sounds. It makes you shudder. Lu Ling had already read the strategy before he came here, and he directly made the first move, pulling the boss while cleaning up all the small monsters around it. If you don't, then when you beat the boss down to half-blood, it absorbs these mini-monsters. While restoring your own blood, you will also enter the second stage, Evil Ghost Liberation. Based on the number of minions absorbed, its strength would then be nearly doubled, and even a first-turn professional would get a headache. And Lu Ling directly first-hand will be cleaned up the surrounding monsters, and then rush to kill the boss before they refreshed. Is the perfect method of clearance in the strategy, but it was something that was nearly impossible to accomplish if it was for a single professional, so not many people had succeeded. As expected, as the guide said, the bosses that couldn't turn on the second type of form were indeed a lot better to fight. Under Lu Ling's terrifying second wound, the evil spirit turned into a puff of thick black smoke and dissipated into the canyon. Professional Lu Ling has successfully cleared the platinum level copy of Howling Canyon. Time, 13 minutes and 8 seconds. A shocking broadcast message appeared in the hall along with the teleportation beam. The crowd looked up in shock. Which one of the big boys is here to challenge the speed brush list again? 13 points. That's pretty close to the record. Yeah, and this guy is a single brush. He's on the single brush list. You guys look at number 2 on the leaderboard. This dude's name is Lu Ling, a level 30 mage? Looking at Lu Ling's profession symbol, as well as the large level 31, the crowd were all dumbfounded. He's a level 30 mage soloing and he's still at the second spot on the list? This guy's not open, is he? The crowd said somewhat incredulously. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Lu Ling was still delayed by Su Yuntian for a while in the middle, I'm afraid that his clearance speed would have been a few points faster. After a few moments of silence, the crowd immediately demanded to see the video of Lu Ling's copy. I'd like to see how he, a level 30 mage, managed to beat the copy in 13 minutes. That's it. That's bull ********. Maybe he's found some kind of speedy shortcut? Better take a look. The professionals in the room all chimed in. The sound quickly drew out the head of the professionals union. After hearing the crowd's description, the person in charge also frowned. Looking up at the speed pass leaderboard, the second place on it was indeed an unfamiliar name. Something wrong with the timing system? The person in charge, Wang Yan, looked at the staff. No, Minister Wang, the entire system has no problems at all, and no abnormalities were detected when this person entered the copy. The staff member in charge of this piece stammered, obviously also incredulous about a level 30 mage soloing a level 60 copy. This is still really weird. Wang Yan pondered for a while and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry everyone. I'll pull up the replay of this person's fight to check it out. If he really achieved this by improper means, then I will pursue the matter to the end." Wang Yan's words caused the professionals present to quiet down quite a bit, and everyone's curiosity rose at this incredible event. Soon enough, the replay of Lu Ling's fight was transferred to the big screen. Chapter 33, Astonishing Technique, Transforming into a Speed-Passing Fiend. From the moment he entered the secret realm, Lu Lingbian directly carried his weapon and bore forward, without any intention of observing the terrain. This reckless maneuver soon caused many professionals who were also mages to secretly shake their heads. This person has enough vegetables, mage soloing without even looking at the terrain. How are we going to pull it off later? This is going to die if the pack is surrounded. He definitely used some trickery. But before the words fell, a scene that shocked everyone happened. The only thing that could be seen on the screen was Lu Ling carrying his staff, and then he rushed towards the demon's face, even handed off a displacement skill on the way. This man is a cutie. What kind of mage brushes monsters like this? Everyone present thought as much. Without waiting for them to spit, a scene that made people's jaws drop appeared. Lu Ling directly copied the staff and swung it on the demon. That powerful blow. Where was the mage like? It's meaner than a warrior. Then an even more shocking scene occurred. The crowd was silent, all of them staring at the screen with stunned faces at Lu Ling's arrogant stance as he waved his staff. 2 rounds of flat followed by a skill, and a level 40 plus demonic creature was killed in seconds just like that? Sticking a staff in a ghost's mouth to cast a spell. What is this? Physical exorcist this is. Holy, remote can't save the blue stars. Questioning, dismay, gradual understanding, enjoyment.
Lu Ling's operation was like a visual feast, causing everyone present to have a new perception of the mage profession. The original mage. I can still play like this? Mage can also top front cool mess kill? Did our mage playing wrong again and again and again? The crowd stared thoughtfully at Lu Ling's frantic pounding in the screen, and for a while no one questioned it anymore. The eyes of the crowd were even more fiery when they saw Lu Ling's perfect operation when he challenged the boss at the end. This is a true god. I didn't realize he could replicate the perfect maneuvers from the Raiders. Yeah, how cool would it be to have such a great god in the team? One person directly tops 3 professions. If we could play copies with him, wouldn't we just take off? This person's words immediately woke up the crowd, and they immediately began to search for Lu Ling's figure. But at this moment, Lu Ling had long since left the Professionals Union Hall and set foot on the road home. Before leaving, he also stopped by to redeem his rewards for being on the list. 50,000 Huaxia coins and a bronze level equipment. Since Lu Ling currently couldn't use it anymore, he simply exchanged it for Chinese coins altogether. I can't imagine that the rewards given by this leaderboard seem to be okay. If you go through the single brush list of every map, that seems to be quite a big amount of money. Lu Ling calculated, and a smile appeared on his face. Or simply use the money to buy a new house, so that mom can live more comfortable. Do not have to walk so far to work every day. Lu Ling thought to herself. He still didn't know that his performance just now had caused the Professionals Union site to explode, and countless people were searching for him. After returning home, Lu Ling gave her mother the harvest of the day, while saying her thoughts. Hearing that her son was actually so understanding, Mu Wanru also shed tears of emotion. After resting at home for the night, Lu Ling rushed directly to the hall of the Professionals Union early the next morning. But what he didn't expect was that after he had just entered the Professionals Hall, the many professionals who were still calm suddenly turned their heads towards him in unison. Is this the new single brush ranked great mage from yesterday? It seems to be him. I remember his name is Lu Ling. I was there yesterday when he registered to enter the duplicate. The crowd suddenly became excited, and in an instant, countless low-ranked professionals flocked to Lu Ling's body and sent friend requests towards him. Great god, can you take me to paint the Misty Manor today? I'm missing a boot for my mystic set. I'll give you all the other materials except this one. Step aside. Great god, look at me. Take me through the forest of misty mist. I'll introduce my cousin to you. She's beautiful and has a sweet voice, and she's got a great figure. Lu Ling was instantly confused by this sudden scene, and the prompts from the profession panel were constantly ringing in his head. You have received a friend request. You have received a friend request. You have received a billion friend requests. Frightened, he was so busy that he directly turned off his friend privileges, and then flashed out of the crowd with a void relocation leap and ran to the duplicate check-in window. Entry permit for Nightmare Mountain, please. Lu Ling passed the professional identity card in his hand to the staff member in a straight cold sweat, and then looked back. Countless pairs of expectant and wild eyes were staring at him. Fortunately, this staff was quite conscientious and helped Lu Ling finish registering in 3 or 2 passes. He was then able to get away and enter the secret realm directly. Lu Ling, who had teleported into the secret realm, breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Ever since he was a child, he had been most afraid of facing this kind of scene, and he really didn't know what kind of madness that group of professionals had gone through. But it's just a single brush of a level 60 copy. As far as this is concerned, Lu Ling didn't know that the video of him soloing Howling Canyon yesterday had already been uploaded to the forums by quite a few professionals. The violent aesthetics of the fighting style and delicate micromanipulation, coupled with his handsome appearance, made it once the subject of much discussion in the forums. After adjusting his state, Lu Ling directly pulled out his weapon and began his solo brush journey. The difficulty of this copy was quite a bit lower than the one from yesterday, and Lu Ling was only here to get the rewards of the single brush list for that map, not to level up or brush materials. So, after 7 minutes, he then directly did away with the boss with 3 staffs and teleported back to the professionals hall again. This time, he learned to be smart, and before he went out, he directly put on the cloak of 1,000 faces to disguise his image. As expected, the crowd squatting outside didn't notice the disguised Lu Ling. After walking quickly to the processing office, the leaderboard behind him refreshed, and Lu Ling's name was once again at the top. Copy of Nightmare Mountain. Single brush first pass list record has been set. First place, Lu Ling, profession, mage, time, 7 minutes, 35 seconds. By the time everyone was startled, Lu Ling had long since entered the next copy. Throughout the day, Lu Ling was frantically challenging the copies with small maps, accomplishing one anticlimactic speed pass after another. By the end of the night, Lu Ling had already speed passed more than 2/3 of all the low-ranked copies, and all of them had broken records. The staff responsible for this piece is numb. The afternoon that the leaderboard on the cool jumping broadcast, want to hide the identity of Lu Ling have no hide. In other words, what kind of god is this kid?
Why is a level 30 plus mage hitting level 50 copies as easy as cutting up a melon and chopping up vegetables?
And what is he doing with all these crazy challenge copies? On the other side,
Lu Ling was contentedly looking at the bank card in her hand. A full 1 million or so Chinese coins, plus those rewards he had gotten himself earlier, as well as the subsidies from the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, was completely enough to buy a nice house in the center of Jiangcheng.
Chapter 34, The Duel Begins. Crush Su Yuntian. This way, Mom wouldn't have to get up so early every day to squeeze in public transportation to work, and it would be a lot easier for her to go to the guild headquarters with the professionals union. As he was calculating, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Hey, Lu Ling, busy? The call was from Lin Wanwan,
and her tone was laced with a bit of worry.
I heard that you and Su Yuntian are going to have a life and death duel. What's going on here? Lu Ling froze, hesitated for a moment, but still told the whole story. Lin Wanwan acted furious after hearing this. Su Yuntian is also too much. Obviously he was the one who was unreasonable in the first place. Why should you have to compromise? Then, Lin Wanwan said with worry once again. Then you have to be careful. Su Yuntian's level has risen quite fast in the past few days, so if it's not possible, you can just cancel the duel. I'll help you out with the breach of contract curse. Lin Wanwan's words slightly warmed Lu Ling's heart. From her words, Lu Ling felt a sense of being cared for after a long time. It's okay, I've got it under control. Thanks for your concern. As Lu Ling thought, he smiled slightly, and his tone couldn't help but soften a few points. When Lin Wanwan heard this, she couldn't say anything else, and could only beg Lu Ling to be more careful, and to look for her if she needed anything. After the two of them chatted a few more times, Lu Ling hung up the phone. A day passed in a flash. Lu Ling watched the countdown to the duel on the panel get closer and closer, a cold smile faintly at the corner of his mouth. After Lin Tianxiong learned that Lu Ling had signed a life and death duel with someone else, his heart was also impatient, and he sent someone to pick up Lu Ling early in the morning. Little friend Lu, are you sure it's okay? Realize that once a duel has begun, then there is no way to return to reality without a winner and a loser. Even if you concede in a duel, you'll be burdened with a curse and never be able to level up again. Lin Tianxiong frowned and said, a hint of concern mixed in his tone. Lu Ling, however, just smiled bashfully and said, it's okay, I won't lose, Chairman. Seeing that Lu Ling had said so, Lin Tianxiong had no other way but to secretly pray that Su Yuntian really couldn't beat Lu Ling. Otherwise, he would really lose such a son-in-law with extraordinary potential. And Lin Wanwan and the others were also worried. After all, this kind of duel, once you lose, then your entire career as a professional will be ruined. On the other side, Su Yuntian was equally confident. After these 2 days of frantic leveling, he had directly broken through the level 40 mark all the way, and had a full set of top-quality equipment. Moreover, the Su family was even more straightforward and generous in brushing out 2 top-tier talent skills and several S-rank skills for Su Yuntian. It could be said that at this time, Su Yuntian's battle power had been pulled to its fullest. Lu Ling, your dog's life will be taken by this young man. Su Yuntian smiled grimly, determined to win this duel. Soon the time came. Both sides were pulled into an interdimensional space at the same time. They will decide the winner here and put in the ability to return to the real world. Once a life and death duel was opened, then only if one side died would the winner be considered. Of course, you can also choose to admit defeat. However, after admitting defeat, your level will be locked at level 1 forever, making you a complete and utter invalid. Moreover, admitting defeat will also deduct 30 years of life expectancy and will earn a very humiliating title. Cowards. With both sides pulling out their respective weapons, this duel was officially opened. Lu Ling, I will let you know that I, Su Yuntian, am the true genius. Bastards like you, who are like wild dogs, only deserve to be trampled under my feet. Su Yuntian roared hideously as he sheathed the long sword in his hand, chopping towards Lu Ling with a sharp edge. The moment he did so, he opened his warrior-type enhancement skill, Combat Mind Stream. At the same time, a Juha chop was directly chopped out, and in an instant, it reached the side of Lu Ling's neck. The speed of this knife was strangely fast. If it was chopped solidly, then Lu Ling would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. There was a damage bonus for attacking such a fatal part, and with Su Yuntian's extremely high attack power bonus for that weapon, I'm afraid that this slash would be able to cut out 3,000 or 4,000 damage. However, Lu Ling only smiled faintly. Just at the moment when the blade was about to touch him, Lu Ling directly flashed to Su Yuntian's side with a void-folding leap. He had added a lot of agility in order to be able to counter these assassin warriors at times like this. After dodging out of the way, Lu Ling immediately began to build up her strength, and her staff looked like it was about to smash on Su Yuntian's body. However, Su Yuntian's reaction was beyond Lu Ling's expectations, only to see Su Yuntian suddenly make a sideways turn, dodging Lu Ling's staff.
and at the same time unleashing a displacement skill residual shadow shun flash,
narrowly avoiding Lu Ling's staff. You think you're the only one with displacement? Humph. Die. Su Yuntian, who had successfully dodged Lu Ling's attack, looked exceptionally pleased with himself, and with a loud shout, his long sword once again attacked. S-rank skill, 1 cut 1000 strikes. This skill does a lot of damage and is a lock-on type skill, and Lu Ling had just handed over the displacement. There was no way to dodge at this moment. Just when Su Yuntian thought, with a face of excitement, that he had taken this battle, he was shocked to find that a strange mist suddenly emerged from Lu Ling's body. The 20% probability of triggering the spooky fog. I can't believe I triggered it on the first try. So it seems that my luck is indeed very good. Lu Ling looked at Su Yuntian with a smile, and the staff in his hand was already on top of him. Boom! The fireball exploded, and the damage of the fireball spell that had been stored up was simply explosive. Even without a blitz, it exploded with nearly 3000 high damage. Su Yuntian, on the other hand, was wearing platinum level equipment and had 8,000 points of blood, so this hit didn't succeed in taking him out in seconds. However, such a high amount of damage also caused Su Yuntian to be shocked in his heart. What made him even more fearful was that the knife he had just used to cut 1000 strikes had actually scraped off Lu Ling's blood skin, and after Lu Ling threw a skill, his blood instantly returned to full. There was also an extra layer of shield on his body. How can this be fought? Why can he be so strong for a punk mage? Why? Su Yuntian's heart roared furiously, and a scowl spread across his face. Not caring about the pain, he immediately adjusted his posture and attacked towards Lu Ling once again. However, Lu Ling had triggered the set effect at the moment, and Su Yuntian's attacks couldn't hit Lu Ling at all. It's hard to hit, and when it does so little damage. So what's the point? And Lu Ling's attack landed on him as if he had been hit by the 100 tons king. The 3 types of damage were mixed together, and with 2 skills they hit Su Yuntian with only 1/3 of his blood remaining. After a few exchanges, Su Yuntian had gone from the initial confidence, to anger, and finally fear. It was horrible. Not only could it not be hit, but the output was higher than his own. Even the speed was no match for his own. Chapter 35, Complete Abuse. The Su family's revenge. This mage is horrible. Su Yuntian was somewhat unable to support himself, the fear spreading rapidly in his heart, quickly making him lose his mind somewhat. I'm dying. No, I can't die. I'm the youngest member of the Su family. How can I die at the hands of a loser? In his panic, Su Yuntian had completely missed the mark. When he was about to be killed by Lu Ling's staff, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and lost his voice. I concede. With this shout of his, the entire space instantly emitted a bright light. Immediately after that, Su Yuntian suddenly disappeared in front of Lu Ling's eyes. Professional Lu Ling has won this duel, and is rewarded with the title Junior Duelist. That wasn't the end of it. Lu Ling's mind once again resounded with the system's beep. Congratulations to the host. Completion of the hidden achievement. The narrow path is won by the brave. Won in a duel with a warrior-type profession. System reward, primary talent upgrade card *1 primary skill upgrade card *1. Subsequently, Lu Ling's figure also disappeared into this foreign space. The people gathered outside were all relieved to see Lu Ling return in one piece. On the other side of the Su family, after Su Yuntian was teleported out, the equipment on his body was all automatically unbound due to the level drop. Originally, when the many servants of the Su family saw Su Yuntian come out alive, they all thought that he had won the duel and opened their mouths intending to congratulate him. However, the fast-eyed one saw the iron color on Su Yun's face and immediately shut their mouths wisely. Yuntian, you! Su Yun was in the end a powerhouse close to the 4th turn, and as soon as he saw the situation, he immediately understood what was going on. This was admitting defeat in a life-and-death duel, being stripped of his rank by the will of the heavenly Tao and becoming a wastrel ah. For a moment, Su Yun only felt the blood pouring out of his body as a monstrous rage rushed to his heart. Those present were silenced and did not dare to make a sound when they saw that he was as horrible as an enraged lion. Only after a long time did Su Yun squeeze out a few words through his teeth. Tell me, who the hell is that guy? On the other hand, the atmosphere on Lu Ling's side was 10,000 times better. Everyone congratulated Lu Ling for successfully winning the duel, and at the same time, they had the good sense not to ask who was dueling with Lu Ling. After those executives left, the only people present were Lin Tianxiong's father and daughter. Little friend Lu, the person you're dueling with this time, is that Su clan brat? Lin Tianxiong asked smilingly, seeming to be in a very happy mood. Seeing that Lu Ling was a bit strange, Lin Tianxiong took the initiative to explain. Little friend Lu doesn't know. My Lin family and that Su family are world enemies, and that Su family's contemporary family head and I, even more so, have an unshared hatred for harming my son, Lin Tianxiong said, and his face became a few points uglier, and a trace of sadness showed in his eyes. Originally, Wanwan had a younger brother, but due to that Su Yun's conspiracy, it caused Miaoyu to remain in battle despite being pregnant with her sixth child, which eventually led to a miscarriage. Mythical She also lost her fertility in this way. If it is not because that Su family relationship skimming too clean means this dirty, this revenge is something I've always remembered, Lin Tianxiong said, and a hint of hatred flickered in his eyes. But soon, he regained his smile. Nowadays, little friend Lu is also considered to be a good relief for me. Don't worry, if that Su family dares to trouble you, just call me, Lin Tianxiong said, patting Lu Ling's shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. And Lu Ling was also slightly shocked, but he didn't realize that there was such a past between the two families. No wonder when Su Yuntian died earlier, only President Lin dared to laugh in the room. As Lu Ling was thinking, he suddenly heard a thunderous bellow from outside the guild. Where is the little thief Lu Ling? Come out and die. All the people of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild were shocked as they ran outside to take a look, only to see Su Yunyi with a fierce face. He was slowly floating in the air, his eyes filled with killing intent. He came here to avenge his son's death. The second was that Lu Ling's talent was too terrifying, and one must not let such an enemy of the Su family grow unchecked. He has to be snuffed out before he can develop. Therefore, he had planned well in advance, and at the first moment Lu Ling came out, he would strike directly, never having half a bit of nonsense. Lu Ling froze at his words and subconsciously looked at Lin Tianxiong. Speak of the devil and he'll come. As for Lin Tianxiong, he also did not expect the Su family to come to the door so quickly, and with a frown, he immediately said to Lu Ling, just stay in the guild, I'll go out and meet him. After saying that, he also rose up in the air and flew directly outside. Seeing Lin Tianxiong come out, Su Yanyi let out an angry grunt and said, this matter has nothing to do with you, I only want that Lu Ling's life, get the hell out of here. The moment these words came out, the people of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild were all offended, but before they could seize, Lin Tianxiong directly struck out. Lin Tianxiong was a 194 level 3 turn warrior, a move that carried the might of 1,000 pounds, immediately causing Su Yanyi, who had been caught off guard, to suffer a great loss. Are you going to go to war with my Su family? Su Yanyi was shocked and said with a gloomy face, like a viper. Lin Tianxiong sneered and said, you're going to kill my son-in-law. Is it hard for me to be nice and make amends to you? Cut the crap. You want to fight, then come at me. I'd like to see if your Su family can really just cover the sky in Zhangcheng. These words shocked everyone. Son-in-law? When did Lu Ling become the Lin family's son-in-law? Once Lin Wanwan heard this, her face instantly turned red into an apple, and subconsciously sneaked a look at Lu Ling, only to find that Lu Ling was also looking at her. Of course, Lu Ling very sensibly thought that this was nothing more than a pretext, after all, to find a reason so that these people from the Su family could give up beating themselves up. As for whether it will be true, Lu Ling hadn't thought about it, and once Su Yanyi outside heard this, his heart was appalled. Lin Tianxiong, this thief, is really willing to pay for it. He even lost his daughter in order to bring that kid into the fold. If it is other things are okay, if it involves that precious daughter of his, this is really going to go crazy. With the strength of the Su family now, I'm afraid that I can't do anything about them yet. The suffocation in Su Yanyi's heart reached the extreme at this moment, but as the head of the family, he can't just think about his own feelings. For the sake of the family's survival, Su Yanyi knew that this time, his son was afraid that he would be wasted for nothing. After staring hard at Lin Tianxiong for half a day, Su Yanyi grunted angrily in unwillingness and raised his hand to signal everyone in the Su family to go back with him. The crisis was left unsettled, but the words that President Lin said were heard by everyone, so much so that the people of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild had a strange look in their eyes when they looked at Lu Ling. Lu Ling, on the other hand, said innocently, it's none of my business. Chapter 36, arriving at level 50. The first turn quest opens. With the storm subsiding, Lu Ling's life once again returned to normal. 2 weeks had passed in a flash, and there were only a few days left before the college entrance exams began. Lu Ling had managed to brush up to level 49 in that time. It was only one level short of the first turn, and the time left was enough for Lu Ling to do the transfer quest. Reaching the first turn even before the college entrance exam was a point that even many of the sons of the gentry could not reach. What's more, I'm afraid that Lu Ling's actual combat power has already exceeded his own level by about 20 levels. Not only that, the system also released a quest when Lu Ling was about to reach level 50. Advancement tasks. 1. 000 enemies killed in melee combat. 2. Defeat a level 60 enemy of any type. Mission reward, Wushan Mall advanced to the second level. New types of prizes added to the prize pool. It seemed that the system's rewards increased with one's level, which was quite reasonable. Soon after, Lu Ling managed to brush up to level 50 amongst the copies and opened his transfer quest. Professional Lu Ling has successfully reached level 50. Please go to the Professional Sanctuary Mage for transfer. A message popped up on the career panel. causing Lu Ling to smile. Finally, it's level 50. You can turn 1. Every time a professional transfers, there is a probability that he or she will be able to open the advancement of a hidden profession, but the vast majority of professionals are very difficult to meet, and can only be forced to transfer into a type that is the same as the original profession. After gathering up the drops, Lu Ling directly left the secret realm and headed straight for the occupation sanctuary, arriving at the mage tower, which symbolized the mage profession. Lu Ling also successfully received his own transfer quest. With a flash of light, a line of small letters slowly appeared on the huge crystal in front of Lu Ling. The transfer task has been opened. Current progress, Stage 1, 0%. Stage 1 mission, clear a level 60 secret area of S difficulty once. Completion opens the second stage of the mission. Looking at the oracle in front of him, Lu Ling was momentarily stunned, and then a wave of ecstasy could not help but flood his heart. A transfer quest of this difficulty definitely opens up the front of a hidden profession. Ordinary transfer quests were basically some passes through level 40 secret realms or level 50 secret realms, and his transfer quest was actually to clear the highest difficulty level 60 secret realm. According to the theory that the higher the difficulty, the rarer the hidden profession, one has definitely opened a very powerful profession. He thought, and without any further hesitation, immediately returned to the Occupier Alliance's secret realm registry. There were only 2 level 60 replicas that could be rated S in Jiangqing City. One had a special opening time and could only be entered at night. The other has no restrictions, but the Alliance states that you must enter in a group. This is because this map is one of the few illusion-type copies. The demons inside are almost all very good at illusion, and the fewer people there are, the easier it is to get hit. I don't know how many single-brush professionals have been crippled. The League had no choice but to make such a rule. However, the number of people who could single-handedly swipe an S-rank copy was also very few, and high-level professionals wouldn't think of coming to a low-level copy to swipe something. After asking a mouthful of questions, Lu Ling was also a bit guilty. It seemed like he didn't really know who to look for when he was looking for someone to team up with, right? Lin Wanwan Lin Beichen and their levels were a bit low, so they were afraid of danger if they went in together. And besides them, Lu Ling didn't seem to have any friends who could brush the secret realm together. Why don't you ask Chairman Lin to send 2 people to accompany you to brush up? Just as Lu Ling was getting tangled up, the front desk staff couldn't help but open their mouths. Little brother Lu, it's really not that I think you don't have enough strength, but this secret realm he's really evil. Before quite a few level 60 or 70 people went into solo brush and didn't come out alive. Otherwise, you go to the group hall over there and find some people to enter with? During this period of time, Lu Ling's single brush broke several times more records than the half year of last year combined, causing almost all of the League's front offices to remember such a single brush maniac. But because of this, they would never dare to let Lu Ling go solo in this S-rank secret realm in front of them. If this allowed a genius like Lu Ling to fall, then they were afraid that they would be scolded to death by their superiors. Lu Ling was worried about whether or not to give Lin Tianxiang a call to ask for help. When he suddenly heard him say this, his eyes instantly lit up. Yeah, that's right, almost forgot. I think there's a group hall here. With my strength, I should have no problem getting a few random people in there to make up the numbers, as long as they don't hold me back, and pass the level. Lu Ling thought and immediately ran to the other side of the processing office. The group hall was a system that was spontaneously created by the professionals, similar to a talent market. You can find teammates of similar level on it to enter the secret world together. However, most of the people who would go up here weren't very strong, so professionals with a little bit of strength wouldn't choose to come here to find a teammate. However, Lu Ling doesn't need her teammates to be strong, she just needs them to be obedient and not be, and it's not very difficult for Lu Ling to brush her copy alone, he thought, and immediately posted a recruitment message. I thought I would have to wait for a while, but I didn't expect that someone would start chatting privately with Lu Ling as soon as it was sent out. Brother, you have this name. Are you that single brushless Lu Ling god? Brother, look at me. I have a full milk pack, a must-have pastor for the home. Take my brother. There are so many things people can do besides healing. Lu Ling had created a fervor in the local forums even before, and everyone was curious as to what this teenager, who had dominated the list of N secret realms, was really like. But Lu Ling would use the cloak of 1,000 faces to simulate a different face each time, so he was hardly ever caught. This kind of mystery made the name Lu Ling instantly recognizable. Now that he saw that there was suddenly a person also named Lu Ling in the group hall, and his profession was still a mage, he instantly aroused the attention of many people. Lu Ling also didn't expect such a thing to happen and couldn't help but hold his forehead and laugh bitterly. After handpicking a few people whose speeches were fairly normal and whose levels were said to be passed, Lu Ling directly told them to come and gather at the professionals' hall. After a few people had replied, Lu Ling immediately cancelled the recruitment, or else the private message would really blow up. About 10 minutes later, the guys arrived here. Lu Ling had recruited a total of 4 teammates. 2 men and 2 women. There's a priest, a warrior, a tank, and an assassin, respectively. The 5 basic professions together are the best squad configuration. But actually, with Lu Ling's output, it's more than enough to carry 2 milkmaids. 2 of the men were in the tank profession iron armored swordsman and the warrior profession giant axe warrior, and the 2 females were the sanctuary priest and the shadow assassin. All 4 were professionals who had already completed their first turn, and their overall strength was quite manageable. These few people were incomparably surprised when they saw that the legendary great god Lu Ling was actually just a teenager. The great god of the road. So young? Chen Feng, the giant axe warrior, was surprised. Yeah, I thought the road god would be an older man, but I didn't realize it was a little brother. Pastor Chu Yao laughed. Chapter 37 S-Class Copy. The City of Illusory Dreams. What an afterthought. Heavily armored swordsman Luo Zhong was the oldest and lamented. Only that assassin glanced at Lu Ling with some surprise, a bit of arrogance hidden in his eyes. Lu Ling didn't say much. He just asked about their skills and then went straight towards the registration office. After obtaining the team's entry qualification, Lu Ling brought a few people into this S-rated level 60 copy without stopping. Just after coming in, Lu Ling realized that he had been set up with a debuff. Nightmare Kiss. The unit's mental resistance will be weakened over time. -20 every half hour. When this effect has only 1 layer, it cannot be removed by purification-type skills. This is a debuff unique to this copy and why it's almost impossible to solo. The name of the copy is called the City of Illusionary Dreams. It is a large copy. That is, just running from the entrance to the boss room will take about 10 or 20 minutes. Not to mention having to fight monsters in between. The disgusting thing about this copy is that after the Nightmare Kiss stacks up, you'll be directly killed by the boss's illusion-type skills when you take on the boss again. That's why it's important to bring priests to provide continuous purification for everyone so that this effect stays around 1 tier. Lu Ling had already memorized this copy of the guide and didn't continue to check it out too much, so he directly led the crowd to start walking inside. At the beginning of the place to come in is a bare valley road. Go forward and you can see the main building of this copy, the City of Phantom Broken. Just as he was about to step within the mountain path, Luo Zhong suddenly stopped Lu Ling Dao. Lu Ling-chan, why don't you let me go ahead? It's almost time to reach the first brush area. As for Chen Feng, he also walked up to Lu Ling's body, and he had the same intention. The normal brushing formation is that the mage and priest are one in front of the other, standing behind the tanky warrior, while the assassin is in a free position, ready to support the front row or protect the back row. But Lu Ling shook his head and said, "Don't worry about me. You two just protect the priest. The assassin can help me make up the output." When he finished speaking, he simply continued walking forward. The 3 of them looked at each other, all a bit at a loss for words. They had also only heard of Lu Ling's name, but they didn't know Lu Ling's specific fighting style. That video released earlier had long been given a total ban on distribution by the Professionals Union, so the number of people who knew about it was actually very small. It couldn't be helped. After all, Lu Ling was the Thai, and a few people had no choice but to obediently do as they were told. Only the assassin frowned. Soon, the 5 met the first wave of monsters. Bakumo Apostle, normal, rank, 53, attack, 620, magic damage, blood, 9,800, special attack, hallucinogenic. The unit's attacks have a probability of stacking a layer of disillusionment, and after accumulating 5 layers, it will be directly controlled by strong control for 10 seconds, and all damage taken during that time will be treated as real damage. It was something akin to an illusory man, its body twitching and flickering constantly, its entire face a single large, dark mouth. They wandered aimlessly like zombies, occasionally letting out a shrill cry. Sure enough, it was an S-rank copy, and even the small monsters were so difficult to deal with. The crowd thought to themselves. However, before Luo Zhong could open his skills to pull the monsters, he saw Lu Ling directly charging towards the group of monsters with his staff. Lu Ling-chan, danger, come back quickly. The 2 front rows were instantly anxious, and were busy voicing a reminder. Xu Yao, on the other hand, reacted even faster and immediately threw 2 buffs on Lu Ling while opening her domain skill. Just as she was about to throw skills to save Lu Ling's life, the movement of casting spells in her hands suddenly stopped. The 2 front rows in front of them were also momentarily dumbfounded, looking incredulously at the scene in front of them. Lu Ling, a mage, jumped right up and smashed people with his staff, and the damage wasn't normally high. These 2 staffs directly smashed a small monster to death, not to mention that he had an additional shield on his body. At this time, the 2 front rows also reacted, and were busy moving forward to cover Lu Ling, while helping him clear the monsters that were flanking him. Then came the bigger one. Lu Ling was like a god of war possessed, directly rushed into the group of demons single-handedly, opening his bow left and right. A staff froze in his hands as ferociously as a lance. Each staff was a heavy blow like thunder, slamming out with different elemental special effects.
and that face-melting fireball was like a death wish, pointing at whichever monster it hit, and that monster would simply explode in place. This terrifying and efficient output frequency directly dazzled the trio behind them.
No, it's not. Who's the mage here who plays like this? Is this right? It's so fierce it's almost impersonal. Soon, under Lu Ling's strong output, the group of demons were all cleared out. I finally realized why Great God Lu Ling is a mage. Yet he was able to solo the secret realm. Feelings he's such a mage. Chen Feng, who held a huge axe in his hand, smiled helplessly and bitterly as he looked at Lu Ling with admiration in his eyes. In the battle just now, he, as a warrior, had killed a total of 4 or 5 monsters, and the rest had almost all been finished off by Lu Ling alone. Even Lu Ling hadn't transferred yet, and the skills he used were the 2 most basic ones for a mage, Fireball and Flame Beam. But he went in hard and alone to finish killing for that group of monsters. If it wasn't for that characteristic of thinking this copy, I'm afraid it wouldn't be very difficult for Lu Ling to solo it, right? After seeing Lu Ling's ferocity, several people obeyed what Lu Ling said, and the priest's main milk was thrown to him. Chen Feng even directly changed into a shield set, transforming into a second neat shield to escort the priest. In his words, the other Lu Ling god didn't even lack this output from him, so he might as well go the whole hog on functionality. Lu Ling also laughed in his heart. These teammates were all pretty good at what they did, and the atmosphere between the team was okay, which made Lu Ling very satisfied. That previous talent upgrade card, Lu Ling, had already been used, still upgrading Spell Energy Blade. Not only did the damage of the Spell Energy Blade, which had risen to the 3rd level, increase again, but its accompanying skill, Elemental Awakening, had also evolved. With the current Elemental Awakening, the attributes awakened were chosen by Lu Ling himself, and the effects of each attribute could be stacked. Once stacked, an elemental blast would erupt, with different effects depending on the attribute, such as Ice attribute, Water attribute, this is control, Fire attribute is damage. This further stabilizes the output while still pulling full functionality, and it really does deserve an SS rank talent. After resting for a little while and collecting all the loot, the crowd continued on their way. Chen Feng and the others were very understanding and waited for Lu Ling to finish picking first before dividing. Half for Lu Ling and half for the few of them. Luo Zhong and Xu Yao naturally had no problem with it, but that assassin, Lu Han, was a little less happy. However, she only muttered something darkly and didn't say anything directly. Chapter 38, Robbing the Loot? Lu Han of the Big Dipper. Soon, the few people walked out of the valley road and arrived at the gates of the city of Illusory Shattering. From here onwards, various elite-level magical creatures will appear inside, and most of the battlegrounds are relatively narrow and complex, testing the team's ability to work together. The city of Phantom Shattering was huge, almost the size of 1 or 2 counties in the real world, and it was divided into 4 areas, 3 brush areas and a boss area. The boss off this copy are rather special, to be precise. They should be counted as having 2 bosses. However, the 2 bosses' blood levels were shared, and if one of them dropped blood, the other would follow suit. After walking into the city gates, several people also immediately felt like they were being stared at by something, a hair-raising feeling arising from the bottom of their hearts. Nightmare Twins gaze, you've been targeted by an evil and terrible being. Everyone had an extra buff on their status bar. Only Lu Ling didn't take it seriously at all. This buff doesn't really do anything practical, and only works when one's mental defenses are very low, with phantoms of the Nightmare Twins constantly spawning around them, and they can completely ignore it because the disillusionment tier on them stays at 1 almost all the time due to the presence of a priest. Gradually, as you follow the road forward, the city begins to reveal itself. The city of Shattered Illusions is somewhat of an 18th century-ish English city, but its grotesque architecture makes it feel like you're in some parallel time in the future. This mismatch of classical and ultra-modern intermingling makes the city of Phantom Shattering seem particularly mysterious. However, as a city, it seemed a little too quiet, which made the atmosphere around it a lot weirder. Say, have you all read the rundown on this place? Walking down the road, Chen Feng finally couldn't help but open his mouth. He is a chatterbox and very difficult to quiet. Of course I've seen it, haven't you? Xu Yao said with a smile. I see the cheats are generally hard to remember. As Chen Feng was speaking, Lu Ling suddenly made a gesture for him to be quiet. He immediately and obediently shut up. It's a thigh, and thighs have to be listened to. However, naturally, Lu Ling didn't tell him to be quiet because he thought he was being noisy, but because up ahead was the first brush point of the city of Illusory Shattering, the Misty Trail Army Barracks, only to see countless faceless soldiers wearing strange armor standing in front of a building just like statues, and a huge figure, at least 3 meters tall, was sitting in the middle of them with a dozing look on his face. Lu Ling had read the strategy guide and knew that this was the elite monster of this area. Similar to the Little Commander, the Misty General, the values of this elite monster were quite good,
and it wasn't too difficult to deal with it in single combat. But this guy has a group buff type skill that strengthens all the surrounding monsters by nearly double and boosts their life force, which is pretty nasty. Later, you guys are in charge of pulling the small monsters. You just need to pull. I'll go and kill that elite monster first, then come back and clear the small monsters with you guys. That guy is alive and can give this group of soldiers a lot of bonuses and is also immune to the first death. Pay some attention when you go over there. These guys are sensitive to sound but not so good with their eyes. Make good use of that. Lu Ling explained briefly, arranging the tactics in the process. All three of them nodded. Only Lu Han frowned slightly, looking impatient. Lu Ling naturally noticed this, and his eyes went slightly cold. However, he naturally wouldn't have a fit on the spot. Right now he was already less than 10 meters away from the group of demons. If that elite monster wasn't prioritized, it would still be very tricky to deal with such a dense and difficult demonic creature. After slightly calculating the distance, Lu Ling directly started storing his power in place, while signaling Chu Yao to buff it. After waiting for Chu Yao to bestow blessings on it, Lu Ling then directly jumped onto the elite monster's face with a void-folding leap, followed by a staged fireball. With the increase in Lu Ling's legal strength, the maximum distance of the void-folding leap was already 7 or 8 meters, and the CD was even just a little over 8 seconds. The bonus damage has also become 180%, which can nearly double the damage of Lu Ling's first skill after he's finished shifting. Stacked with the active effect of Dimensional Tear, the damage of this fireball was pushing 8,000. In an instant, that elite monster was hit hard, letting out a roar and turning on group reinforcement at the first opportunity. However, under Lu Ling's instructions, Luo Zhong opened the group taunt one step ahead of it, directly hard controlling that group of small monsters for 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds were enough time for Lu Ling to do away with that elite monster. It was only after Lu Ling smashed the fireball, he immediately turned on his elemental awakening and switched to the fire element. The effect of the fire elemental is that it will detonate directly after stacking a full layer, dealing a percentage of damage to the target's lost life value. This is equivalent to a decapitation effect, and Lu Ling, whose agility was already high, coupled with the buff given by Chu Yao that also added attack speed, caused him to swing 5 times frantically within 2 seconds, instantly stacking up the elemental effects. Minus 3098, minus 3655, dash, accompanied by another fireball smashing against the Misty General's face. Its huge body directly exploded, instantly transforming into a field of black broken pieces, in less than 5 seconds, directly killing a level 58 elite monster in seconds. This was Lu Ling's terrifying strength. After resolving this elite monster, the group bonus of the Misty Trail Legion instantly disappeared, and their combat power was greatly reduced, and they were soon cleared out by Lu Ling with a few people. Luck was on his side this time, as the elite monsters popped out one of the materials with the lowest popping rate, the Misty Trail Badge, one of the materials that could be used to synthesize a certain diamond level set, and Shen Fang's trio very knowingly handed this to Lu Ling. Since this was one of the materials of the spell system, Lu Ling thought that he might be able to use it in the future, and was about to take it when he was interrupted by Lu Han. Slow down. I'll take this thing, she said, brutally walking over to Lu Ling's side and snatching the Misty Badge away. Lu Ling froze slightly, then her brows furrowed. Wouldn't you ask if you wanted it? What do you mean? Grab it by the hand? Before Lu Ling could say anything, Chen Feng spoke up indignantly. Instead, Lu Han simply ignored him and instead walked over to Chu Yao, who was dividing the loot, and directly took a share. This action made Chen Feng even more upset. Didn't you take that Misty Metal already? Why are you still coming over to share these basic materials? Luo Zhong and Chu Yao both looked at her with surprised faces, and Lu Ling was getting a little upset in his mind. In the few battles just now, several others performed well, but this Lu Han could be said to be useless. Not only does it completely disregard the back row, it even mends damage poorly. Aside from King a couple of headshots of experience from his own hand, it arguably did zero good. She said she wanted the material, so say it nicely and she might give it to her herself. But this person not only looks like a natural, but also both want and want. Really confused about the size of the king? Chapter 39, entering the boss area. Nightmare twins. It's like she's the main sea brother leading the team. What's wrong with me taking more? Make it sound like I didn't contribute. You three have killed as many as I have? It wouldn't have been fair for you guys to split it just now, but I was just too lazy to spray it. And Lu Han, who heard this, spoke directly in displeasure. This anticlimactic statement caused Lu Ling to directly sneer. You're an assassin, going to match heads with tanks and heavy warriors and priests? Are you kidding me? Lu Ling said coldly. Lu Han heard Lu Ling's words and bristled with disdain. Is there a problem with distributing them by head count? Make it sound like they're doing me a favor. If it wasn't for the fact that you do enough damage, who cares about teaming up with you? Lu Ling's performance just now in the end made Lu Han a bit intimidated, and at this moment, He only dared to mutter in a low voice. Lu Ling, on the other hand, was directly exasperated and laughed. Chen Feng and the three of them were a bit of a dish, but at least they listened to the command and knew how to cooperate. And this Lu Han is a real dish without realizing it. Brainless and fun-loving. These words could infuriate Chen Feng, pointing at Lu Han's nose and cursing. How dare you say that? An assassin sleepwalks through a fight. Have you ever looked at the back row? You have a lot of heads and you're great? How much output did you hit? Wasn't that all the road gods crippled ones? And you ran over to make up for the useless damage? And lick your B-face and call on it? You really don't look at your own level. A word will Lu Han said irritated, even directly pulled out the dagger. Chen Feng looked at her with an angry smile and said, "What? Do you still want to make a move? Am I not telling the truth? What did you do besides grabbing monsters and experience on the sidelines? It's just that God Lu is nice. If it were me, I would have kicked you out long ago." A word said Lu Han rage incomparably, immediately made a gesture to do it. The mouth also cursed and grumbled ceaselessly. "What's wrong with robbing your monster? Who cares? Do you know how many people out there want to take me but can't? You're a punk, and you dare to call my bluff. It was the law that saved you, otherwise I would have killed you on the spot." And Lu Ling was fed up with this stupid bee. He directly stepped forward and snatched back the Misty Badge with one hand, then said coldly, "Get lost, put everything down, and then get yourself out of the secret realm obediently. You better not make me do it." Such a selfish and stupid person. Of course Lu Ling wouldn't let her follow her to mix experience and materials anymore. And as soon as Lu Han heard this, he immediately froze, and then became even more furious. "Good, you're awesome aren't you? You wait for me. It's just a bunch of garbage. I don't even care. You guys wait." After saying that, she cursed and threw those things she had just taken on the ground, and then gave a fierce look at Lu Ling's few people and exited the secret realm. "It's really cheap, and it gives her the material from the previous wave for nothing," Chen Feng said with a cold snort, then picked up the item on the ground and handed it to Lu Ling. "Great God Lu, it's fine, you're so strong. One less of her will be able to take us through the secret realm." And instead of picking it up, Lu Ling waved his hand and said, "Take these and divide them among yourselves." The sentences that Chen Feng had just scolded were still quite painful. Plus on this journey, the three of them had cooperated quite well and were quite understanding. It was mainly the contrast with a dumbass like Lu Han that made Lu Ling feel a lot better about the trio. After such an event, the atmosphere of this small team was a bit somber. But fortunately, with Chen Feng as a living treasure, it didn't take long for the crowd to once again burst into laughter. With Lu Han missing, the speed at which Lu Ling and the others brushed the monsters remained almost unchanged. Relying on Lu Ling's perverted damage and superior commanding ability, the crowd made their way through and soon arrived in front of the replica's boss. The boss of this copy is a double body named Nightmare Twin. They have the appearance of what looks like two giant eyeballs, with a twine-thick tissue of flesh and blood holding them together, and they look frightening. After briefly arranging the tactics, Lu Ling directly led a few people to start the battle. Tactics are still with Lu Ling as the absolute core. The three only need to follow Lu Ling to help pull monsters to make up for the damage, so that Lu Ling can output more efficiently. With a piercing scream, the center of the Nightmare Twins' body, the pupil portion of the massive eyeball began to glow a dark purple. This was the precursor to their upcoming skills. If the disillusionment effect on their body was stacked, then all of the Nightmare Twins' skills would directly ignore defense and multiply their damage tenfold. However, the disillusionment effect on several of Lu Ling's people never went up and stayed at one tier. So this skill was able to be eaten directly and hard by relying on the priest's domain. Taking advantage of the skill's forward swing, Lu Ling also directly just turned on Elemental Awakening and Dimensional Tier, and began to store up a fireball. Along with an ear-piercing sound, a dark purple twisting ripple spread out towards the surroundings with the Nightmare Twins at the center. This is a ranged control skill. Anyone hit by this ripple will be subject to a slowing effect. All movements including spellcasting will be slowed by 30% for 30 seconds. Lu Ling directly used Void Folding Leap to dodge it, and approached the Nightmare Twins in the process. The staff in his hand fiercely smashed on one of the eyeballs, and the fireball spell that had been stored up for a long time suddenly erupted. Boom! Minus 8072. A flash shot plus a fireball took out a full 8,000 points of damage from the Nightmare Twins. Although the Nightmare Twin wasn't known for its defense, it was at least a level 60 platinum boss. And to be able to deal this damage against hundreds of double resistances was enough to see the terror of Lu Ling. This effect was very effective. Directly the Nightmare Twins flew up in pain, like a crazy python madly twisting and banging around. Seeing that he couldn't hit them for a while, Lu Ling switched his element to Lightning Elemental, and at the same time drank 2 magic potions, briefly boosting his blue return speed a bit and increasing his mana strength by a small amount. Another difficult thing about this boss is that they can fly, and after hitting Half-Blood, these two things will directly separate. This makes it a lot harder to kill, and they also have a rather special property.
which is that both eyeballs must be struck together or they are counted as null and void. If you kill one of the eyes alone and don't kill the other in the allotted time, then they will simply regain a small amount of their life value and resurrect at the same time. However, Lu Ling also had an early response. Since I have to kill them both together, can't I just use my lightning form to electrocute them one by one? When you're bloodied, you'll get a fireball from one of them, and then you're done. Seeing that they were still flying around in the sky, Lu Ling was also impatient and directly had Luo Zhong control them down with a shot of group taunt. The cooldown of the group taunt skill was still quite long, taking half an hour, but it did work well, and the Nightmare Twins immediately dully crashed towards Luo Zhong on the ground. Naturally, Lu Ling would not miss this opportunity and directly swung his staff and knocked over. Chapter 40 Passing the Secret Realm. Platinum Grade Staff of Eternal Illusionary Dreams. The bursting staff carries wisps of electricity. Each heavy blow comes with an arc of electricity bouncing off it, along with a paralyzing effect. With just a few flat A's, the Nightmare Twin was flying a bit out of the way, and its blood level was dropping fast, and it was going to enter stage 2 with another hit of around 5,000 blood. Seeing this, Lu Ling also jumped straight up and fired a fireball, directly knocking the Nightmare Twins down to half-blood. The Nightmare Twins, who had recovered from the group's taunts, instantly went berserk, and they could sense that the human in front of them was nothing more than a weakling who didn't even have the strength of a first turn. At least it was a platinum-level demonic boss, but it was actually beaten by a weakling. Could this be tolerated? Accompanied by a bizarre emerald green flame, the Nightmare Twin directly entered the second stage. There was a ring of flame attached to the back of the two huge eyeballs, the bloodshot whites of the eyes, and the gradually crimson pupils, making them as horrible as demons in hell. The Nightmare Twins let out a roar in unison and slammed straight towards Lu Ling. The Nightmare Twin at this stage could not only deal mental magic damage, but physical damage was just as scary. Seeing both eyeballs flying towards him, Lu Ling, however, revealed a smile. That's what he wants. As long as there wasn't too much separation between the two eyeballs, then Lu Ling would be able to take it right down with a burst. As for the damage, Lu Ling's body is no more brittle than the average tank. Several types of damage immunity skills, plus the continuous recovery of Arcane Siphon, make it extremely difficult for Lu Ling to be seconded while still having a high range. Not to mention the fact that there's a nurse behind her doing her best to lift the blood. Lu Ling then began to show off his maneuvers, a variety of positioning to avoid rushing, but also catch the back swing to hit a set of fierce. That fierce and furious look where like a mage? Simply the god of war. Soon enough, the Nightmare Twins had lightning elements stacked on their bodies, and Lu Ling jumped straight up to catch a high aerial spin with an ascending dragon. The staff with a bright purple halo drew a nice arc in the air, hitting the two huge eyeballs one after another. Almost simultaneously, they detonated the lightning marks on the Nightmare Twins. With a thunderous roar, the Nightmare Twins were subjected to a wave of high bursts along with a brief period of stiffness, and Chen Feng and Luo Zhong didn't let go of this opportunity. Although their output is more limited, stacked together they are very substantial. This wave of staleness then directly knocked a lot of blood off the Nightmare Twins. Stage 2 Nightmare Twin resistance was increased substantially, and if any other mage were to output it, it might actually have to scrape the bottom of the barrel for a while. But this damage from Lu Ling was just too explosive. Plus he has control. You only need to grab a set of opportunities to get a steady wave of output, and the functionality pulls right through. After swinging after the Nightmare Twins for a few rounds like this, they let out a mournful hiss in unison and turned into a puff of smoke, dissipating into thin air. Congratulations to the host, completing Ascension Task 2, gaining 50% Ascension progress. Reward randomized divine effect props *1. Professional Lu Ling has completed the first stage of the transfer mission. Two elevated tones in a row rang out in Lu Ling's head, causing him to grin. The three people on the side were even more excited beyond words. The experience provided by killing the Nightmare Twins alone was enough for them to brush up on low-level copies for quite some time. Then came the even more delightful unboxing. Any duplicate after level 50 will not drop items directly when you clear the level, but will drop a treasure chest instead. The treasure chest might open up all the drops from that boss, or it might only open up a bunch of scraps. It all depends on luck. As Jiangqing's little Euro King, Lu Ling naturally opened this treasure chest himself without any hesitation. Luck was pretty good, dropping 3 crafting books straight away, along with a number of materials, and a Nightmare Twin memento. It's not useful, but some collectors will pay for it, and the price is usually not low. After all, the pop rate is rather touchy. This wave of harvest was still possible. Just this one copy, Lu Ling had at least 1 million extra Huaxia coins of materials on his body. That's not counting the crafting books and those special items that drop from boss treasure chests. Picking up the 3 crafting books and looking through them, Lu Ling realized that there happened to be a platinum rank staff among them. Staff of Eternal Dreams Crafting Book. Grade, Platinum. Introduction. Crafting book used to create platinum level weapon Eternal Illusion Dream. Can consume source stone * 100, nightmare fragment * 5, illusion core * 5 to create. All of these materials were dropped by the previous demons, and that nightmare fragment was dropped by the nightmare twins. No more, no less, exactly 5. I was just thinking about getting a better staff, and this one is good enough to last me until I turn 2 or even 3. No surprise. Lu Ling thought with satisfaction and put this crafting book away, then handed the remaining 2 crafting books to Chen Feng and the others. This, the great god of the road, won't you take it? Chen Feng was directly dumbfounded. Directly taking out the 2 platinum level equipment crafting books and splitting them, was this surely not a dream? The thighs that had taken them through the secret realm before. It would be nice to leave some crumbs for him. Lu Ling, on the other hand, said with a disinterested expression, these 2 copies, one is warrior equipment and the other is priest equipment. It's useless to me. You guys take it, it's been hard on you all the way over. With these words, Chen Feng suddenly had the impulse to almost kneel down on the spot and kowtow to Lu Ling. This is simply a saint. Not only did he take them through the secret realm, but he also shared things and didn't have any racket at all. Where do you find a lap like that? Xu Yao and Luo Zhong were also moved by this. Tough? It's not hard at all, okay? If just taking a beating and throwing skills to pull monsters is considered hard work, then they were simply not human beings before. The 3 looked at each other and suddenly bowed in unison towards Lu Ling. Great God Lu, thank you so much. Not only did you take us through the secret realm for free, but you also shared such a valuable item with us. Don't say anything. If there's anything you can use me for in the future, just ask. Although I'm not as strong as Great God Lu, I'm still capable of taking a beating to make up the numbers. Chen Feng and Xu Yao said heartily, and Luo Zhong's eyes were glittering with emotion. Lu Ling didn't expect just such a simple move, but it made all 3 of them instantly moved, and his heart couldn't help but be a little amused. He finally figured out why the job market doesn't get a good rap. However, one more friend is better than one more enemy. Although these 3 people's strength is not top-notch, they are still barely good. Maybe there is something they need in the future? Lu Ling has always been you honor me 1 point, then I will return you 1 point. For the 3 people's thanks. He also just laughed and did not say anything more. However, under the strong request of the 3 of them, Lu Ling still took quite a bit more loot before leaving the secret realm. Chapter 41, Second Stage Transfer Quest, Martial Arts Mall Upgrade. After returning to the Professionals Hall, Lu Ling and these 3 added a friend to each other, and then went directly to the Professional Sanctuary to receive the second stage of the transfer quest. After arriving at the Profession Sanctuary, Lu Ling quickly made his way to the Mage Profession Sculpture, intending to take on the second stage of the quest. Occupant Lu Ling first stage transfer quest has been completed. Second stage quest being generated for you. Stage 2 quest, find the item Sage's Stone. Current quest progress, 0/1. After seeing the second stage of the mission, Lu Ling instantly froze. The Sage's Stone? Isn't that the same thing that was opened from the Divine Treasure Chest in the Forest of Mist? Lu Ling thought, and immediately took that production book out. A blinding red light flashed, and the crafting book that had been blocked and hidden was actually visible. Sage's Stone Crafting Book. Grade, Legendary. Introduction, Hidden Profession Exclusive Item. Can be created with Sacred Salt *1, Fallen Mercury *1, Chaos Sulfur *1. Lu Ling was instantly confused. He did have this Chaos Sulfur, having dropped one from the boss in the Eerie Mist Forest earlier, but where to find this Sacred Salt and Fallen Mercury? I don't think I've ever heard of either of those things. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ling immediately thought of someone Lin Tianxiong, as a third-turn professional and the president of an A-ranked guild. His insights and experience were very extensive, so maybe he knew about these 2 things? Thinking about it, Lu Ling immediately called Lin Tianxiong. He then heard good news and bad news. Sacred Salt? I think I remember it from the guild. I forgot where I plucked it in from before and never sold it. If you want it, just go ahead and get it, and I'll talk to the person in charge. As for Fallen Mercury, it's something I don't think I've ever heard of. Tell you what, I'll ask for you later. Lu Ling thanked him and then hung up. Since Lin Tianxiong had promised to help him look for it, why don't he simply finish the system's quests first, which was just short of 300 to 500 small monsters? As Lu Ling thought, he immediately returned to the Professionals Hall and entered the secret realm once again. Why else would you say that geniuses aren't scary, but hardworking geniuses are? This month Lu Ling almost no days idle. Are soaked in copies of the crazy brush monsters? Rapid accumulation of wealth at the same time the level is also a rapid increase. Soon, after an afternoon of frantic leveling, Lu Ling successfully completed the system's advancement quest. Congratulations to the host. The advancement quest has been completed. The martial god system is being upgraded. System upgrade completed. Achievement completed. Go one step further. Successfully upgraded the martial arts mall to the second level. Reward, number of lucky draws *3. 500 wushu points. Oh, this can actually complete an achievement? Lu Ling couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. During this time, he gradually became quite clear about the system's functions. This achievement system, similar to a hidden quest, will reward you for reaching it and will unlock a shard on the achievement page of the system panel. It seems that after the shards reach a certain tier they can open up some hidden function, but Lu Ling has only unlocked 4 achievements currently, so there's no way to find out yet. After opening the second-ranked Martial God Mall, Lu Ling realized that the items available for sale on it had increased quite a bit. All sorts of strange and weird props, as well as some rare materials. These things that would cost millions of huaxia coins if placed outside, but only require a few hundred martial god points here. Also, the second-order Vulcan Mall has a very abstract item on the shelf. Worldwide blessing bags, priced at 999 Vulcan points apiece. It's considered very expensive in the mall. Universal blessing bag, randomly obtain a mysterious prop from the other world. It may be able to destroy the sky and the earth, or it may only be able to pass the eye. It all depends on your luck. Items opened through the bag will be permanently listed in the God of Wushu Mall, but there will be a limited number of purchases. This description gave Lu Ling a happy look. Isn't this just a blind draw box? It just so happens that Lu Ling has accumulated quite a few Wushan points, so there's no harm in buying 2 lucky bags to play with, he thought, immediately redeeming 2 fortune bags. Purchase successful. Does it open immediately? Lu Ling chose yes. After a joyful sound effect, 2 golden dots of light popped out of the 2 lucky bags. Congratulations! You've obtained the prop magical dice *1. Congratulations! You've acquired a strange undergarment *1. Hearing the beep in his head, Lu Ling almost spurted blood from laughing. No! What the hell is this lady's underwear? Why is there such an abstract prize? Lu Ling forced a smile and took the thing out for a look, instantly blushing with old age and stuffing it into his backpack. Ahem. Children should not be children should not be children. Lu Ling dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his head and looked at another prop. Magical dice. Introduction. Shake him and maybe something magical will happen? Disposable props. Aha! What's this for? That's a bit of a generalization, isn't it? Lu Ling thought suspiciously, picking it up in his hand and shaking it in his hand a few times. Piecemeal. Strange sounds rang out as the dice spun frantically in his hand a few times, ending in a 3. Lu Ling was wondering what would happen when he saw the dice suddenly turn into a golden light and drill into Lu Ling's body. Immediately afterward, a buff was added to his status bar. Lucky gift of magical dice, plus 20% luck, 30% increase in all attributes for 30 minutes. Dice review, 3 points. Sloppy. Oh, Lu Ling was greatly curious and was pleasantly surprised. The increase is so big, and it also adds the lucky attribute? And that's just a 3-point bonus. If this shakes out to a 6, won't the bonus take off? Nice. That's a pretty interesting prop, Lu Ling thought with a smirk. This lucky attribute, which actually increased the burst rate, was said to also affect the blast attribute, but this claim was not confirmed in any way. After fiddling around for a while, Lu Ling bought 3 more magical dice, intending to find a chance to practice and see what the other points would do. It's not an expensive thing to sell, 250 Vulcan points apiece, but it's limited to 3 in a 7-day period. When Lu Ling was going to throw another one for fun, he thought better of it and simply waited for the next copy to use it. After placing these 3 magical dice into his backpack, Lu Ling then used the 3 rounds of complimentary draws in his hand. I also wonder what goodies the prize pool will give when it's upgraded. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a system beep. Congratulations to the host. Acquired a B-grade collectible, Fallen Mercury *3. The prize pool that had just been upgraded didn't bring Lu Ling anything good, but it did happen to bring together the last ingredient that Lu Ling needed. Chapter 42, Talent Advancement. Rare Hidden Vice Profession. Is this good luck or bad luck? 1 material came out of 3 shots, and the other 2 draws were straight up gross. But just this 1 material is what one currently wants. It's hard to judge. Lu Ling smiled bitterly and put the Fallen Mercury into his backpack, heading directly to the middle of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, intending to gather the materials early and turn in the quest early. Since Lin Tianxiong had greeted him, Lu Ling quickly obtained the sacred salts and with them, he headed to the Blacksmith Association. During this period of time, Lu Ling helped the president of the Blacksmith Association collect materials quite a few times, and the two gradually became familiar with each other. However, this trip to the Blacksmith's Guild wasn't to have Zhao Wuji create the Sage's Stone, but rather to have him help create that platinum-grade weapon, the Eternal Phantom Dream. The Sage's Stone. You must build it by yourself. There is no way for others to decipher this crafting book. After explaining his intentions, Zhao Wuji also agreed painfully. Weapons with crafting books can actually be crafted by getting enough materials together. It's just that the profession of blacksmithing is able to enhance the attribute values and special effects of weapons by means of forging. Legend has it that when one reaches the 12th rank of Divine Blacksmith,
They can forge scrap into top-grade metal with their bare hands and can multiply the attributes of weapons of all classes by several times. This kind of profession is the tank class profession transfer. A high probability of appearing, is also considered to be one of the more common professions. After handing over the materials and crafting book to Zhao Wuji, Lu Ling also began to study this sage's stone. After nearly an hour of fusion, Lu Ling finally managed to craft this sage's stone. Sage's stone, low level, grade, legendary. This item must be worn to unlock its function and can be advanced by replenishing materials. Current advancement progress, 0%. Looking at the description on it, Lu Ling cried and laughed. You have to wear it to activate the effect? So it's just an ordinary stone now? This stuff is really messing with people's minds, he thought, and could only helplessly put the strange stone that kept changing colors into his backpack. At this time, Lu Ling's new weapon was also built, and Zhao Wuji walked in carrying a very dazzling and colorful-looking staff. Take that, boy. I won't charge you this time. Remember to bring me 2 bottles of good wine next time. Zhao Wuji's voice was still loud, but his face was smiling. Lu Ling took the staff and immediately checked its attributes. Eternal Dream, grade, platinum, equipable profession, mage. Bonus, plus 200 spell strength plus 20 points / second blue return speed plus 20 spiritual attributes. Special effect Illusory Echo. When equipped with this staff, each spellcast will have an echo effect and stack a layer of illusory mark on the target. Echo effect repeats 10% of the spell's damage and inherits its accompanying special effect. Each layer of mark of illusion cuts the target's magic resistance and spirit resistance by 5% and, when stacked, forcibly drags the target into an illusion for 3 seconds. If the target's spell resistance is below 50 points and spirit is below 30 points, it will not be able to voluntarily release any skills during the period. After reading it, Lu Ling was very satisfied. With control and defense reduction, these 2 attributes were already very powerful, and it actually had a wounding effect, so it was indeed a good staff. After Lu Ling thanked Zhao Wuji, he headed to the middle of the occupation sanctuary, placing that sage's stone in front of and behind the mage statue. It instantly lit up with an ancient glow. Professional Lu Ling. The second stage of the transfer task has been completed. In transit, transfer successful. Unlocked secondary profession, alchemist, new talent being drawn. The voice in his head couldn't help but make Lu Ling suck in a breath of cold air. Actually awakened an extremely rare hidden profession, alchemist. This profession is different from the side professions of blacksmith, apothecary. It is the only sub-profession that can be used directly in combat. The talents that come with this profession are all A rank to begin with. It is one of the very strong hidden professions. Extraction successful. Your current talent is S rank, mastery of all laws being fused for you. Fusion successful. Your current talent skill is SSS ranked, all elephants return to dust. All images return to dust. Talent effect, compatible with any spell type skill without changing the mana source. And your skill bar is +3, possesses the active effect reversal technique, which, when activated, marks all units within its perimeter and applies a reversal effect to them, reversing the results of their next operation. The skill cannot be immunized. After reading the description of his talent, Lu Ling was directly shocked. It's too counterintuitive to have the results of the operation reversed. This effect can turn a priest's healing effects into damage, can turn damage effects into healing, and control right into domination. It's a god skill. Moreover, his original talent effect was also fused in together, which was equivalent to having an additional talent skill with a terrifying mechanism for no reason at all. This can definitely turn the tide in the midst of adversity if used correctly. Without waiting for Lu Ling to return to his senses, the mage statue in front of him suddenly erupted with a wave of pure blue energy. Acquired profession exclusive skill, Alchemy LV1. Occupation exclusive item, Sage's Stone, has been placed in the backpack. Upon hearing that, Lu Ling immediately checked what this alchemy did. The effect of alchemy is quite simple. Its principle is to understand and analyze an object, and finally transform it into a physical state through the Sage's Stone. In other words, as long as the materials are provided, alchemy can transform them into various props or more precious materials. Moreover, alchemy has a wide range of effects. Not only can it transform objects, but it can even transform life force. Through alchemy, it is possible to convert blood and blue levels to each other. This is still a level 1 effect. How terrifying it could be if it was raised to full level, Lu Ling couldn't even imagine. He had expected it long ago, and this transfer would definitely bring a big boost. But I didn't realize that the boost was a bit too much. Until the time he left the occupation sanctuary, Lu Ling was still constantly pondering over which scenarios he could be utilized in with this new occupation of his. The next day, when Lin Tianxiang learned that Lu Ling had actually switched to the hidden profession of alchemist, he also revealed an expression of incomparable dismay. Little friend Lu Ling, did you really switch to alchemist? This side occupation, but it's stronger than most people's main occupation.
After you reach the third turn to fuse your main and secondary professions? I'm afraid that just by lighting up your profession, you'll be able to get quite a few top powerhouses to follow you. Chapter 43, Meeting Lu Han again. Stand up for Lin Wanwan. Speaking of which, Lin Tianxiong's eyes towards Lu Ling were no longer mere admiration, but an amiable, and very affectionate look. This feels like elders looking at their own brilliant offspring? Lu Ling only felt a strange sensation all over her body. He was about to say something to break this awkward situation, but suddenly he heard Lin Tianxiong laugh. By the way, did you see Wanwan when you came here? She's been thinking about you a lot lately. If you're free, please take care of her for me. When I go to college in the future, I won't be able to be with her every day. Lin Tianxiong said, letting out a pretentious sigh. Lu Ling didn't grasp the meaning of his words and scratched his head somewhat incomprehensibly. Lin Wanwan isn't that kind of vase either? The president is being overly concerned with that. With her abilities, I'm sure she won't suffer anywhere she goes. After a few words, Lin Tianxiong sighed a silly child in his heart, and didn't continue to say anything, but talked about the college entrance exam with Lu Ling. Speaking of this, Lu Ling suddenly remembered something. It seems like the professional who reaches level 50 before the entrance exam can be exempted from the exam and be bailed out in advance, come to think of it. But this is not a few days away from the college entrance exams. Why did not I see any university to recruit themselves? After hearing Lu Ling's question, Lin Tianxiong laughed and said, regarding this issue, Huaxia has long had a policy that strictly prohibits all universities from accepting students privately before the college entrance exam. All professionals must be tested on their own level before they can choose whether or not to bail out directly. You scored so well in the awakening trial. I'm afraid that there have been many good schools waiting to recruit you for a long time. Well, any favorites? Lu Ling thought about it, and it seemed that he hadn't really considered this aspect. But there's no rush. We'll naturally see what happens on the college entrance exams anyway, and we'll just decide which school to go to then. The two were chatting, when Lu Ling suddenly received a call, an unfamiliar number. After picking it up, a somewhat familiar voice came from across the room. Hello? Is this Lu Ling? Is it convenient for you to come over right now? Wanwan and I have run into some trouble. The person on the other end of the line sounded a bit anxious and panicked. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ling immediately recognized this person. This voice. It's Lin Wanwan's best friend, Su Xiao, that tank girl who had teamed up with herself in the awakening trials. After asking about the location, Lu Ling pacified the other party for a bit, then hung up the phone and told Lin Tianxiong about the matter. As soon as Lin Tianxiong heard that his precious daughter had actually run into trouble, he immediately wanted to go there himself. But just as he reached the door, the secretary suddenly came up and whispered for a while. Lin Tianxiong frowned after hearing this and revealed a hopeless expression. Little friend Lu, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the scene for a while. There's a major problem with one of the secret realms that the guild operates, and as the president, I have to travel to deal with it. I'll trouble you to rush over first to check the situation, and if you need anything, just call Chu Shanha's phone directly. You should have his number, right? Chu Shanha was the principal of Luling High School, and as his favorite student, he naturally had contact information. Lu Ling nodded his head immediately, and after Lin Tianxiong somewhat apologetically patted his shoulder, he hurriedly left. It seems that this time the matter is really serious. Otherwise the chairman wouldn't have shown this kind of expression. Lu Ling thought darkly. He then directly took a car and headed to the address Su Xiao had given him. 10 minutes later, Lu Ling arrived, a lower-ranked secret realm entrance. A long way away, Lu Ling saw a group of people gathered together, and in the center stood a somewhat familiar figure cursing, while Lin Wanwan was explaining something with a red face. Approaching to take a look, the guy who was cursing was actually a familiar face. Wasn't it that assassin Lu Han who only robbed monsters before? As soon as Lin Wanwan saw Lu Ling appear, she immediately ran to Lu Ling's side as if she had met a savior. A pair of deer-like big eyes watery, as if the next second will cry out, "Let a person incomparable pity." Without waiting for Lu Ling to ask what was going on, that Lu Han also recognized Lu Ling and sneered as she stepped forward. "Who did I think it was? So it's you. Humph, just in time. Let's settle the previous score today. It just so happens that you and this are still together, right? All of you can't leave today." Lu Ling's face was cold, and immediately, he erupted an appalling aura and stood in front of Lin Wanwan. "Watch your mouth. With a dirty mouth like that, your boyfriend has a UTI?" Lu Han's face changed dramatically when he said this, as if he was poked and prodded with anger. Good. I see you really want to die." She cursed and immediately dialed a phone number, then instantly changed her face to a sobbing voice and burst into tears at the person on the other end of the line. Taking this opportunity, Lu Ling also opened her mouth to ask about what happened. Lin Wanwan whispered what had happened, and then skimmed her mouth in resignation. It turned out that Lin Wanwan and Su Xiao had formed a small team,
and went to the secret realm to practice with a few of their previous high school classmates. While the crowd was struggling to kill the boss with great difficulty, Lu Han suddenly jumped out from the shadows and directly snatched the boss kill. If you are taken away and killed by a professional who is not part of the group, you won't share a single bit of experience. Reacting to the situation, Su Xiao immediately went up to question Lu Han, but in return was counted down a pass. You guys are losers yourselves. You can't get the heads. Why are you running to talk to me? If you're capable of doing so, you guys go grab them when I brush the monsters. Willow Han said condescendingly. This could make Su Xiao's few people angry. Lu Han, on the contrary, even more energetic. Open mouth is a bunch of crooked reasoning. Angry at these simple little girls' tears are about to fall down. And after going out, Lin Wanwan had wanted to properly reason with Lu Han. Unexpectedly, Lu Han saw Lin Wanwan look so beautiful, the heart will immediately rise a nameless jealousy. Directly the first to complain. A rake, said Lin Wanwan. Several people to rely on the number of people to rob their own boss, did not rob it, still annoyed to take action against themselves. It was even a direct rumor that Lin Wanwan was the kind of person who relied on selling her flesh to get a belt, looking innocent on the surface but a bad woman behind her back, which was why her rank was so high. A statement that was made as if it really happened. And Lin Wanwan, who had a very gentle character, couldn't say anything offensive to retort at all, and was almost in tears. After hearing Lin Wanwan's words, Lu Ling was also on fire. Robbing monsters is a very disgusting act, and this Lu Han actually created rumors, or he even created this kind of rumor that defamed people's innocence. This made Lu Ling instantly get really angry. Lin Wanwan is usually really kind beyond words. A pair of soft eyes can always inexplicably let Lu Ling born a kind of protective desire. Coupled with this period of time together, Lin Wanwan was extremely kind to Lu Ling, which made Lu Ling already regard her as a close friend. And at this time, she was being bullied like this. So naturally, Lu Ling would not stand idly by. Chapter 44, Young Master of the Nye family. Lu Ling is 1 against 2, just in time. At this time, Lu Han's call for help was finished, and just as he turned around, he saw a pair of eyes as full of killing intent as the god of death. Lu Ling directly erupted a powerful might, and the overwhelming pressure caused Lu Han to instantly feel like he couldn't breathe. Listen up or you apologize to my friend, or else, I'll beat you until you're willing to apologize. Lu Ling said coldly, and a direct duel invitation was flung over. The crowd of onlookers were also astonished after Lu Ling lit up his professional label, and then they all revealed their contemptuous gazes. He's a mage? Daring to ask an assassin for a one-on-one fight? This kid is crazy, isn't he? This is not the way to save a beauty. Hey, another stupid kid who was overwhelmed by beauty. Isn't this looking for death? However, Lu Ling ignored these people's words and instead coldly stared at Lu Han before revealing a provocative smile. How? Weren't you brave when you started the rumor just now? Now you're an ostrich again? I'd like to see how you're going to make me look good. Lu Ling said, grunting coldly. Of course Lu Han didn't dare to take this duel. She had followed Lu Ling into a copy once before, and as much as she didn't want to admit it, it was indeed unlikely that she would be Lu Ling's opponent. However, hearing this, Lu Han's heart was still a bit upset, and just as he was about to open his mouth to retort a few words, he saw Lu Ling directly walking towards the registration office of this secret realm. Only Lu Ling pulled out his professional identity card and handed it to the receptionist, then slowly said, because my friend's reputation is at stake, I'm requesting that the record crystals from the boss room just now be pulled up for investigation. The receptionist had a difficult look on her face, and was about to find an excuse to politely refuse, when she suddenly saw that on Lu Ling's identity card, the column of the guild was clearly marked with the words Heavenly Phoenix Guild. Senior member. The receptionist froze, then swiped Lu Ling's identity card, and the results of the search directly surprised him. Within the city of Jiangcheng, the man in front of him was the record holder of the entire 30 copies of the Speed Pass list. The Huaxia Professionals Union had even labeled him as a key object of concern. What does this label mean? It meant that this person was in existence that had a great possibility of becoming a strong party in the eyes of the Professionals Alliance. How can the identity of such a person be simple? The receptionist was busy pulling up the footage of the period of time that had just passed and connecting it to the screen. Lu Han did not expect the staff here actually directly compromised. In this case, then what just happened will not be able to hide. In a panic, she immediately tried to stop the staff member, but was stopped by Lu Ling, and her gesture made the crowd a little skeptical. Soon, the video of the boss room was pulled up. On the screen, Lin Wanwan's group was fighting hard against the boss, while Lu Han appeared nearby only when they were about halfway through the fight. This woman didn't join the battle the first time, but waited for Lin Wanwan and the others to beat the boss down to silk blood, and then directly jumped out with 2 skills to grab the boss's head. Put here. There is no need to play it any further. The people around them also instantly reacted to what was going on. It was clearly this woman named Lu Han who grabbed the monster first.
she still has the face to come out and bite back. This skin is thicker than a city wall. And when Lu Han saw that things were lost, she simply stopped pretending, and once she clenched her teeth, she viciously looked at Lu Ling and sneered. Even if I robbed the monster, what can I do? Are you still going to kill my old lady? Tell you what, it's an honor for you losers to be robbed by me. Against all odds, the speech instantly stirred up anger in the hearts of many melon eaters. This kind of bad behavior is inherently frowned upon. It's not a violation, but it's unethical. Imagine how hard it must be for you to fight a monster for half a day, and have it taken away by someone else with a single slash, with not a single ounce of experience to share. The crowd had begun to turn their spears and vociferously criticized Lu Han. Just then, an arrogant shout suddenly came from outside the crowd. Who dares to scold this young man's woman? The crowd followed the voice and saw an arrogant and domineering dilettante walk in from outside, followed by two middle-aged men around level 50. As soon as Lu Han saw this man, she immediately changed into a pitiful look and ran to the man's side, making a show of crying. Young Nya, you have to do it for me. The man known as Nia Xiao didn't pay any attention to her at first, but instead looked at Lin Wanwan with a lustful look, and his throat rolled twice. A moment later, he then remembered what he was here for and coughed twice before looking at Lu Han. Lu Han, on the other hand, added more fuel to the story, and when it came to Lu Ling wanting to go one-on-one with him, he intensified his tone even more fiercely, while his eyes also glanced resentfully at Lu Ling. After hearing this Nia Xiao snorted coldly and walked to Lu Ling in large strides, raising his head to stare at Lu Ling disdainfully. Since Nia Xiao was about just under 1 meter 7, he looked as small as a sun in front of the 1 meter 8.5 Lu Ling. What, Lu Ling, right? This young man is the young president of the Ao Tian Guild, the young master of the Nia family. Nya Ma, if you know what's good for you, kneel down obediently, kowtow to me 3 times, and then hand over that little beauty behind you to me. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll leave you all alive, Nya Ma said, sneering and towing the line. Otherwise, this young man will break your legs. The words made Lu Ling directly laugh in anger. Where is this thug from? If you didn't know, you'd think it was some kind of top luxury family. Ao Tian Guild? Lu Ling didn't even seem to have heard of this one. As long as there was a guild with a little bit of strength in Jiangqing City, it was impossible for Lu Ling to be completely unimpressed. I'd like to see how the Nia family's youngest wants to break my legs? Thinking about it, Lu Ling sneered. Upon hearing this, Nya Ma arrogantly revealed her profession panel. A turn 1A rank warrior. Judging from the equipment on his body, Nya Ma's strength should be considered a decent existence in the same rank. With the sound of a blade being sheathed, Nya Ma arrogantly pointed at Lu Ling. Humph, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. After saying that, he directly sent a one-on-one invitation towards Lu Ling, and Lu Ling didn't take it. Seeing this, Nya Ma smiled triumphantly and sneered. What? Are you afraid of this young man and don't dare to accept it? Lu Ling slowly shook his head, as if looking at a little cutie. Like looking at him. Since we're going to fight, then it's better to settle it all together. You're all in this together, Lu Ling said, slowly pointing at Lu Han behind Nya Ma. Hearing this, the crowd of onlookers were all shocked. This kid is crazy. A mage who actually wants to go one-on-one with a warrior and an assassin? Didn't he know that assassins were the most restrained mages? Plus a warrior. How could this win? The 3 of them were of similar levels, which definitely didn't have a single chance of winning. The way Lu Ling acted like a pussy instantly caused a surge of anger to well up in Nya Ma. Lu Han, who was behind him, also took the opportunity to mock in a fox-like manner. Gu, are you trying to play the bully with 1 against 2? So you can make excuses if you lose, right? That's really smart. Knowing that you'll lose, you intentionally find a good excuse in advance, right? With that, he looked Lu Ling up and down in disgust and smiled disdainfully. Chapter 45, Gambling Fights. The winner deserves to be a man. You're really trying hard to pretend in front of that little vixen. Lu Ling sneered, and just a look filled with killing intent instantly caused Lu Han to tremble and shut his mouth. He wasn't going to bother fighting this stupid woman anymore. As the saying goes, a man's word is his bond. Just beat someone half to death, then he'll talk better. That's the way to deal with stupid people like Lu Han. And Nya Ma sneered and said, fine, since you're so afraid of losing, then this young man will let you off the hook as well. As he said that, his eyes twinkled and he smiled lewdly as if he had thought of some good idea. How about this? How about we have a betting match? If you lose, hand over that little beauty behind you and accompany this young man for a quickie. How? Lu Ling sneered and shook his head. If you're going to bet, how can it be fun if you don't bet bigger? Weren't you going to break my legs earlier? How about this? Whichever of us loses will have all 3 of his legs broken. What do you think? Lu Ling's tone was cold, and the words he said made all the men present tremble. This bet is a little too big. Nya Ma's goal was to get Lin Wanwan, so how could she possibly agree?
just when he wanted to refuse. Lu Han behind him agreed with a face of excitement.
A promise is a promise. Don't you dare renege.
Lu Han smiled maliciously, as if he had already met Lu Ling's miserable appearance of having his 3 legs broken.
He had just laughed twice when Nyema smacked him in the face with a mouthful. Stupid woman, who made you promise? Nyema was incomparably angry and cursed. Lu Han, on the other hand, covered her face incredulously and looked at Nyema in horror. He actually hit me. Obviously last night he said I was his woman.
Without waiting for her to continue saying something,
the impatient Lu Ling directly spoke out. Okay, that's settled then. You're all in this together. After saying that, he went straight to the reception and rented an arena. There was nothing Nyema could do,
but she could only glare fiercely at Lu Han and grunt angrily.
In front of so many people,
he could not pull his face to break the contract, and it would not be good for others to say that he was afraid.
Soon, the few people arrived within an arena. This kind of arena was generally used for experimenting with new skills and practicing teamwork in simulated combat,
and it was naturally inferior compared to places like the underground deathmatch.
Not only were the facilities not as good,
the grounds were much smaller,
and extremely unfriendly to long-range professions like mage archers. Before going on stage,
Lin Wanwan was still a little worried and quietly slipped something to Lu Ling.
I've already notified the people from the guild.
They're on their way here, so you must be careful later.
This thing can help you in a critical moment, Lin Wanwan whispered.
Lu Ling took a look and realized that it was actually a very top-tier prop,
a second-order substitute life puppet. It's worth enough to sell in the tens of millions. It also serves a simple purpose, which is that when used, it can resist a fatal attack. It can save a life at a critical moment. A second-order substitute life golem, corresponding to a professional level of 100, could be used by anyone who did not exceed 100.
If Lin Tianxiong didn't know a great power who could make this kind of prop,
there was absolutely no way to get his hands on it.
Lu Ling froze for a long time, and a warmth welled up in her heart.
After thinking about it, he put it away.
Although it was absolutely impossible to use it against those two guys, Lu Ling subconsciously didn't want to worry Lin Wanwan. Seeing Lu Ling accepting it, the worry and guilt in Lin Wanwan's heart dissipated a bit. Drumming up her pink fists and clenching them hard, she gently shouted cheers for Lu Ling. Lu Ling smiled slightly and suddenly reached out to touch her head.
I won't let them bully you.
After Lu Ling finished speaking, he only left a shy and stunned Lin Wanwan in place, looking at his magnificent back gradually walking into the competition stage. This duel also attracted a lot of spectators to watch, but almost none of them favored Lu Ling.
Warriors and assassins have too much of an advantage in this kind of solo fight,
and Lu Ling was planning to fight 2 against 1, something that was nearly impossible to do. Seeing Lu Ling on stage,
Nyema gave a cruel smile. Let's see if you can still laugh when I beat you into a eunuch in front of that little beauty. As he said that, he directly drew his greatsword and looked at Lu Ling with a face full of grimness. Beside him, Lu Han had the same face of hatred, staring viciously at Lu Ling. If it wasn't for him, how could Mr. Nya hit me? I blame this damn kid. And that. The hatred in Lu Han's heart was so great that she couldn't wait to dismantle Lu Ling on the spot. With a shout from the referee, both sides rioted almost simultaneously. To everyone's surprise, Lu Ling actually didn't choose to pull back and release his skills, but instead took the initiative to move forward and meet Nyema and Lu Han. Is he crazy? A mage posting up to die? The crowd in the audience was shocked, completely unable to imagine that Lu Ling would actually make such a stupid move. Lu Han had seen Lu Ling fight before and knew how terrifying he was after getting close. In an instant, he turned on 2 acceleration skills, intending to kill Lu Ling with a single move before he could release his spell. Competing with an assassin like me? You're really looking for death. Seeing that Lu Ling was about to enter within the range of his backstab skill, Lu Han revealed a disdainful sneer. As long as he could successfully activate his skills, he would only need 2 or 3 slashes to do away with this stupid bastard. She was thinking smugly, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, but the next second, she couldn't stop laughing. Lu Ling's figure suddenly disappeared. Lu Han froze for a second, and suddenly felt a cracking sound coming from his back, accompanied by hot air currents. Without having time to turn around, Lu Ling struck her directly in the back with her staff. Powerful energy instantly erupted as a fireball spell exploded directly against Lu Han's body. The horrific damage instantly caused Lu Han to let out a mournful scream, flying out enough to roll on the ground a dozen times before collapsing on the ground without moving. That's still the damage that Lu Ling did without any other skills on and without storing up power. If another dimensional tier or elemental awakening had been activated, this blow would have directly killed Lu Han in seconds, and she would have owed half a tube of blood to Lu Ling. The scene blew up even more in the eyes of the audience, only to see Lu Ling suddenly appear behind Lu Han like a ghost, and then smashed Lu Han in passing like he was brushing a small monster. That calm look, and disdainful eyes, as if it was as easy as just mending a pawn in passing. An assassin who was actually kicked to death by a mage like a wild dog on the side of the road.
All the spectators were shocked. Even the priest in charge of the rescue froze for several seconds before reacting, and busily threw a few skills to Lu Han, who fell to the ground not knowing if he was dead or alive. And Nyema was shocked in her heart. His agility wasn't as high as Lu Han's, so he ran a little slower than her, clearing the whole thing. This is a mage? Is that woman too weak? Chapter 46, Lu Ling's Blitz. The college entrance exams begin. Nyema was horrified and didn't dare to be careless. Directly a set of warrior triple connections was thrown towards Lu Ling. Reinforcement picks up the charge and adds a jumping chop at the end. With this set, at least half of the blood of a brittle profession like a mage could be cut. You only need to pick up 2 more skills to speed kill a small frag straight away. However, Lu Ling didn't even have the intention of dodging, and directly ate the 2 skills hard. These 2 skills directly saw the tricky mist special effect on Lu Ling's body, and together with Mana Energy Guardian's immunity, it made Lu Ling almost drop a blood skin. Nyema was outright confused. This mage is not right. He's not even dodging his skills. He's charging towards me? What's this about? Without waiting for him to react, Lu Ling laughed and raised the staff in his hand. A spinning upward pick that viciously struck Nyema in the middle of his legs. This hit was a flat A, but Lu Ling had turned on Elemental Awakening. The mace carried a fierce flame and struck Nyema solidly in a vital area. A muffled thud came, and all the males in the room involuntarily clenched their legs as they felt a vague wave of pain. The hot, sharp pain caused Nyema's eyes to instantly blacken, and he couldn't even cry out, covering his crotch in pain and directly fainting. The injury fear on this one is more than a bludgeon. A burnt smell gradually wafted out. This is really a roasted chicken. Nyema is afraid that after this, he can no longer call himself this young man. After doing this, Lu Ling winded up spinning his stick in a flower and took his staff back into his backpack. Just 2 roadside dingoes. I thought it was something. Waste. Lu Ling spat out a sentence contemptuously, then turned around and left in a dashing manner. Not a single person spoke. The crowd was still reeling from the shock. At this time, those 2 Nyema's attendants under the stage also reacted and immediately stepped forward to stop Lu Ling. How dare you beat my young master like this? Don't go. You must pay for this today. The 2 men spoke in annoyance, attacking towards Lu Ling with one left and one right. Instead, Lu Ling just smiled faintly and coldly, staring at them with disdain. But before Lu Ling could make a move to return the favor, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the sky. Which ungrateful one dares to touch my daughter? The voice was as loud as a thunderous tremor, instantly shocking these 2 and subconsciously looking up, only to see that there was a red-haired woman floating in the air, staring downward with a furious expression. The terrifying aura that erupted from her body was as horrifying as Ashura. As soon as the words fell, the red-haired woman's body instantly exploded, transforming into a red lightning bolt that sped down, instantly sending the 2 attendants who wanted to strike at Lu Ling flying out. The person who came was none other than Shen Miaoyu, the wife of the president of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, who had a meeting with Lu Ling. The terrifying pressure of a third-turn powerhouse silenced the silence of everyone present, and after Shen Miaoyu had knocked those 2 attendants away, she flew to Lin Wanwan's side with an anxious face and asked eagerly, "How's it going, daughter? You're not hurt, are you? How did they bully you?" Lin Wanwan told the whole story. After hearing this, Shen Miaoyu was furious and was about to make a move on that Nyema when she realized that he had already covered his crotch and collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. Shen Miaoyu looked at Lu Ling and suddenly felt that this son-in-law was even more agreeable. There wasn't much to say after that, and when Nyema came to her senses and learned that the one she wanted to dabble with was actually the eldest miss of the Heavenly Phoenix Guild, she almost pissed herself in fear. One said that it was all Lu Han's doing. It's none of his business. He was just tricked. Given that Lu Ling had already given him a beating into her, Shen Miaoyu didn't bother to talk nonsense with him anymore, and after giving him a kick to fly out, she started to look for trouble with Lu Han. After Lu Han learned of Lin Wanwan's origin, she was also scared on the spot and her legs went limp, crying and kneeling on the ground for half an hour to apologize, and only then did Shen Miaoyu let her go. "Xiao Lua, this time it's really thanks to you arriving in time, or else Wanwan would have really been bullied by those 2 bastards. Come over to the house sometime in the future, huh? Auntie will cook for you with her own hands," Shen Miaoyu said smilingly as she took Lu Ling's hand, her kindly appearance a world away from just now. However, when Lin Wanwan heard about her old mom wanting to cook for Lu Ling, she suddenly showed a look of desire to speak, which made Lu Ling feel a bit strange. He didn't care too much about it though, he just politely said it was all my doing. Meanwhile, inside the Ministry of Education in Jiangxing City, at a conference table, what do you guys think about this first place in the awakening trial? At the head of the table, the Minister of Education thoughtfully took out a list and addressed the crowd. From my point of view, this kid is 80% lucky. Just by virtue of that divine blessing of his, he is destined to become no powerful professional. This blessing is completely contrary to his profession. The front may still be able to play some strange effects, but once the first turn is over, his shortcomings are going to be exposed. I'm afraid it will be hard to become a great success.
In comparison,
I do think the kid in second place has more room to dig in and consider keeping him.
Soon, someone else picked up the conversation and said.
The others basically thought deeply and strongly agreed with this person's point of view,
but only a young woman sitting at the end of the table showed a thoughtful expression. The Minister of Education sniffed, and after a few seconds of slight reflection, he spoke. Then, these are the tentative places for the provincial guarantees this time?
He finished and handed out the list in his hand. There were about a dozen names on this list, but there was no Lu Ling in it. The crowd had read it and then began to discuss it. Several days passed in a blink of an eye, and the day before the college entrance exam came. Today is the day for all seniors to take their grade tests. After the rank test, it was the major colleges that came to recruit those outstanding students whose strength was amazing and strong enough to be guaranteed admission.
Early in the morning, Lu Ling went with Lin Wanwan to the rank test center in Jiangqing City.
After completing the level test here,
if you are a non-guaranteed student,
then you will be distributed according to the strength of the examination room,
and the entrance examination will be held tomorrow.
Those students who were recruited in advance by the major colleges were able to skip the college entrance exams and just wait for enrollment.
As the first place winner of the Awakening Trial in Jiangqing City and even the entire Jiangnan province,
the matter of Lu Ling being guaranteed a place was almost a nail in the coffin. Even Lin Tianxiong thought that with Lu Ling's strength,
it was something that would definitely be fought over by the major academies.
Upon arriving at the grade testing center, it was already packed with students. Nervousness spread across everyone's faces.
After all, it's kind of one of those fateful life-defining turning points. If you can get into a good university,
the opportunities and resources you can reap inside are naturally far beyond what you can achieve alone. So the ability to get into a great college becomes an important factor in determining the height of the ceiling for the vast majority of civilian professionals in the coming years.
At the scene,
there were quite a few high-level professionals who were sizing up the students with various scrutinizing gazes. These people were all professors from the major universities in Jiangnan province, and they had come here to recruit outstanding students with superior strength or amazing potential.
In addition to the confirmed list, all remaining guaranteed spots will be decided on the spot by these professors. Chapter 47, No One Cares? After enduring a queue of about half an hour, it was finally Lu Ling's turn. Name, rank?
The teacher in charge of registration asked, opening his mouth without looking up, but when he heard Lu Ling's rank as well as his occupation,
he immediately raised his head in shock. A 53 level first-turn mage? This is properly a top student who was going to be bailed out early, he thought,
looking over at the group of those admissions teachers sitting by the registration area.
Unexpectedly, those enrollment teachers only glanced lightly at the roster, and surprisingly did not have the slightest intention of wanting to come over. This confused the teacher in charge of registration. It was reasonable to say that these enrollment teachers shouldn't say how enthusiastic they were about this kind of talented player, but they should at least show some concern, right? Why are they not reacting at all?
The registration teacher scratched his head and had no choice but to continue with the process.
After testing that Lu Ling's rank was true,
the registration teacher told Lu Ling to head to the side and wait for the examination room to be distributed.
Of course he didn't know that almost all the universities in Jiangnan province had researched about Lu Ling's details. After all, as the first place winner of this year's Awakening Trial, many academies naturally wanted to recruit him. However, when they saw the divine blessing attached to Lu Ling's body, they dismissed the idea. A mage who can only melee? What's the difference between that and a pistol with a range of only 1 centimeter? Isn't that pure trash?
You may still be able to rely on this blessing's damage increase to swipe points in the early stages, but when it comes to the later stages, when the damage of professions like warriors and assassins is up,
how can he, a mage, fight? Do not stick to the face. No damage. A stick to the face. That assassins and warriors do not score a second to kill the mage?
You have to know that a mage's body plate is the most fragile of all professions, and there are almost no life-saving skills.
The same long-range profession.
Archers at least have some displacement and means of preservation.
Mages can be pure turret. On the battlefield,
that's all about being careful all the time, or you'll immediately die a violent death. As for the blessings on Lu Ling, he was destined to have extremely limited achievements in the future, and I'm afraid that he will start to show his fatigue after one turn. One could only say that Lu Ling had wasted that nice talent of his and such a divine blessing. No academy was willing to take the risk of bailing out a genius who would most likely become a waste to enroll.
Therefore, these academies then didn't pay any more attention to Lu Ling's movements afterward.
And seeing that there was no academy coming to take the initiative to recruit himself,
Lu Ling also looked a bit surprised. However, he didn't care too much about it,
but directly followed the words of the registration teacher and came to the area next to him to wait for the examination room to be distributed. Lin Wanwan completed her registration a bit earlier than him, and as a level 41 priest, there were quite a few second-rate universities that came over to invite her to enroll early, but she rejected them all. She only wants to go to the same college as Lu Ling, so she's waiting for Lu Ling's choice. Even if in the end Lin Wanwan didn't manage to get into the same university as Lu Ling, then at least she would have to be in the same city. That is what she thinks. But surprisingly, there hasn't been a single college admissions teacher to come by. Soon, Lu Ling's name also appeared in the distribution of the examination room. Coincidentally, Lu Ling and Lin Wanwan were actually assigned to an examination room. It's fine, Lu Ling, since those colleges don't come to you. I'm sure that with your ability, you'll definitely get a good grade in the college entrance exam. Seeing that the entire rank test was about to end, and there still wasn't any academy to recruit Lu Ling, Lin Wanwan opened her mouth to comfort him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling, however, just smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. With his intelligence, he had already roughly guessed why this was. The fact that he was burdened with a divine blessing that was completely contrary to his profession caused those in the colleges to cross himself off the attention list early on. There is no excuse for this. In that case, one doesn't need to have any psychological burden. Just show your strengths in the entrance exams and all doubts will surely dissipate. Once he had memorized his exam location, Lu Ling went straight back to his new home. The house has been bought. In the Tianfeng Guild around a high-grade district. Is Lin Tianxiang personally for Lu Ling maneuvering? Location, floor and so on have no say. Since it was a ready-made house and had already been renovated, Lu Ling didn't need to spend time waiting and could move in straight away with just a few minor additions. By the next day, Lu Ling arrived early to wait at the examination center. The entrance exam for professionals is divided into 3 parts: culture, copies, and real life. But culture is well understood, and the main test is whether the student's knowledge of the professional and tactical assignments in combat are up to snuff. This subject is not considered a heavy part of the grade, and the main purpose of studying it is to be able to work better as a team and to know the types of magical creatures and their roots. As the name suggests, the exams in the duplicate class are for students to clear specific duplicates and be graded based on their performance. The purpose of this section is to train professionals to respond to demonic invasions without information and to utilize their own abilities. The subject of practical combat is even more straightforward, as it is about battles between professionals. Of the 3 subjects, the one that scores the most points is the replica course, which contains a lot of content. It includes the ways of dealing with various types of magical creatures, how to deal with unexpected situations, and the cooperation between some professionals. There is no need to say much about the cultural exam. As a school master, Lu Ling only used less than half an hour to hand in the paper and left the exam room. This test is not difficult for Lu Ling. Full marks are inevitable. Soon, in the afternoon, it was the replica trial test that all the candidates feared the most. I don't know how many students who had fair grades on weekdays and excellent scores in written exams fell down. Traveling to a completely unknown copy without a hint of a guide was a great test of a professional's abilities. Why is the mortality rate so high with the new copies that are appearing? It is because of its uncertainty. Every shortcut written on the guide has cost countless lives to explore. Even high-level professionals often flopped, let alone their fledgling students. However, Lu Ling didn't feel any nervousness at all. Joke, even the real copies he had taken the first pass. How could this kind of simulation be difficult for him? Unlike the awakening trials, students were allowed to team up before entering this copy of the gauntlet. Each team can have no more than 5 people. The larger the squad, the lower the percentage of points scored, with the exception of the chaplain profession. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ling found Lin Wanwan. Since Su Xiao Lin Beichen and the others were at another examination center, Lu Ling only brought along Lin Wanwan and formed a 2-person squad. Although the scoring efficiency would be reduced a bit, it was harmless to Lu Ling, who had absolute confidence that he would be able to stand out in this exam. As he was about to register the team, he suddenly heard a voice from behind him. This beautiful woman is looking for someone to team up with? I'm a level 48 assassin, guaranteed to take a flyer. Want to consider teaming up with me? Both of them were stunned and looked at the voice, only to see a man in a flashy dress gazing at Lin Wanwan with what he thought was a very deep look. Chapter 48, Strange Birthplace. Deadlands, no need, you find someone else, Lu Ling said casually, but the man froze, followed by an instant frown. I'm asking this beautiful woman, what's it to you? Where did the poor bastard come from? Is your rank as high as mine? How dare you meddle? The man seemed to be very dissatisfied with Lu Ling's words, and immediately said in a displeased manner. However, he did not expect that Lin Wanwan, after listening to his words, frowned and said in a cold tone, his words are my words, we don't need any other teammates, please leave. The man who said the words was even more upset, stared viciously at Lu Ling for several seconds and put down harsh words. Good. Don't let this young man meet you in the examination. When he finished speaking, he let out an angry grunt and whisked his sleeve away. His words were loud and attracted the attention of many students. Among them, a few girls who knew the man kindly reminded Lin Wanwan, this student, you have to be more careful. He's the young master of the Xia family in Jinling, so beware of him laying his hands on you in the copy.
The Xia family in Jinling? Lu Ling sniffed.
Jinling City is the neighboring city of Jiangqing City, and it is not surprising that it was divided into the examination together.
Since he was the son of a powerful family, why hadn't he been bailed out early?
It's reasonable to say that just by relying on resources to pile up,
one can also pile up to level 50. However, he didn't care too much about it, and after politely thanking him, he pulled Lin Wanwan to register.
2 students in a group are assigned to the same birth point when they enter the secret realm, and all the points earned by the squad will be shared partially with the teammates according to a certain percentage.
After registering, there was nothing more to do but wait for the simulation copy to open. After a few minutes,
an old man with white hair stood in front, and after clearing his throat,
he spoke in a deep voice. Silence all candidates. The replica examination will begin immediately. I am Xiao Dongshan, the chief examiner of this examination. After entering the copy, remember the following. No offending props may be used,
and candidates may not initiate fights with each other.
After saying some rules of the test, Xiao Dongshan signaled the teacher below to open the entrance to the replica.
With a flash of light, a huge portal appeared in front of the students. The students walked into the portal one by one with nervousness and apprehension.
Opening his eyes again, the first thing Lu Ling did was to look towards his surroundings. As far as the eye can see, there is a vast expanse of golden color,
with undulating sand dunes stretching all the way to the horizon,
like a sea of sand color. The desert? Lu Ling continued to look around and didn't spot any buildings in sight. Looks like this mock-up copy was unexpectedly big, Lu Ling thought secretly in his mind. But yes, after all, it was a copy of the entrance exam, so naturally it wouldn't be that simple. This copy had entered at least a few thousand candidates. If it was too small, then wouldn't it be a casual pass?
When he was planning to find a direction to walk in first, Lin Wanwan behind him suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Lu Ling looked back and realized that the sand behind him was suddenly flooded with an eerie surge.
There's a demon?
Lu Ling took his weapon out directly.
A few moments later,
the place that was originally moving differently suddenly calmed down.
Immediately after that,
the sandy surface on Lu Ling's left-hand side suddenly flew up with gravel, and a thick monster burrowed out of the ground. The monster looked like a huge earthworm, with a huge round mouth at the top that kept dripping with foul-smelling saliva.
After drilling out of the ground, it hissed frantically,
then twisted like a python and rushed towards Lu Ling.
If it was an ordinary mage, he would definitely not be able to react to this moment and would definitely be swallowed in one bite.
But Lu Ling was no ordinary mage. His agility was a sub-plus point and his reaction was extremely fast,
dodging this attack with a dodge. At the same time,
Lu Ling followed the force of his feet,
and with a look back at the moon, his staff slammed heavily into the demonic creature's body. Demon Deathworm. Rank, 35.
Attack power, 259. Physical damage bonus, blood, 5000.
This monster's level wasn't high, only 30 or so. Although it looked scary, it only had 5,000 points of blood, and was directly killed by Lu Ling with a single flat followed by a fireball. With a loud bang, the deathworm's body was then directly blown off by the fireball.
If it wasn't for the fact that its mouth was too disgusting and Lu Ling didn't want to dirty his staff, I'm afraid that if this fireball was shoved into its mouth and blown up, it would have been able to directly blow its head to pieces. After killing it, Lu Ling gained 3 points. It seems that a demonic creature of this level would only be considered a pawn level when placed in a copy. Lu Ling couldn't help but smack his lips. Although it was said that this kind of level was nothing more than a small monster that could be mended with his hands to him, it wasn't a good deal for those students who had an average level of 30 or 40. Without waiting for Lu Ling to think more, he suddenly felt a sudden rustling sound coming from his surroundings. This sound he had just heard.
It was exactly the sound of this deathworm moving. Judging from the dense amount of sound,
I'm afraid there are at least 20 to 30 of these big guys around. Lin Wanwan also realized this,
and without hesitation, she opened her skill, Healing Boundary. This skill not only restores the life value of teammates,
but also imposes negative effects on all hostile creatures that enter the boundary,
making it an extremely useful skill. In addition,
this skill had another effect.
That is, it could sense all the enemies that entered the boundary.
It can also barely be used as a detection skill when the enemy is dark.
A total of 23 demons have come within range of the boundary, and I have briefly tagged them. After a month of training,
Lin Wanwan had unconsciously become an outstanding priest, and her coping strategies made even Lu Ling nod slightly. It wasn't the first time that the two of them worked together,
and soon, Lu Ling killed several deathworms under the ground according to Lin Wanwan's guidance.
And at this moment,
the pupils of Xiao Dongshan,
the examiner who was inspecting the entire examination room,
shrunk violently. What's going on? How is it that 2 students were born within the Deadlands? He stared at the 2 Lu Ling in the screen and asked in an eager tone.
The staff member beside him was also shocked at the news.
The deadly domain.
but it was the most dangerous zone in the entire examination copy. The demonic creatures inside were much higher than the other areas in terms of both level and battle power. This area is used as a hidden area in the examination copy, similar to the existence of a challenge level. It's usually only some higher ranked squads that choose to enter it, for shocking high scores. If those two students weren't strong enough, they would have been killed in an instant. This is clearly unfair to them. But before the staff could pull up the data, they heard Xiao Dongshan exclaim in a low voice. "Ha! This kid is actually that strong? Alone against more than 20 deathworms without losing? This weapon of his, he's a mage?" This discovery could make Xiao Dongshan incomparably surprised. His voice quickly drew a number of examiners to him. Without waiting for the crowd to ask questions, Lu Ling did an act that shocked them all. He actually took the initiative to drill out of Lin Wanwan's domain, towards the deathworms underneath the desert. He stuck up. If he was bitten head-on by 3 or more deathworms, even a level 40 warrior would be seriously injured, let alone a brittle mage like him. What's he up to? Looking for death? An examiner frowned in confusion. Chapter 49 Deathworm Swarm. An unusual copy. But soon, Lu Ling gave the answer with practical actions. Directly Lu Ling plunged his staff directly into the ground, followed by a deathworm that was lurking under the sand like a fish. Lu Ling clutched his staff with both hands, and with a roar, he actually directly picked the entire deathworm into the air. Then, he leapt high into the air and slammed his staff down hard on the deathworm. The deathworm twisted its body frantically, but was surprisingly unable to break free from Lu Ling's grip. With the staff swinging down, this deathworm was directly smashed into pieces of meat by the tremendous force. Such an unbelievable scene shocked all the examiners. This thing is a mage? The examiner who had just said that Lu Ling was looking for death. At this moment, his mouth grew wide as if he was about to eat a fly. He himself was a second-turn mage, but even if he were to be in there, he would never be able to take care of his enemies in such a brutal manner as Lu Ling did. This is not over. Solve this Lu Ling more and more ferocious. In Lin Wanwan's skills assisted, actually will be the rest of those deathworms one by one from the sand out to finish. The brutality of the image made these examiners unable to tell who was the challenger for a while. After resolving these demons, Lu Ling gently breathed out and grinned. It's true that this kind of battle is more enjoyable. Hiding in the back as a throwing monster, completely unable to reflect the majesty of the master of the law. These 20-odd deathworms provided Lu Ling with a total of over 60 points, and Lin Wanwan followed suit and rubbed in nearly 30 points. The rankings of the two instantly skyrocketed and soon came to the top 3 positions. At this time, in the waiting area, there were quite a few professionals who were watching the battle were all stunned, looking towards the 2 names that suddenly appeared on the leaderboard and wondering, strange, who are these 2 people? Why didn't the guide give a single shot? A mage and a priest. Are they that fast at brushing monsters? They've actually made it to the top 3? Forget about that mage. What's up with that priest? Isn't the first place winner, Wang Boo Boo Boo, a lone wolf? Could it be following that kid in second place? The crowd instantly murmured. Not only them, even the guide who was in charge of broadcasting the exciting operation of the high school exam was also confused and was busy asking backstage. What's wrong with these 2? Did they cheat? Why can't I find where they are? Radar shows no large-scale fighting in the outer regions. Ha! The man on the examiner's side hadn't even recovered from the shock yet, and was busy conveying to the guide what he had just seen. After hearing that there were actually 2 students who came up and were born in the hidden area, the guide was even more confused. But when he heard that a mage, with a priest, 2 solved 30 deathworms, he directly yamafroze on the spot. How is this possible? The monsters in the hidden area were all level 30 or 40 ya. There was no way he, a mage, even with his first turn strength, would be able to tackle more than 30 demons in such a short period of time. However, the entire hidden area was without broadcasting privileges, and the guide was incredibly curious in his mind, but he could only stare dryly. On the other hand, after Lu Ling brought Lin Wanwan towards the surroundings to explore the area, no more monsters were found for the time being. But here comes a new problem. They appear to be lost. Both were road warriors with a poor sense of direction, and with an environment like the desert, they quickly got lost. Looking around at the almost identical scenery, Lu Ling scratched his head. At this point, there is no other way but to head in one direction, and with a little bit of luck, we may be able to find other areas. The group of examiners in the supervisory room, after seeing the direction in which the 2 of them, Lu Ling, were advancing, they instantly sucked in a collective breath of cool air. What are they doing? Actually heading towards the deadly domain boss? What exactly is the origin of these 2 people? Could it be that the design of this replica has been leaked? The examiners were all dumbfounded by Lu Ling's maneuver. This is also too arrogant. A mage with a priest, heading towards the most difficult boss area in the entire Chinese college entrance exam? No one answered, and the crowd stared at the screen with dead eyes, confused for a moment by Lu Ling. It took a while before an examiner spoke up. No,
that deadly domain boss. It's a level 60 platinum boss. It's all for those top students to team up and challenge for extra points. How can two people possibly brush it off? Maybe they don't know what they'll meet if they go in that direction. The examiner, Xiao Dongshan, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Ling's profile thoughtfully. Level 51 first turn mage, but has a record of clearing a level 60s copy. This son is not simple. Lu Ling on the other side didn't know that the direction he was casually pointing to happened to be the boss area of this hidden area. At the moment, he was wondering why the more he traveled in this direction, the fewer monsters he met. Am I going the wrong way? Is this actually near the edge of the replica and soon to be out of bounds? Lu Ling thought depressedly in his mind. If that's the case, it's going to be a disaster. The time it takes to walk up a round trip is enough time for someone to brush up to the boss room. By the time you get there, I'm afraid there won't even be any hair left. So how can you grab the first place? As he was thinking, Lu Ling suddenly heard an extremely loud and clear growl. The voice seemed to be coming from the front, carrying a sense of unspeakable oppression. Lu Ling's mental attribute was extremely high, and he instantly perceived some information from the roar. This spiritual pressure. It's a level 50 or higher demonic creature. This discovery made Lu Ling shudder and laugh. This kind of high-level monster, even if it wasn't a boss, it was definitely a relatively powerful elite monster. It means that the direction you are going is fine, but by the sound of it, it can't be that someone has already gotten there first, can it? No, I have to hold on to it. Lu Ling thought in his heart, directly pulling up Lin Wanwan's small hand. He then accelerated the speed of his feet. Lin Wanwan was a bit shy by the suddenness, but quickly thought that Lu Ling should have discovered something. Then he hurriedly increased his speed with all his might, and at the same time threw a wind elemental blessing under his feet to accelerate the two of them. The examiners sighed in their hearts when they saw that Lu Ling actually went straight in the direction of that death domain boss and even sped up. It's a pity. I was quite optimistic that this kid would get a high score, but I didn't expect him to be so unlucky. Yeah, although he has a few skills, he definitely won't be a match for the death domain boss. Only the examiner, Xiao Dongshan, had an elusive smile on his face. Absolutely not? Oh, what a find this time. This kid, Jiangnan University, must take it. On the other side, the more Lu Ling walked, the more wrong he felt. A large area of Yardon landforms gradually appeared around them, with some bone fragments remaining on top of the layers of stacked rocks, and the surroundings were very silent, completely invisible to any creature. Chapter 50, Battle against the Copy Boss. Mage slaying the dragon. This place looks like a tomb in the desert, revealing eeriness everywhere. After following the curved and prolonged stone road inward, Lu Ling gradually came to the center area of this landform. What he didn't expect was an oasis in the middle of the place. A few trees, some water, plus a few patches of grass on the ground that were sparse but still vibrant. And on top of this meadow was perched a huge creature the size of 2 trains. Lu Ling was instantly enough to recognize him. It's a subdragon. Arachnids are the giant lizard dragons with wings in the west. Their strong body is the basis for them to gallop. As a descendant of the most powerful ones of the demonic dragon race, his strength should not be underestimated. The moment Lu Ling discovered it, the dragon also sensed the intruder's aura and snapped its eyes open. A pair of golden vertical pupils staring Lu Ling dead in the face. After a few moments of silence, it let out a terrifying roar, and the wings behind it slowly incited, its huge body rising up into the air, and then it swooped down sharply, slamming towards Lu Ling like a cannonball. As it sped along, this huge dragon opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to swallow Lu Ling in one gulp, but Lu Ling's reflexes were faster, dodging the attack with a void-folding leap a second before it was almost ready to bite. Afterwards, Lu Ling directly turned on the flame beam, stomped his feet, and wielded his staff to ruthlessly slam into the back of the giant dragon. The dragon suffered pain and became even more furious, and after flying into the air again, it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. The coverage of this dragon's breath was extremely wide. Not only Lu Ling, but also Lin Wanwan behind him could not retreat. Lu Ling's pupils shrunk violently. He could sense that this time, even he was afraid that it would be difficult to receive the attack, not to mention Lin Wanwan behind him. In a flash of lightning, Lu Ling's mind suddenly flickered and immediately opened his new talent after his transfer. All things returned to ruin reversal technique. Just before the flames were about to touch Lu Ling, a brilliant golden ripple shot out electrically, instantly covering the giant dragon's body. A mark identical to Lu Ling's occupational label appeared on its forehead. Then the magic happened. The two people who were completely covered by the dragon's breath not only didn't lose a single drop of blood, but even got a lot of blood back. This scene shocked those examiners once again. What's going on here? A bug in the analog copy? Everyone was astonished beyond belief and rushed to investigate the data, only to find that everything was normal. Only Xiao Dongshan showed a surprised expression. He noticed what Lu Ling had just done, and it seemed that he had turned on a ranged skill of some sort.
and then managed to immunize himself against this attack.
This kid actually has this kind of ability? How did he learn the skills of a priest as a mage? Could it be that he transferred out of his hidden profession? Xiao Dongshan was in the end a senior professor of Jiangnan University,
and instantly analyzed what had just happened.
On Lu Ling's side,
the situation was still critical.
The giant dragon soon realized that the dragon's breath was unable to cause damage to the two humans,
and immediately stopped spraying, then hovered in the air, seemingly puzzled by what had just happened.
Taking this opportunity,
Lu Ling immediately observed the data of the giant dragon.
Demon Boss Rockflame Aaron. Level, 60, Platinum Level Demon Boss.
Attack Power, 980, Mixed Physical and Legal Wounds, Blood Quantity, 90,000. Special Characteristics, Dragon Bloodline. Incomplete. This unit has 42% immunity to both physical and magical damage, and control duration is halved. Looking at the panel attributes of the giant dragon in front of him, Lu Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. A level 60 boss would have nearly 1,000 damage, which was a bit scary, and it has a full 60,000 drops of blood, plus that damage-free trait. I'm afraid that its true strength has already far exceeded that of a normal platinum level boss, and is directly approaching that of a diamond level boss. The more powerful the demonic bloodline of a boss of the same level, the higher its own rating. A level 60 platinum boss was definitely a lot stronger than a level 60 silver BOSSS, but despite this, the eye is not unbeatable. Lu Ling quickly adjusted his mindset and entered a focused battle mode, and the giant dragon that had been hovering in the air for a while gradually began to grow impatient, with a pair of golden vertical pupils staring at the two of them with a deadly stare at Lu Ling.
After letting out another deafening roar, the giant dragon swooped in sharply, a pair of sharp claws grabbing towards Lu Ling's head. It was very clear that of the two humans in front of it, only Lu Ling was a threat to it, so it had to be prioritized, and when Lu Ling saw it charging again, he immediately turned on Elemental Awakening and Dimensional Tear while shouting, "It's now!" Lin Wanwan instantly understood and immediately threw out two balls of light of different colors, increasing Lu Ling's speed and defense, and after Lu Ling's speed was increased, he dodged to avoid this claw strike, and then he struck his staff hard on the dragon's tail. This time, it came with a frost attribute that slowed down the enemy by 5% with each layer, and after a full layer, it could freeze the target for a full 5 seconds. However, magic creatures like Aaron are extremely resilient, so I'm afraid that this effect will be greatly reduced. And the giant dragon, seeing that it was once again being teased, became even more furious and stood directly on the ground, and with a swinging tail back, it threw itself over. Lu Ling used Void Fold Leap again to avoid it, followed by another flat A shot plus a fireball spell. This one struck a bludgeon. It directly knocked out more than 8,000 blood from the dragon. That wasn't all. Lu Ling rode the attack gap and suddenly pulled out a magical dice from his backpack. After placing it in his hand and shaking it, the dice turned into a stream of light and drilled into Lu Ling's body. Points this time, 5. Gain increase, luck increased by 20%, all attributes increased by 100%. Duration, 20 minutes. Ignore all controls for the next 30 seconds. Dice review, close. The most amazing side, attributes are directly doubled. And that's just the effect of 5 points. Looks like we really picked up a treasure this time. Lu Ling grinned, only to feel endless power surging through his body, and when he moved again it was simply like lightning. With the high bonus from the magical dice and Lin Wanwan's increase, Lu Ling instantly transformed into Superman and directly began to whip this giant dragon like a bullfight. Although there were 60,000 drops of blood, Lu Ling's doubled damage was too terrifying. As long as there was a blitz, a single skill would be enough to knock out 10,000 drops of blood, and having an 80% luck bonus makes 2 out of 3 attacks from Lu Ling a bludgeon. If it wasn't for the dragon's outrageous resistance, I'm afraid that Lu Ling would have already killed it. But even the giant dragon that was immune to half magical damage and half physical damage was gradually unable to hold out under Lu Ling's terrifying damage. Finally, with a wail that resounded through the heavens and the earth, the dragon was frozen by Lu Ling before a vicious fireball spell was shoved down its throat and exploded, killing it for good. The dragon's body was truly terrifying. Lu Ling had already shoved his staff into its mouth to throw a skill, and this didn't even blow its head to pieces. Only a few wounds appeared in its mouth. Chapter 51, The Savior Lu Ling. After defeating this giant dragon, Lu Ling was also directly rewarded with 100 points, instantly becoming the number 1 on the current leaderboard. Even Lin Wanwan, who was only an auxiliary and had shared but 33 points, had become the second place at this moment. After defeating the Deadly Domain's boss, Lu Ling realized that a teleportation portal had appeared in the middle of the oasis at some point, and the group of examiners in the invigilation room were all numb. This mage kid, he actually did defeat the Deadly Domain's boss with just 2 people? The strongest boss of the entire copy was actually single-handedly swiped by a person with a priest? Who let him in for the college entrance exam? If he doesn't get a guaranteed admission, Are those college people blind? The staff examined the data over and over again,
attempting to find a trace of Lu Ling's cheating.
How could they not believe that someone could be this strong? Must have cheated.
Xiao Dongshan was also shocked at this moment.
He also didn't expect Lu Ling to actually be able to defeat the Deadly Domain's boss with such ease. In that case, it seems that he had underestimated this kid who was full of secrets. On the other hand, after Lu Ling brought Lin Wanwan through this portal, he instantly arrived at an odd relic. The overall environment of the ruins looked like it was in the middle of a rainforest, and a number of lush, sky-high trees could be seen in the distance. And in the ruins, a number of bizarre totems with strange shapes can be seen. This should be the hidden copy of the examination copy, right? Lu Ling looked around and muttered. He didn't wait to observe for a moment longer before he heard a human scream from a short distance away. The two immediately saw in the direction of the source of the sound, and could vaguely see several flashes of light of very different colors. Lu Ling, want to go check it out? In the end, Lin Wanwan was still too kind. Seeing that someone seemed to be in danger, she immediately wanted to go up and take a look, but after thinking about it, she turned her head to Lu Ling. Lu Ling, on the other hand, after a moment of slight contemplation, finally decided to go up and take a look. It's not so much that he's kind, but he remembers that completing an effective rescue in the middle of a test can add points to the score. After the two of them followed the sound and rushed over, they found that it was 3 students around level 30 or so who were being surrounded by a group of strange things. Demon Bronze Guardian, rank 30, attack 280, physical, blood 5000.
Lu Ling fixed his eyes and realized that it was actually a group of rare mechanical demons. This kind of thing belongs to the category of magical creatures that were created by demons, and it's considered a relatively rare contraption. But the monsters in this hidden secret realm, how come they're even lower level than the monsters in normal copies? Lu Ling thought with some bewilderment. At this moment, he didn't know that he had killed his way back to a normal copy from a hidden copy, and he'd be damned if the level of this monster could be high. Seeing that all 3 of them were going to be beaten to death by the monster, Lu Ling couldn't care less about thinking and was busy pulling out his weapon and rushing forward. The desperate third student was about to close his eyes and wait for death, but suddenly felt his soon-to-be 0 life value suddenly skyrocketed, and an additional accelerated life recovery effect appeared on his body. Then, they saw a handsome teenager carrying a staff, like a ghost flashing in front of them, blocking the attack for them. Afterwards, the teenager directly swung his hands round, and with just a flat A, he directly smashed all of the group of bronze guardians around him. The eyes of the 3 instantly widened wider than copper bells. That wasn't all, as the teenager was seen leaping high into the air again, frantically pounding the head of one bronze guardian after another with the staff in his hand like a gopher. That hardened metal shell was as fragile as glass in his hands. Each staff could crack a bronze guardian's head. Finally, the teenager disliked his staff in the face of the last bronze guardian, and a fireball spell blew it straight to pieces. Much thanks to this battle. Oh no, brother mage. Lu Ling's unbelievable operation directly made all 3 of them confused, and for a while, they didn't even know how to address Lu Ling. But judging from the vestments on Lu Ling and the blue and purple staff in his hand, he should be a mage. But, who's a mage that fights monsters like that? Jumping up and hitting the demon's head with his staff, and smashed it directly? What is this otherworldly mage version of the Norseman? It's getting stronger and stronger? Lu Ling, on the other hand, was a little disappointed at the moment. He remembered correctly that saving lives did add up to points, but the points were very small. 3 guys, only 6 points for him. It's not as bad as brushing 2 monsters yourself, but luckily, this group of bronze guardians also provided Lu Ling with a dozen points or so, which made him feel better. After seeing these small monsters resolved, Lu Ling was just about to go up and ask questions, but suddenly he heard a somewhat familiar voice coming from behind him. Hey, you guys are losers. I told you to pull monsters for me. Where did you go? A warrior covered in top gear walked over impatiently and froze directly after seeing Lu Ling. Lu Ling did not recognize this person, but only felt that the face was very beaten and somewhat familiar. This warrior with top quality equipment was none other than the young master of the Jinling Xie family, Xie Wushuang, who had tried to team up with Lin Wanwan outside earlier. After seeing that the person coming was the uneducated brat outside, Xie Wushuang directly sneered after seeing that the person coming was the uneducated brat outside. Oh, I can't believe I actually met him. Kid, I told you, don't let me run into you in the test, or I'll make you regret offending this young man, Xie Wushuang said arrogantly. But unexpectedly, when Lu Ling heard it, he just looked at him with a strange face. I know you? Faced with his harsh words, Lu Ling scratched his head, half expecting to have seen this guy in front of him somewhere. The words caused Xie Wushuang to become furious beyond measure, thinking that Lu Ling had said this on purpose, and instantly feeling that he had been belittled. Okay, I'll let you get acquainted. Xie Wushuang snorted angrily and angrily nuzzled at the few people following behind him. Give the old man a beating. Whoever beats him to death, this young man will directly give him 2 million Chinese coins. Upon hearing these words, the dog legs behind Xiao Wuxuan instantly became dumbfounded. Although it was said that actively striking out at others in the middle of an examination would be penalized, but this is different from the awakening trial. The penalty is nothing more than a point deduction. Anyway, they're just here to be a sidekick, so if they get a few demerits, the big deal is to brush up a bit more later on. The 2 million Chinese dollars was something they wouldn't necessarily earn in most of their lives. Moreover, if one were to gain Xiao Wuxuan's appreciation because of this matter, then in the future, would it be any worse? Those few dog-legged men looked at each other and all of them revealed greedy smiles. Chapter 52, Completely Crushed. Clown Xiao Wuxuan. The college entrance exams are supposed to be the gateway for these students to step into society from school. It is essentially a microcosm of society, giving students a preview of what society is really like. Looking at the several people who were gradually approaching, Lu Ling frowned. A word of advice. You'd better not do that. Before the fight started, Lu Ling still kindly reminded them. But where would a few people who had already been swept away by money care? Seeing this, Lu Ling had no choice but to pull out his staff. The smiles on those few people's faces became even more rampant after they saw that Lu Ling was actually a magician. Ha ha ha, I advise you to stand still honestly. I have quick hands, Grandpa, so I promise it won't be painful. That's right, if you insist on resisting, don't blame us for torturing you a little longer. Several people were mostly melee professions. Killing a brittle mage at this distance would not be an easy task. Even if Lu Ling was a higher level than them, there was no place to pull. As usual, he would be dunked to death by them. Lu Ling sniffed, but only revealed a faint cold smile. After these few people saw that Lu Ling didn't have the slightest intention of wanting to surrender, they directly pulled out their weapons and swarmed up. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan hurriedly put on a shield for Lu Ling, although she knew very well in her heart that these people would never be a match for Lu Ling. It's useless. With your strength alone, even if you were given 3 priests, you wouldn't be able to resist for long. Those few people saw this and sneered. Soon, the warrior who rushed at the front had reached Lu Ling's body and raised the weapon in his hand high. Brush! With a slash, the damage that jumped out made a few people freeze. -108. How is that possible? A warrior slashing a mage. Actually slashing a mage with only 100 or so blood? Is this a joke? Without waiting for these people to react, Lu Ling directly sneered. You guys started this. After saying that, he then directly pulled out his staff, and then with an arrow step rushed forward and swung the staff viciously round to whip on the warrior who had just struck out at Lu Ling. Boo! -6,847. The high amount of damage nearly killed the warrior outright, but Lu Ling clearly had no intention of letting him go, and directly turned on the flame beam. The top of the staff suddenly lit up with a crimson glow, followed by an intense and incomparable stream of light shooting out. That warrior was swung away by Lu Ling's staff, and before he had time to scream, he was directly burned to ashes by the flames in the air. This scene instantly shocked everyone beyond belief. No, something's not quite right with this mage. Is it? This fighting style. This is a gross mage. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Lu Ling sneered and struck out. After turning on Elemental Awakening, Lu Ling's attack damage went even further. This time, he didn't even need to mend his skills. A single flat A could kill an enemy in seconds. In the blink of an eye, the few people who had just struck out at Lu Ling were instantly killed in seconds. This could directly stun Xiao Wuxuan into confusion. Why is this mage so fierce? He was killed by a group of warriors and assassins? How can this be? But he quickly thought that this was in the examination copy, and even if he died, he wasn't really dead. Thinking about it, Xiao Wuxuan immediately resumed that arrogant look, stretching out his finger to try to let out a couple of harsh words. However, he didn't expect Lu Ling to look at him without even a glance, and with his hand, he knocked on him with a staff, directly giving him seconds. This scene happened to be relayed to the real world, and Xiao Wuxuan instantly became a clown. No, this person is really sick in the head, isn't he? That dude even said he doesn't know him, and he's still insisting on picking on people. Yeah, laughed my ass off and ended up being killed in seconds straight away. It's really funny. The crowd mocked Xiao Wuxuan's insouciance, but more people were the point of concern was, Lu Ling a mage. Why could he solve these people so brutally? This paste face 2 staff directly second. Is it the legendary physical super? Lu Ling's strength instantly caused most of the audience to marvel. And after Lu Ling had finished with this group of inexplicable guys, he went straight back to the ones he had just saved. Hey, can you guys tell me why this hidden copy is less intense than the normal copy content out there? Lu Ling scratched his head in confusion and opened his mouth to ask. These 3 had long since become numb, and even their speech was a bit shaky. They're all still in the outer area ing small monsters, and this dude went straight in and punched the hidden copy through and out? You should know that once you enter a hidden copy,
you cannot actively return to a normal copy without defeating the boss inside. And the Lu Ling in front of him, with only a mage, actually directly beat the hidden copy. However, after associating it with the powerful, godlike performance he had just given, the three of them suddenly felt it was very reasonable. Strong man, is it possible that this is the normal copy? One of them said weakly.
Lu Ling was slightly surprised to hear that.
Is that so? I told you, that level 60 subdragon in there. If it were any other candidate, I'm afraid it wouldn't be possible to beat it. But why is my birth point in a hidden copy?
Lu Ling murmured suspiciously. His words caused the Roadrunner trio to instantly jolt.
Not level 60 Aaron? This dude just went in with a priest and soloed it? What kind of matchmaking mechanism is this? How can they compete with the big guy in front of them?
The three men were straight up winded. After pondering for a while, Lu Ling didn't bother to pursue the reason for it. The boss had already been done away with anyway. It was imperative that you still had to go ahead and take care of the bosses in your normal copy,
and take the points in hand. With that in mind,
Lu Ling immediately called up Lin Wanwan and asked for directions before heading directly towards the center area of the replica,
which was the boss area. Looking at Lu Ling's distant back, the trio of passers-by swallowed their saliva and glanced at each other, then unanimously let out a bitter laugh.
With such monsters around,
do they still need to think about any bosses?
It was better to honestly brush the small monsters and pass.
On the other side, after Lu Ling had walked for about 7 or 8 minutes, he could feel that the intensity level of the surrounding magical creatures was also gradually getting higher. It was still true that it was still possible to smash one in 2 or 3 staffs, but it was much better than the Bronze Guardian that I had just met. He didn't run into anyone else along the way, and Lu Ling wasn't sure if he was going in the right direction.
While pondering whether or not he should continue on, Lu Ling suddenly sensed that someone was staring at him from behind. With that grim and sharp gaze, the other party was definitely an assassin profession, and the talent and level were definitely not low. Lu Ling's mental attribute was very high, and he instantly perceived that person. However, he didn't launch an attack towards that person at the first moment, but intended to observe what the other party was trying to do.
Xiao Yuer, who was hiding in the tree,
was also startled when she saw Lu Ling suddenly pause.
Chapter 53, The Third Examination.
Lu Ling, who became the meat and potatoes.
Has he already found me? Xiao Yuer was incomparably shocked, but after a few moments,
she regained her composure.
I should be overthinking myself. As a top assassin with SS rank talent,
it was absolutely impossible to be discovered in front of a professional of the same rank.
Xiao Yuer was thinking about it when she suddenly realized that Lu Ling's figure had disappeared. Before he could be surprised, a cold touch suddenly came from behind him. Lu Ling's eyes were cold as he raised his staff and pressed it squarely against her back. Say, who are you? Why are you following me? Due to Xiao Yuer's talent,
it caused Lu Ling to not be able to see her appearance clearly either, only feeling that the other party resembled a murderer from a certain Shinigami elementary school anime.
Xiao Yuer, who was discovered, instantly panicked and subconsciously retreated,
but she forgot that she was on a tree and lost her balance. Lu Ling was also stunned, and his hand subconsciously reached out to pull the other side with one hand.
In a flash,
the two men's eyes came to meet in a deep stare, but because Lu Ling was so tall,
there were few places to land on,
and when he reached out, he went right through her armpit and pulled on a certain important article of clothing of Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yuer was dumbfounded on the spot as a strange feeling surged through her heart, directly causing her face to redden like a burning cloud,
and Lu Ling sensed a hint of something wrong. This feel, what the hell is that?
Without waiting for him to think carefully, Xiao Yuer, who reacted to the situation, was busy opening her skills and disappeared in a few dodges,
directly escaping in an instant.
After running wildly for a full 10 minutes,
she then stopped, recalling that strange feeling just now. Xiao Yuer's face turned even redder. I can't believe that guy gave. Luckily he didn't see my face. On the other side, Lu Ling was even more confused. What the hell just disappeared? What's wrong with him? I was trying to help him. Lu Ling scratched his head, only feeling a little weird, and without thinking too much about it, he directly jumped down from the tree. This little episode wasn't on Lu Ling's mind as he led Lin Wanwan to the copy's boss very quickly.
Even the level 60 hidden copy boss Rockflame Subdragon was not a match for Lu Ling, and the boss in front of him, which was only level 50, was naturally easily solved by Lu Ling. After resolving this boss, Lu Ling's points were once again increased by 60 points, directly causing everyone else on the leaderboards to lose their desire to chase after it. What kind of people are these? I've been working hard to brush a small monster,
and when I look up the sky is falling. We're almost 100% off the pace. What's the point of playing? In the end, in the eyes of the unbelievable crowd,
Lu Ling took the first place in this examination with an unbelievable score of 202 points. This achievement had broken the record of the whole of China, and instantly attracted the attention of the senior management of the Chinese Ministry of Education. At this time, Lu Ling was still completely unaware that all the information about him had been collected within half an hour by the senior management of Huaxia and was being researched. After coming out, Lu Ling paid a little attention to the leaderboards, and only after seeing that his score was leading the third place by a cliff, did he nod his head in satisfaction. Now, that should be a good college to go to, right? Lu Ling thought to herself. In the evening, when the results were just tallied, it instantly caused the Ministry of Education in Jiangnan province to cause an uproar. The Minister of Education stared expressionlessly at the report in his hands, which showed all of Lu Ling's performances throughout the entire examination. The large, piercing letters on the report sent a shock through the minister. It was very quiet in the meeting room and no one spoke. Is this what you call hard to make it big? A level 50 mage with a straight priest soloing a level 60 rockflame Aragon. Such a super genius was not actually recruited and bailed out by us in advance, releasing such a top genius directly into the college entrance exam. Our entire Jiangnan Province Ministry of Education has been disgraced. It was the minister who first broke the silence, his tone not imposing, and it was not hard to hear his displeasure. The official who had said during the previous meeting that it would be difficult for Lu Ling to become a great man was already sweating profusely, somewhat afraid to look the minister in the eye. Everyone else in the room was silent, too, and none dared to pick up the conversation. Only the young woman at the end of the line said, "Things have come to a head. It's better to think about how to keep him in our Jiangnan province. Although it is said that our Jiangnan University ranks third in China, this is his hometown after all. Maybe we can start with that and try to recruit him to JNU." The woman said, dropping a large pile of information. It was full of Lu Ling's secret realm records, with a list of all the forces that Lu Ling had come into contact with over the past month or so. These words made the Minister of Education's face look a little better, and he picked up the information and gave it a cursory glance. "Very well, I want a viable program. You can feel free to ask me for any resources you need. Make sure to do your best to keep this genius. I'll leave this matter in your hands." The minister turned to the young woman. The woman nodded softly. The atmosphere in the meeting room then got a little better, and the minister let out a long breath and slowly sat down. Lu Ling was still unaware that those officials of the Ministry of Education who had previously treated him with immense contempt had now regarded him as the meat and potatoes. He was pondering whether or not to travel to the capital to attend Qingbei University, the #1 university in China, if he got in. Although it was true that Qingbei University was the #1 institution in China, the sphere of influence in the capital was something Lu Ling was completely unfamiliar with. As a commoner's child, it would be difficult to make a name for yourself in the capital after graduation without enough power to back you up. Therefore, he was considering whether or not to stay in Jiangnan province and prioritize developing in Jiangnan province before considering other cities. In fact, Lin Tianxiong had also suggested this. Developing in Jiangnan province, the role that Lin Tianxiong and the Heavenly Phoenix Guild could play and the resources that they could provide was definitely more than studying in the capital. And Lu Ling himself had an idea long ago. He couldn't spend his entire life clinging to other people. Sooner or later, he would have to make his own way to establish his own power. The third battle session was conducted in a way that resembled a simulated secret world. Both sides connect to an area to fight, and are scored based on the outcome of the fight. In this case, 20 more points are fixed for winning a battle, and no points are deducted for losing. Everyone fights 3 battles, and the final score is based on total points. The test of this subject is more of a test of personal ability, the ability to fight as a professional. If the previous section was more conducive to teaming up, then this section is where the lone wolf professional eats it up. All professions are required to participate in this subject, except for the priestly profession, which does not participate in this subject, but is changed to something else. It can be all about individual strength, and there's nothing to be gained by winning or losing. Lu Ling naturally didn't bring fear. After all, in the same class, he was just invincible. What assassin warrior ranger? It was all the same to him. The difference was whether it was 1 second or 2. At the same time, this test was also the test with the largest number of spectators, because it was like a fight, and it was still very interesting to watch. Chapter 54, Enemy, SS Class Hidden Profession. After saying a short goodbye to Lin Wanwan, Lu Ling went directly to the waiting area. At this point, those teachers who knew the inside story, when they looked at him again, their eyes had become completely different. This was a super genius who had broken the Huaxia record, a bull who had the ability to do away with a level 60 platinum peak boss at level 51. Maybe in another decade or so, they teachers will have to look up to him. Lu Ling didn't care about the stairs, but started drawing prizes in the system. Previously, although those bosses don't drop experience and materials, but the system rewards are still there. That subdragon provided quite a few Vulcan points, and 3 draws, combined with some saved up from earlier. It's just the thing for a 10-round draw. There was nothing else going on at the moment, so Lu Ling just started smoking. Congratulations to the host. Acquisition of common props. Congratulations to the host. Acquisition of common props. The first 5 rounds are some useless props. Lu Ling does not care. After all, the general 10 consecutive draws. The good things are in the back. Sure enough, the last 3 rounds came straight out of the hidden stash with the familiar boosting sound. Congratulations to the host. Acquired a purple collectible. A-ranked skill Arcane Heavy Strike. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the Golden Collection. S-rank skill Star Realm Seal. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the Hidden Stash. Legendary Equipment Fusion Card. Equipment Fusion Card? Lu Ling's heart fluttered and he busily took it out and looked at it. Props Equipment Fusion Card. Quality, Legendary. Introduction. 2 pieces of the same type of equipment can be fused to generate a new piece of equipment. The new equipment can inherit all the qualities of the previous 2 pieces of equipment. And the bonus has been enhanced. This card is a one-time item, and the fused equipment class must not exceed the class of this card. This thing is a bit interesting. Lu Ling got interested. This thing looks like it's pretty average, but when you think about it, it's very scary. Being able to fuse 2 pieces of equipment together, like your necklace. One provides bludgeoning and one provides bloodsucking, and you give them together. One piece of equipment provided blitz and bloodsucking. This was only in terms of basic attributes. If those equipment traits were counted, it would be even more terrifying. Not only do you get to free up an extra equipment bar, but you can pick and choose directions based on your needs, which is still a scary increase in combat power. However, there was no need to use this thing at the moment, as the only thing on Lu Ling's body that was legendary was the Sage's Stone, which he didn't know what it was for, except for the staff, which was of a higher class. Better to just have a handful of me wanting it all later when there's too much gear to choose from. Lu Ling thought and put it in his backpack. As for the remaining 2 skills, one was a pure damage skill and the other was a control skill that came with silent control, both of which were just fine for Lu Ling, so he learned to equip them both. It's still worth the 10-shot draw, Lu Ling thought smilingly in his mind. At this time, the examination had almost begun, and all the candidates only needed to enter into the simulation space. Then they could directly match their opponents and continue after the fight until the end of the 3 matches. Accompanied by the examiner explaining the rules clearly, all the candidates nodded their heads one by one, and then entered the simulation space after the present. This test is actually also a bit of luck. If you meet a weak opponent, then the combat score will be more or less higher. But if you meet opponents who are strong, then it's bad luck. However, this is also for the average student. Lu Ling couldn't wait for his opponents to be stronger. Otherwise how would he brush up on his battle scores? Soon, along with a distorted light, Lu Ling's figure appeared in a place covered in a blue halo. In front, there was a person who had also just entered this space. The man was dressed in a black suit with a knife at his waist, while a knife was carried behind his back. After only a slight hesitation, he instantly locked onto Lu Ling with sharp eyes. That kind of killing intent that was like substance was by no means something that an ordinary person could possess. Lu Ling just smiled slightly when he saw this. Oh, looks like an interesting opponent has been lined up. The spectators outside couldn't help but all suck in a breath of cool air after seeing the 2 in this fight. Look guys, it's the 1st and 2nd place in the current score ranking. They've actually been grouped into one arena. Is it that hidden profession double-edged sword Saint Lingfeng? This is going to be great. Yeah, it's rumored that the 1st place winner is a mage who doesn't seem to be very good at beating warriors in single combat. I really want to see how he, a mage, pulls off a swordsman. Countless spectators showed immense anticipation for this battle. On Lu Ling's side, the exchange of words had already begun when the 2 sides met at eye level. They were both waiting for the time when the other side would take the initiative to reveal their cracks. It's a mental game, and once you're caught up in your opponent's rhythm, there are so many ways to suppress their play, thus forcing them to reveal more cracks. But to the crowd's surprise, after both sides exchanged eye contact for a while, they unexpectedly stormed in the same body shape at the same time. Hey, why is that mage running towards the front? Is this some kind of snakeskin maneuver? Is he trying to trick his opponent into handing over his skills? How is this cheating? How can a mage's agility be higher than a warrior's? And that's still a swordsman profession that majors in speed. He's definitely looking for death. In my opinion, that mage has fried too many fish. He really thinks that he can outlast a warrior. If he plays like that, he's going to suffer big losses. The crowd was very shocked by Lu Ling's initiative to maneuver forward, and murmured. Both sides were fast and collided almost instantly. When the clash of weapons rang out, both sides surprisingly fought evenly. This was a surprise to the audience, but that wasn't all. Lu Ling quickly pushed aside Ling Feng's blade and directly used his newly learned skill, Arcane Heavy Strike. Arcane Blow. Effect, rapidly inflicts a single 300% of spell strength damage with a pummel effect, with a probability of inflicting a shock effect. This skill is a mutated skill. This skill was exclusive to the system, and all of its attributes fit Lu Ling perfectly. Comes out fast, has no back and forth swing,
requires no chanting, and will be treated as a melee attack as well. This trait allowed Lu Ling to strike Lingfeng first before he could draw his second blade. The powerful concussive effect caused Lingfeng to instantly fly backwards. This blow directly dealt over 6,000 points of damage, causing Lingfeng's heart to be horrified. He had just turned on a reinforcement skill before charging. Against the 30% damage immunity plus his double resistance, he was actually able to deal 6,000 points of damage. And this guy in front of him was as terrifying as that? However, he was equally experienced in combat, and he adjusted his position in the air in an instant, directly pulling out the knife that was on his back. As an SS rank hidden profession, he hadn't yet utilized his true strength, and Lu Ling immediately chose to capitalize on his victory after scoring a hit. Chapter 55, Winning. The high school entrance exam. A direct shot of arcane migration chased him down, while using the second skill he had acquired, Astral Seal. In an instant, a bright purple light appeared at the top of Lu Ling's staff, and several chains shot out electrically. This skill is a control class skill that does moderate damage, but the effect is really incredibly nasty. First, enemies hit by the chains will be directly silenced and a 20% slow will be applied. If you are successfully chained for 3 seconds by the chains, then you will also be subject to confinement plus easy damage. The effect of being vulnerable is that the damage taken will increase exponentially. This skill was very overbearing, and if you didn't react extremely quickly, then once you were hit by the chains, you would almost certainly be imprisoned. But Lingfeng was indeed worthy of being an SS rank swordsman, and actually did react the moment Lu Ling cast her spell. Stuck at the limit of time for the chains to hit, his body flipped violently in the air, instantly transforming into a residual shadow and stabbing towards Lu Ling. The dual swords suddenly erupted with 2 different kinds of light, and in an instant, they chopped at Lu Ling. This was Lingfeng's true killing move. Once he activated dual blade mode, his damage would be directly doubled and he would receive a series of high bonuses. Moreover, these 2 knives, one was magic damage and the other was physical damage, and if one was hit by both knives at the same time, then they would be stacked with seals that directly dealt real damage. However, Lu Ling only smiled faintly and directly raised his hand to throw out a skill, directly replacing defense with offense. Lingfeng was shocked in his heart, but the movements of his hands did not stop at all. In this way, he had definitely earned it. The warrior's defense panel was higher than the mage's, and with the addition of his terrifying double blade trait, he was bound to be able to directly kill Lu Ling with a single move, and he himself, at best, would be replaced with a serious injury. But unfortunately, Lingfeng didn't realize that there was still a divine blessing in Lu Ling's body, 80% melee magic immunity. It allowed Lu Ling to directly be able to ignore that magic attribute blade. The skills of both sides hit each other in an instant, and with a violent explosion, their figures were instantly engulfed in flames. When the smoke cleared, the two were facing each other, and it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. The viewers who saw this were completely stunned. Lu Ling, a mage, was actually able to spar in melee combat with an SS-ranked swordsman, and by the looks of it, he didn't lose the slightest bit. What's going on here? Why is he, the mage, not drawn in the same style as everyone else? But just then, a scene that shocked them even more appeared, only to see Lingfeng unexpectedly slowly kneel down on one knee, revealing a pained expression. Lu Ling, on the other hand, flung his staff around in a faint manner, then took a step towards Lingfeng. This exchange was actually won by Lu Ling, who was a mage. This scene was too unbelievable. A mage had actually relied on melee combat to defeat a top-tier swordsman head-on. At this moment, Lingfeng was also shocked in his heart. As the person who had just received Lu Ling's attack, it was only then that he realized Lu Ling's terror. This is a gross mage. This is a hexagonal war god. You need speed, you need damage, and you have a meaty body. Even if it was a level 40 tank profession that ate the double blade chop move he had just made, he would have to be seriously injured if he didn't die. And he was like nothing. Scary as hell. In reality, Lu Ling wasn't as well off as he appeared to be. That move just now was indeed carelessness on Lu Ling's part, not realizing that the other party was actually hitting for real damage, and he was almost seriously injured by the two knives drying him out. But the good thing is, he has a super BT side hustle. At the moment of crisis, Lu Ling directly converted a portion of his mana into life value, plus a close-to-face fireball spell in his hand drew a lot of blood for himself. That's what made it seem like nothing was wrong. If he didn't use alchemy to transform his life value, then he would probably be seriously injured right now. The guy in front of me does have a few things going for him, Lu Ling thought in his mind. But however, Lingfeng was still no match for Lu Ling. Looking at the slowly approaching Lu Ling, Lingfeng's heart was relieved and his cold face gave a bitter smile as he said, "What is your honor's name?" Lu Ling was slightly stunned, but he still gave his name. After hearing this, Lingfeng stood up with great difficulty and then clasped his fists. "I'm the one who lost. In this battle, I lost with conviction. Brother Lu, I'll see you again. When he finished, he simply surrendered. With a stream of light, Ling Feng's figure instantly disappeared. The battle came to an end.
The audience outside had looked completely dumbfounded.
And surprisingly, not a single person spoke. It's too strong. This mage, relying on melee combat, he directly defeated an SS-ranked swordsman. This operation was too outrageous. The mage's shortcomings, not a single one of them could be seen in this man. He's going to be a powerful man in the future. And the group of examiners also had extremely grave faces. The previous copies proved that Lu Ling's ability to brush monsters and boss fights was extremely good. I didn't realize that this guy was so powerful even in single combat. You have to know that a properly operated turn 1 SS-ranked swordsman can break hands with a level 60 or even level 70 mage in single combat. And Lu Ling actually used only 3 rounds to defeat his opponent. This strength was too terrifying. Lu Ling also felt a surge of soundness in his heart. Since he had become a professional, he had not met an opponent who could push himself to such an extent. After this battle, he suddenly felt that he had comprehended something in his heart and had a newer step in understanding his fighting style. Soon, along with the fluctuation of the portal, Lu Ling was about to welcome his next opponent. The opponents after that were not as strong as Ling Feng, and Lu Ling killed them directly in seconds with little effort. For a mage who was hitting the output close to the face, all of these people looked extraordinarily confused and were completely at a loss as to how to deal with it. Soon, Lu Ling's 3 battle scores came out. The first was the highest, and the next 2 were near crushing performances, with all combined scores infinitely closer to perfect. Once the score was tallied, it made all the examiners suck in a breath of cold air. The cultural score is full. The copy test score is more than 200 points, plus this actual combat score. Lu Ling's final total score had already broken the record of the Huaxiao Professionals College entrance examination. It's so strange that such a genius wasn't recruited early. Soon, as the examination ended, countless candidates walked out of the examination room area with different expressions. Lu Ling and Lin Wanwan also followed the crowd. He was about to walk towards Lin Tianxiong's side when a slender figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A sexy imperial lady suddenly stopped Lu Ling, the pair of good-looking eyes under the black-framed glasses staring hotly at Lu Ling. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Ling?" The woman cleared her throat and said in a very eager tone. Lu Ling froze, then nodded. The woman was so happy to hear that she actually went straight up and pulled Lu Ling. "Great, Mr. Lu Ling, I'm a professor from Jiangnan University. Is it convenient for you to talk now?" Chapter 56, Recruitment from JNU, Top Benefits. Lu Ling frowned and said slowly after pulling the woman's hand away. "Not now, next time." After saying that, he directly led Lin Wanwan away. Jokes, before he came over to him before he took the test, then maybe Lu Ling even had a good listen to what the other side would say. But now, with Lu Ling's achievements, even Qingbei University would welcome Lu Ling, so why should he waste more words with these people? If you want to blame them for belittling themselves before. And the woman froze for a while when she saw that Lu Ling was actually so dry and direct, before smiling helplessly. "Elder Xiao, it seems that he still has some grievances against us." The woman spoke into the other end of her cell phone. Soon, a strong voice came from the other end of the line. "It's normal to have a grudge, that's why I'm telling you to prepare yourself. Make sure he feels our sincerity and apology, and walk him through some privileges if necessary. Beyond the portion given by the academy I'll pay privately. We can't let go of such a good seedling at Jiangnan University." The woman promised, and then immediately chased after Lu Ling in the direction he had left. On the other side, Lin Tianxiong saw the two of them come out and immediately greeted them with a smile and patted Lu Ling's shoulder. "Good boy, this time it's really opened my old man's eyes. An unbelievable score close to a perfect score. Not to mention Jiangnan province, even the whole of China hasn't seen it for a long time. Now, the hundreds of top colleges in the 9 states of China are at your disposal." He finished with a few loud, bright laughs, and Lu Ling was humble enough to say a few words. For the help Lin Tianxiong had once given him, Lu Ling had seen it in his eyes. Although Lin Tianxiong was always saying strange things, Lu Ling could still feel that he was genuinely treating himself as a junior. The two of them had not spent a lot of time together during this period of time, perhaps even longer than the time that Lu Ling and Lin Wanwan had stayed together, and they had more or less gotten to know each other. As he was talking, the voice of the imperial sister who had just come from behind him suddenly came again. "Mr. Lu Ling, please wait a moment, give me a chance." The woman's voice took on a bit of urgency this time. All 3 of them turned back at the sound of his voice, and the woman first politely gave Lin Tianxiong a greeting, and then once again looked at Lu Ling, her eyes filled with sincerity as she spoke earnestly. "Mr. Lu Ling, I know you're holding a bad opinion of our Jiangnan University right now, but we really came to you in good faith." Lu Ling sniffed, her eyes blinked, and she said faintly, "Oh, sincerity? What sincerity?" When the woman saw that Lu Ling's attitude seemed to have changed slightly, she couldn't help but be pleased and immediately pulled out something in her pocket. Mr. Lu Ling, I'm sure you're also a smart person, so I won't beat around the bush much. We can guarantee that if you agree to attend our academy, tailor a legendary weapon for you, before you graduate. Moreover, once you enroll in the school, 3 pieces of diamond-grade equipment will be given away immediately. That amount is the maximum bottom line the school board will give me. The woman's words were so direct that Lu Ling couldn't help but be a little surprised. In negotiations, this is a very stupid behavior. Coming up and throwing out the biggest chips straight away will cause you to lose the initiative straight away and only be passively led by the other side. If you meet someone with a big appetite, then you will have to pay at least a third more to secure a deal. And the woman's move, although it was indeed incredibly stupid, but it also made Lu Ling truly feel a trace of sincerity. 1 legendary weapon, 3 diamond weapons, that was a very frightening amount of money. And it was also tailor-made, which meant that there had to be at least one figure close to the level of a divine artisan in Jiangnan University to dare to make such a promise. As for the reason, Lu Ling could more or less guess it. As a high school student in Jiangqing City himself, he possessed such heaven-defying strength, yet he hadn't been guaranteed a place in any of the universities in Jiangnan province. This is tantamount to a major dereliction of duty on the part of the Ministry of Education in Gangnam province. If it is not handled properly, then those in Jiangnan province, the Ministry of Education senior, at least for several years in other provinces in front of their peers cannot raise their heads. But if that one academy had left itself behind at this juncture, it would have been a different story. However, Lu Ling didn't care about these game struggles between the top echelons. He was weighing them in his mind. Should I stay in Gangnam province? Or should I go to the provinces to fight for my life? Seeing Lu Ling show an expression that she was thinking, the woman's face was happy, knowing that there was a door. She immediately struck while the iron was hot and threw out the olive branch again. As long as you agree to enroll, the next 4 years of tuition will be completely free, not to mention that the academy will definitely tilt its resources in your favor as well. In addition, our Jiangnan University's mage department is the strongest in all of China, so I'm sure it will be able to provide you with a lot of help on your way to growth. The woman said, suddenly saw Lin Wanwan on the side and added busily, of course, you're welcome to bring a few classmates if you want. Lu Ling sniffed, but didn't care very much. Lin Wanwan's cultural achievements are also very good. The second examination and all the way to follow their own. The score is also enough to rank in the top 10. Want to enter Jiangnan University simply do not need to use the relationship. According to this, that Jiangnan University can give the sincerity is still quite obvious. At least on the surface of the welfare, give very sufficient a legendary grade equipment, 3 diamond grade equipment. If the characteristics were strong enough, it could be used until turn 4 or even turn 5. That still appeals to Lu Ling. After thinking about it, he didn't answer right away, but turned to the woman. Tell you what, how about letting me go back and think about it for a while, and I'll give you an answer in the next few days? The woman's expression was stunned as she sniffed, and she could only let out a bitter smile. After leaving each other a number, the woman simply excused herself and left. Once the woman left, Lin Tianxiong smiled and rubbed his chin, saying, to actually make Jiangnan University put down so much blood to recruit you, now you've really become the meat and potatoes. Xiao Lu. After laughing and joking around for a while, Lu Ling suddenly looked positive. So, President, do you think I should go to their academy? Lin Tianxiong nodded his head after a moment of slight contemplation. In fact, according to strength, Jiangnan University is clearly inferior to Qingbei. But there's a very important point, and that's their ace majors, which are very different. Although Qingbei is said to be known as the cradle of all professionals, it focuses more on cultivating high-end top-notch, warrior-type professions that can quickly change the situation with one's own strength and are more tolerant of mistakes. It's really not as good as a few other academies when it comes to training for professions like mages or archers. And Jiangnan University has another nickname, the Royal Academy of Mages, just because of its mage training process and its skill sets paired very well. They also only have this one ace major, plus the ones I told you about before. I think you could use some serious consideration. Chapter 57, The Black Dragon Society. Assassin girl Xiao Yuer, he said and smiled again. Of course, it's just a suggestion, and you're the one who makes the final decision. In response, Lu Ling was non-committal and fell into deep thought. After a night of consideration and her mother's advice, Lu Ling finally chose to agree to Jiangnan University's enrollment. After learning this news, the people from the Ministry of Education in Jiangnan province breathed a sigh of relief. List Lu Ling's name as a key cultivator. Prioritize him for any scholarships or secret realms in the future. If something like this happens again after that, we don't have to do it. Know what I mean? The Minister of Education of Jiangnan province rubbed his eyebrows and said in a cold voice. The people in the seat were silent. The incident was over, and Lu Ling was about to embark on his new life. There were still a few days of vacation left after the college entrance exams ended, and after Lu Ling took care of the house, she left a large sum of money for her mother. Jiangnan University is in the capital city of Jiangnan Province, which is still some distance away from Jiangqing City, but it's all in one province, so it couldn't be farther away. Listening to her mother's ramblings, Lu Ling couldn't help but smile knowingly. After a few days, Lu Ling set off for his new school with Lin Wanwan and Su Xiao. After a day of traveling, the three of them arrived at Kanglan City, the city where Jiangnan University was located. This place is more prosperous than the city of Jiangchang, but still has the flavor of Jiangnan. Upon arriving at Kanglan City, the one who came to pick them up was the woman Lu Ling had met before. Seeing Lu Ling again, the woman gave a very pleasant smile. Hello again, Lu Ling-san. To introduce myself, my name is Guan Qingzhu. I'm a professor in the magic department of Jiangnan University, she said, gently ruffling the crushed hair next to her cheek. Lu Ling was a bit surprised because Guan Qingzhu looked like he was at most 27 or 88 years old, and he was actually a professor-level figure. So it seems that she must be superior in some way. As if he could see the doubts in Lu Ling's mind, Guan Qingzhu smiled faintly and said, I'm a professor who specializes in the research aspect of professions. My strength is definitely not as good as those professors who teach combat law. After chatting some more, Guan Qingzhu brought the three of them together to the middle of Jiangnan University and thoughtfully helped them with the enrollment procedures. She then pulled out another set of keys and handed them to Lu Ling. This is the dormitory specially prepared for you by the academy. The specifications are the same as the professor level. It has already been cleaned. You can live in it tonight. As she said that, she glanced at Lin Wanwan on the side again and revealed an intriguing smile. Of course, it's no problem if you want to stay with your classmates. You just need to register your information tomorrow. With these words, Lin Wanwan blushed on the spot and subconsciously looked at Lu Ling. Lu Ling naturally did not realize what is not right, and in his heart he thought that men and women are different. And Lin Wanwan, a young lady, is certainly not willing to squeeze together with himself. After hearing some more matters from Guan Qingzhu, Lu Ling bid farewell to Lin Wanwan and headed straight to his dormitory. After arriving, Lu Ling realized why Guan Qingzhu had said he could bring someone over to stay. Jiangnan University even directly distributed a villa of several hundred square feet to Lu Ling. Looking at the luxurious and elegant villa in front of him, Lu Ling smiled helplessly, thinking that I'm afraid that this is better than the average teacher. It seems that Jiangnan University does pay enough attention to himself. After moving the luggage inside, Lu Ling went straight to rest. The commencement ceremony is the day after tomorrow, and the official start of classes is still about a week away. So tomorrow you can start by going to the local professionals union to see if there are any copies to paint around here. After the night had passed, the time came for breakfast the next day. I had just gotten up and washed up when the bell rang at the door. Lu Ling opened the door and realized that someone had actually brought her breakfast. It was also a special treat for Lu Ling, with all three meals being delivered to his door by the cafeteria staff exclusively. If there is anything you want to eat or avoid, just tell the two men at the door. This is not a school visit. This is a vacation. Lu Ling wanted to laugh a little, and took the breakfast after thanking them towards the two. After having breakfast, Lu Ling went straight to the professionals union near the academy. The professionals union was not the owner of the replicas. They were only responsible for managing the registration and strictly controlling all secret replicas, and at the same time, they would be responsible for a certain amount of repair and maintenance. The real holders of these copies are still the same big local guilds. Of course, it's not that the League of Professionals itself doesn't have copies. It's just that most of these copies are in the hands of the official Chinese government and have other uses. Just after entering the door, Lu Ling saw a group of people surrounding a black silhouette, seemingly starting some kind of conflict. Little, if you don't pay back this money today, you'll just wait to be sold abroad by our Black Dragon Society. From a great distance, Lu Ling heard an arrogant to the point of shouting. Lu Ling didn't want to care about this kind of thing and was planning to go around, but he suddenly realized that the figure surrounded by the big men was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a while. As she was wondering, the girl suddenly pulled out a dagger, a few teardrops hanging on her delicate face, and gritted her teeth. Don't bully yourselves too much. Dad is dead and I've paid back the money. What more do you want from me? At those words, the big man at the head sneered and said, that was the principal you paid back. Now we're asking for interest. If you know what's good for you, pay up, or else. These brothers of mine have a lot of experience with little girls like you. After saying that, the group erupted into a burst of exaggerated and obscene evil laughter. The girl who heard this became even angrier, and her voice trembled a little. Interest? Your interest is more than the principal? If it wasn't for you guys, Mom wouldn't be dead. You assholes. The black-clothed girl's eyes were red, as if she had remembered something unpleasant. Her emotions instantly lost control, and she even directly pulled out her dagger and stabbed towards the man at the head of the group. In the nick of time,
A big strong hand suddenly gripped the young girl's wrist.
Calm down a bit. If you break the law, it will only get worse for you. Lu Ling's calm voice rang out,
instantly causing a wave of surprise to well up in the young girl's heart. It was as if his voice had some kind of magical power that made the burning hatred in the young girl's heart gradually subside.
It's him? The guy I met in high school. Why is he here?
This young girl's mind was racing with thoughts as she reached up and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She was none other than the assassin girl, Xiao Yuer, who had a chance to meet with Lu Ling in the middle of the copy test. Lu Ling didn't recognize her. It was only after hearing Xiao Yuer's words that something suddenly touched his heart, which led him to step forward to stop her impulsive behavior.
Judging from his intuition,
Lu Ling thought that this young girl didn't look like a bad person.
Chapter 58, Ambush. A grudge is not a grudge for the night.
The group of big men were also stunned when they saw that they suddenly killed someone they didn't recognize, and then immediately revealed a sneering smile.
Aigu, where did this stupid kid come from? He's not even hairy yet, and he's still trying to save a beauty like others? What a laugh. Ha 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 ha.
The big man at the head laughed recklessly,
and the crowd behind him echoed him. Lu Ling didn't say anything,
but only sneered faintly twice.
Just a bunch of hooligans and landlubbers. What is bullying a weak woman? If you're capable, go make money on your own.
Don't engage in these crooked ways. Lu Ling spoke faintly.
From the conversation just now,
it's not hard to tell that the group in front of us should be a bunch of black loan lenders.
However,
the interest rate on black loans is higher than the principal amount, so this group of people is a bit too unethical.
Unexpectedly, however,
when he heard these words, the big man in the lead instantly changed into a furious expression.
Kid, are you tired of living? Even dare to meddle in our Black Dragon Society's affairs?
Lu Ling smiled coldly and said, I don't want to care about your business.
If there is a need, you can find the police station to solve the problem,
and it seems to be illegal to use violent means to collect debts in private,
right? In reality, there is no way to do away with this behavior completely.
But Lu Ling had said so.
If Dahan continued to strike, wouldn't he be treating the laws of China as if they were nothing?
The big man had obviously thought of this as well,
and after staring fiercely at Lu Ling, he laughed angrily. Good good good, you're a good talker, don't let me catch you in the act. After saying that, he greeted the little brother behind him and was about to leave. As he was leaving, he once again viciously said towards the black-clothed girl, next time we meet, you better have your money ready or, he said, grunting coldly, before leaving. After these people had left, Lu Ling shrugged his shoulders and planned to leave there as well.
Xiao Yuer looked at him with a complicated expression, a trace of gratitude spreading across her face.
Thanks for helping me out.
Lu Ling sniffed and just smiled faintly and said,
you're welcome, it's just a favor. After saying that, he intended to leave.
It wasn't so much that he was trying to get away with it.
It was just because he couldn't bear to see such a group of hooligans ruin the girl. Moreover,
the girl mentioned that all her family members died because of those hooligans, which made Lu Ling feel pity. When Xiao Yuer saw this, her heart could not help but be moved by it.
I can't imagine that there are really such righteous people in this world, she thought, and couldn't help but look at Lu Ling's back. On the other hand, after leaving the scene, Lu Ling went straight to the registration office of the secret realm. After finding a level 70 secret realm, Lu Ling directly began today's leveling journey. His current strength was like a fish out of water even in the 70 level a secret realm, and he soon managed to defeat the boss. After a few swipes, the time had come to noon. After fighting monsters all morning, Lu Ling was also a bit hungry, so he planned to go get something to eat. Just as he left the house, Lu Ling perceived several shadowy figures spying on him, and his brows could not help but frown. But he quickly recovered and left the area as if he hadn't noticed anything. Not long after they left, the group of people who had previously called themselves the Black Dragon Society quietly followed them. Boss Chen, it's just a brat. Is it necessary for so many of us to go together? On the way, the little brother asked the big man in disbelief. The big man glanced at him and cursed without a good reason. You're the smart one. It's called steadiness. Understand? He said, sneering, then explained. I just scoped it out. That kid's strength is quite strong. At the top and bottom of the first turn, to be on the safe side, it's natural to bring a few more brethren. The scolded junior instantly didn't dare to say anything, and concurred. Soon, under Lu Ling's deliberate efforts, the few people followed them to a very secluded place. The big man took one look and instantly decided that this was a good time to strike, so he immediately had his men catch up with the vehicle that Lu Ling was traveling in, intending to strike. Just as he moved forward, he realized that Lu Ling had actually gotten out of the car. Now the gang was instantly happy. How dare you get off in such a place? It's really a lantern in the toilet looking for death. A few people thought, and instantly stepped forward to surround Lu Ling. However, Lu Ling did not show the dismayed expression they expected, but instead had an inscrutable smile on his face. Are we all here? Looking at the group of fierce hooligans around him, Lu Ling said easily. The big man froze and subconsciously looked around. It's empty around here. There's absolutely no place to hide, right? Since there was no backup, why would he, a mage boy with no more than first turn strength, dare to be so arrogant? And when Lu Ling saw that they didn't answer, he stopped asking and instead just pulled out his staff. He himself was quite averse to this kind of semi-triad lending group. Plus these guys were so unaware of their own lives that they were actually thinking of blocking themselves. It would be a shame not to teach them some deep lessons. Thinking about it, Lu Ling used a flat and pretentious tone to faintly say to the Black Dragon Society crowd, "You're all in this together." Lu Ling's arrogant expression instantly angered this group of Black Dragon Society people. X is but a first-turn mage. What's so crazy about it? Grandpa, I'll do you in 2 cuts. In an instant, the group pulled out their own weapons and attacked towards Lu Ling with angry curses. Facing the surging Black Dragon Society crowd, Lu Ling sneered and directly waved his staff to meet them. Such a perverse scene instantly caused the Black Dragon Society crowd to snicker. Really looking for death. Instead of thinking about how to escape, he's charging towards us? This kid has lost his head. The Black Dragon Society crowd screamed and looked at Lu Ling like a clown. Lu Ling didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly turned on Elemental Awakening. Then he swung his staff towards the one closest to him. The man simply didn't take it seriously, sneering at Lu Ling, not even blocking it. How much can a mage's flatta hurt? But he soon paid the price for his hubris, only to see the staff in Lu Ling's hand as if it was 1,000 pounds. And with a bang, he instantly smashed that person away. The rest of the Black Dragon Society was shocked at the sight. What the hell? Isn't this a mage? Without waiting for them to react, Lu Ling had already closed in and killed the crowd like a ghost. Each staff could smash one person, and once hit by Lu Ling, one would be seriously injured without dying. The brilliant and incomparable staff was at the moment like the legendary weapon of the Monkey King. If you graze it, you will be injured. If you touch it, you will die. Lu Ling's incomparably strong melee combat ability directly beat the crap out of this group of Black Dragon Society people. What kind of mage is this? This is clearly a god of war. What was even more terrifying was that this group of people saw that they were unbeatable and wanted to pull away, only to realize that Lu Ling's speed was even faster than theirs. You can't even fight. You can't even run. Those who were sensible had already begged for mercy on their knees. After all, they were just street gangsters, and it was impossible to expect them to have much tenacity to fight. The leading one was also shocked in his heart. No, isn't this kid a mage? It doesn't seem right. He was just thinking about it when he saw Lu Ling with a smile on her face and a flash of her figure. In the next moment, a blue and purple staff was infinitely enlarged in his field of vision. Chapter 59, Selection of Class President. Forced to open for business Lu Ling. Boo. And then there was no then. The big man was originally a level 60 warrior, but he was also put over by Lu Ling's direct staff. After 7 or 8 minutes, the ground was already full of wailing remnants. Looking at the mess on the ground, Lu Ling just lightly stepped over them and walked over to the person who was the leader and slowly bent down. Remember, if I see you again in the future, then you'll be waiting to be reincarnated, Lu Ling said indifferently, then directly kicked the leader, who had just woken up and was still half dead, into unconsciousness. After doing so, he then took off. Only after he left did the group lying on the ground dare to climb up. Boss, what to do now? This kid seems a bit raw. One of the minions on the ground shuddered, and a hint of fear surfaced on the face of the Hanyu he called boss, but it quickly turned into resentment. Go first. Sooner or later, I'll make this kid pay. He was also incredibly depressed in his heart at the moment. Lu Ling had just given that beating, which had really made him, as the big brother, lose face in front of his little brother. The most annoying thing is that one doesn't seem to be able to retaliate. Mainly, who would have thought that he, a mage, would fight so brutally and unreasonably? On the other side, Lu Ling was in a much more relaxed mood after beating up the group. It's really soothing to punish the evil and the good, Lu Ling thought in his mind. As to whether he simply got off on punching people, or on doing good, God only knows. After taking a car and returning to Jiangnan University, Lu Ling went straight to the dormitory. In the following 2 days, Lu Ling, apart from accompanying Lin Wanwan around the school, was soaking in the secret realm to practice leveling up, and his level soon rose by another 2 levels, reaching level 54. After the opening ceremony was held, Lu Ling was assigned to one of the higher-ranked mage classes. Interestingly, Guan Qingzhu happened to be Lu Ling's counselor. It was said to be a counselor, but in fact it was more like a housekeeper who specialized in solving all kinds of life problems and academic issues for Lu Ling. After 2 days of familiarization, a class president selection contest was also opened in Lu Ling's class. Lu Ling hadn't been interested, but the teacher had put his name directly at the top of the list. He had no choice but to be forced to run in the election. In the Academy of Professionals, class presidents aren't selected by some speech canvas. Instead, It's all about strength. So, this selection is really a strength-finding test for the class. The above students are the candidates for this class president selection. Are there any more students who want to participate? Class teacher Wang Li looked at the crowd of students on the stage after reading the list. This class brought together elites, with an average level of around 40. So it could be said that everyone was the pride of the heavens. Seeing that the crowd had no comments, the teacher nodded once, and then immediately summoned the students to the martial arts arena. As a first-class university, the facilities of the martial arts arena here are much better. Not only is the venue larger, but it can simulate a variety of environments for training. After arriving here, Wang Li first explained to the crowd about the battle between mages and what details they needed to pay attention to. Then, it was straight to the topic of the day, the class president selection contest. Chen Yi, Wan Cheng, you two come first. Wang Li glanced at the class's grade registration form, then called out two names. The two whose names were called obliged and then went up to the stage to begin the fight. It had to be said that the battle between the two traditional mages was still rather boring. It was basically just 800 meters away from each other. You throw a fireball, I'll put an ice pick, depending entirely on the frequency of skill output to suppress the opponent. The alignment was also pitifully small. Watching Lu Ling was a bit sleepy. The teacher also noticed the absent-minded Lu Ling, and a trace of displeasure instantly flashed in her eyes. She didn't know about Lu Ling's true strength and fighting style. She only knew that Lu Ling was a highly ranked student. Are you so arrogant because you have some skills? Humph. I'll see how this guy will fight later. Wang Li's heart flashed with a wave of displeasure, and she had already arranged a script in her mind. He'd have Lu Ling come up for a fight later and pick his brains. If he listens to the teachings, it's fine. If he doesn't listen, then we can take this opportunity to rub his sharpness well, Wang Li thought in her mind. After a while, this first battle was finally over. Seeing this, Wang Li immediately sent Lu Ling up to the stage, and then called the student with the second highest rank in the class up. Both sides quickly took their positions and the match was about to begin. With Wang Li's order, Lu Ling's eyes flinched, and his figure instantly stormed, charging straight towards the other party. His move immediately made Wang Li frown. In a fight between two mages, extra alignment is a deal breaker. Even the teacher in charge of hosting the Awakening Awareness couldn't help but let out a sigh. If you run around freely, your opponent can easily use skills to anticipate, and even if you don't hit, you can still suppress them. Lu Ling's move was tantamount to a delivery. His opponent was also stunned, and quickly reacted, throwing a few wide-range skills towards Lu Ling. It seems that this guy is just a high level. His combat experience is really bad. This person thought darkly in his heart, and an expression of disdain could not help but grow on his face. However, the expected situation where Lu Ling was forced to scramble by this set of skills did not occur, only to see Lu Ling's body suddenly disappear and then reappear, having already passed through the fire net formed by this skill. Lu Ling's movement speed was extremely fast, and in just a few seconds he had closed the distance between the two of them by 50 meters. Everyone present was shocked. He actually has a displacement skill? Wang Li was also a bit surprised, but her face soon turned cold again. Lu Ling looked even worse in her eyes. It's stupid to light up at the beginning when you clearly have this kind of skill that can turn the tide of battle. Also, he's a mage. Why does he have to run up and get in someone's face? Wouldn't a warrior on the other side of the room blow it up? Without waiting for her to continue criticizing Lu Ling in her mind, the situation on the field changed instantly. Lu Ling's opponent was also shocked after seeing Lu Ling actively handing out displacement to dodge the first wave of skills. However, he quickly reacted and once again threw a set of skills to block Lu Ling's alignment. This time, Lu Ling didn't choose to dodge, but directly met this pile of skills and charged hard. Is he crazy? The students in the arena all looked at him in shock and thought in their hearts, but the scene in which they imagined Lu Ling being viciously blown away did not appear, only to see Lu Ling calmly walking out of that pile of skills like nothing. Not even a drop of blood had fallen from his body. Never forget that his divine blessing is a blessing that makes him immune to all magical attacks below his level.